Having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is an exceptional day. Folks, you already know what fucking day it is, right? You already know what fucking day it is, lads. It's a beautiful day of the fucking week, just like any other. Well, it turns out there's a little bit more to this fucking day than your average fucking day, if you know what I mean. It's fucking Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday, April 25th, 2023, 12:27 p.m. That's fucking right, lads. It's a proper Tuesday. And we're live. And we're fucking alive. And there's a lot to talk about today. A lot to cover today. A lot of fucking news, lads. We got the fucking Stephen Crowder divorce, right? We got the fucking Tucker Carlson fallout from Fox fucking News. But more importantly than that, we got a big fucking deal, lads. A man, a fucking myth, a fucking ledge, Joe Brandon, he's back as president, lads. He's running again. He's running a fucking again, lads. He's up for re-election. He's doing the fucking thing. He's declared. He's doing it. He's saying duck fucking Brandon, yeah? And that's right, we're going to need a big-ass fucking crew to make sure he wins. I'm talking Jimmy the Goat. I'm talking Tony Two-Tone. I'm talking Tuesday Harry. He's dirty, but he plays nice. When it comes down to the fucking meals, we're going to get those fucking 2,000 meals, and we're going to make them look like 3 fucking meals, right? We're going to have 10,000 fucking meals for this time for the re-election of Joe Brandon. But I digress. It's a part of the fucking broadcast for all my parasocialists out there, right? It's part of the fucking broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, right? You already fucking know, lads. You already fucking know. We stole it once, and we're going to steal it again. But, that's right, it's Tuesday, 4/25/2023. That's April 25, 2023, 12:30 p.m. And I'm late. Normally on Tuesdays, I'm not late, but this is a different one. This is a Tuesday where I am late. Now you might be wondering, why the fuck is that the case? Well, get used to it. Kaya can please, Kaya is not in the room with me right now. She is eating and she is hopefully pooping a little bit, and then I'm going to bring her in here. Everybody fucking calm down. We're going to have Kaya on. She is the most important feature of this broadcast. Calm down. I know she made me. I know Kaya made me. Calm down. Can't find my fucking... do I have One Piece updates? Absolutely not. I do not currently have any One Piece updates. Have you seen how Hasbro sent the Pinkertons, yes, the Unibusters and Murders to raid some guy's house for some Magic the Gathering cards? I have not seen that. What the fuck? That sounds insane. Hold on. I'm like still writing my fucking blast off tweet, dude. I am all over the goddamn place, but I will tell you. All of the things that happen in between the time period where I pressed stop streaming and pressed start streaming. And I will give you some updates as the dog dad. Obviously, this is the parasocial update part of the broadcast where I tell you what's fucking going on. Dude spoiled an entire set because he got it early. Oh, that's weird. I'm tired. I'm a little sick. I think part of the reason why is because I'm not getting a lot of sleep. And you know how it is. Kaya is your kismet akit. Thank you for the akit. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let me finish this fucking blast off tweet real quick and then we'll be good. You know, they say it takes a village, and I totally fucking understand that. Except the village needs to be a little bit more collaborative, okay? Like I mean like when you're raising a child, when you're raising a fur child. Whenever Kaya is not on screen, I will be asking, where's Kaya? Okay, well, she's fucking eating, okay? I weigh her every day. I weighed her and she lost a pound. And I got scared and I thought that she's not eating enough. So now I'm like feeding her more. It's like very cute. She does this thing where she will literally go up to the food, eat, chomp, and then back away. Like, it's very strange. She goes up to the food, chomp, eats, and then sits down. Probably had a big dookie. Yeah, she's been pooping a lot. I don't know why, but like, she literally will eat, and then she will chomp away, and then she will stop, and then she'll go back to it. She sits down a little bit in between. She's showing signs of food insecurity so far? No. I've never had a dog like that. I've never had a dog that does that, to be honest. I've only had dogs. I mean, I've only known dogs that just like, either they're like fish who will just straight up attack the food so goddamn fast that like he immediately throws it up because unfortunately he's too dumb, right? Like, I love fish, but he was not the smartest cookie, you know what I mean? Or they're like Fiona, who literally will just like sit around and wait for no one to be around so she eats by herself quietly in the middle of the night or whenever, and like won't really eat. Like Fiona is like, Fiona doesn't eat around people, which is fine. Like, I just like leave it out the entire day. I leave out her food the entire day usually when she's here, and she's just like a shy eater. She just like will eat on her own whenever she feels like it. And she's chunky as fuck. Like, Fiona is actually kind of fat right now. I think she's overweight. Curated dog playlist. Each vid has at least one lesson I used raising my 1-year puppy. Okay, we can do that later. Has Fiona sniffed Kaya yet? No, no one has sniffed Kaya yet. Only humans have sniffed Kaya so far. No dogs have been in contact with her. I'm a little scared until the end of this week, where she will officially be 8 weeks old, and I will go and get her vaccinated on Sunday. Anyway, where's the Florida vlog video? Why do you ask me these questions when there is a person in this community who is a community member who literally is the reason why the vlog video is not out yet? Like, I don't understand. His name is Ostenox. He's the one who's editing. It was supposed to be up on... Here, I just DM'd them. I said, also, what's the ETA? The people are pressing me about the vlog, Lamau. You and the puppy sleeping okay? I'm gonna get to it. Ostenox says, yes, harass me. It's uploading. Okay, there you go. So, what was I saying? Oh, okay. So I have, why is your lip busted? I'm a massive skin picker. And, I cut my lip while I was shaving, and then I picked it, and now it's like a fat fucking gash. You guys know this already. I have a lot of anxiety recently. So, you know, for obvious reasons, because my life has been completely fucking thwarted. You know what I mean? Completely. For obvious reasons, as you guys are aware. People that say they don't bite their nails are lying. Yeah. I bite everything. Kaya Piker, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Holy shit. Anyway. Does this mean no more Japan trip? I don't know yet. I don't know. I don't know what the timing of that is going to look like. Kai gets older and can tolerate it. You should get some dog safe nail polish and do a nail stream where you paint your nails and hers. Only if she's okay with it, of course. No, I'm not going to paint my dog's nails. That's crazy. I feel like I'm not ready for that kind of... I'm not ready for that. Yeah, so where the fuck were we? Okay, so I ended the broadcast last night. I ended it early so we could shoot the podcast, right? BRM podcast. Of course, because Cutie Cinderella comes from Las Vegas, Nevada every goddamn time she comes into Los Angeles. She lies and says she's coming from San Diego, but like the distance is so incredibly ridiculous that like I don't believe that she's coming from San Diego. I think she's coming from fucking Las Vegas, Nevada. Why does the podcast have so much chaotic energy? Anyway, yeah. So we ended the broadcast so that we could shoot the podcast, and then we shot it like an hour late. Which is, kind of awful because like I'm actually running behind on my time for this for the first time in my career. Like I looked at my hours and I think I've done like almost 140 hours or so. And like, there's not that many days left in the fucking month, which is crazy. There's, today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days remaining. And I gotta be live every fucking day. How is that possible, all? It's because I just haven't, you know. I just have so much. I have so much going on. My entire family's here. Dude, guys. It's pretty funny because like people will always say, oh, Hasan, you bought a house, whatever. Or Hasan, you bought a house. And then people will say, oh, he bought it for his family, which is true. Like, I mean, you can tell in moments like this. I mean, this is literally why I got the house. My cousin's here. My cousin's wife is here. My mom is here. My brother is here. Like, you know, are you gonna post a selfie without the text? Yes, I will be on my alt. I always do that. Are you ever alone? Not really. Just randomly starts defending his house purchase. I know, it's fucking, you know, trauma response, I guess. But what I was saying is, wait, hold on. Let me fucking post this. Subathon win, baby. First of all, my life is a fucking subathon. I don't do subathons because why the fuck would I do a subathon when like I basically do subathon hours and then I sleep? Why is Hasan mad ugly? What the fuck? Wait, really? Typical Hasan L lol. Typical Hasan L. Why is Hasan mad ugly? Odd, but you know, your words are hurtful, sir. You don't have to ban him. You give him an hour off. Anyway, light's a bit bright today. Yeah, I know. I'll get to that. So we shot the podcast. It was great. After the podcast, you know, I obviously took over Kaya duties from my mom, and then you know, I'm trying to get her to poop outside. Like, my goal basically is once we enter the 8th week, I want her to be able to like only poop outside and then pee inside on the pad, because I've seen a lot of people talking about it. I've seen a lot of people talking about like the pee pads, and people are like, oh, why the fuck does he have a pee pad? Obviously, the reason why I currently have a pee pad is because, one, while I'm crate training her at night, I need to do that. Like, I need to do the pee pad. Because she pees like every fucking 30 minutes, you know what I mean? But she does actually poop outside quite frequently, or on the pad. Like, she doesn't even have a escape hatch where she like accidentally you know, will pee on the corner and then pee a little bit on the ground or anything like that. She has a problem missing the pee pad for sure. But she's definitely been pooping on the pad perfectly, so that's good. And last night she only woke me up like 3 times, so that was good. And you know, she pooped outside, she pooped indoors on a pad. She's doing great. Have you considered that you could lead by example? Maybe she needs to see her dog dad poop outside. There's also mine. Goblin technique. Yeah, no. But yeah, unfortunately, until she's like 4 months old or so, she's not going to be able to have a bladder big enough to like hold it overnight. So for that duration, for the next 4 months, I'm just going to be up all night. As someone who got a puppy 2 weeks ago, if they sleep in a different room and have a baby monitor as a lifesaver, you don't have to get out of bed to check on them. The risk waking them up. No. We take the dog out every hour. The dog should be able to hold their waist over 2 hours. I mean, she does. Do you crate train during the day? No, I have her behind me during the day usually. She's currently eating and like hopefully pooping. So she's not going to be able to do that presently, but you know, that's the rule of thumb is 1 hour of holding it per 1 month in age. Yeah. Has she tried a cooling pad yet? No, I was told by my vet that they can hold it about 1 hour per 1 month old. Yeah. I hate to say it, man, but the pee pad stuff isn't the best way to go about it. Man, shut the fuck up. The pee pad is literally, like, I'm already in the fucking process of explaining how I'm, like, working to move away. The pee pad is just to make her understand you only pee on one location, not wherever the fuck you want. Okay? For those of you who don't know, if you've never had a puppy, this is how you're supposed to train your puppy. Obviously, there's many different methods. Some people will literally, like, take them out every hour and encourage them, positive reinforcement, and give them treats and whatnot, and like get excited and celebrate, get boisterous and celebrate every time they pee outside or poop outside. But because this is a very, very, very young puppy, there's not really much I can do in this situation, where like they're literally gonna fucking pee and poop, not, you know, non-periodically, but it's like, the goal is there are certain times that you know they're going to pee and poop. Well, not pee, but poop especially. 15 minutes after playtime, 15 minutes immediately after waking up, in that 15-minute window after waking up, and 15 minutes after eating. Okay? Those are the time frames where like dogs are most likely to poop. Okay? Backseat dog owners, give more unsolicited advice. Everyone loves it, and you probably feel really validated and important. Yeah, exactly. Bro, cat owners talking out of their ass, don't listen to them. Motherfuckers pretending they're a dog expert, don't listen to them. Exactly. Not only have I raised a big-ass dog before, a pit bull, a baby eater, if you will, okay, and he ate 0 babies. So, like, I know what the fuck I'm doing. I also have significant more material wealth now than I did back then. And I do have like, you know, literal time and freedom to be able to do whatever I want, whereas I didn't when I was younger and I had fish. So girls and boys pee differently though. We'll see. Make sure you teach her the distinction between pee pad and rectangular objects like her and the carpets. My sister's dog, unfortunately, associated rectangles on the floor as pee pads, and carpets are no longer allowed in the house. Yeah, that's crazy. I would never make a distinction between my, no. My goal is to never have her pee in the house ever again by the time she's like, 2 months, 3 months old. By the time she's 4 months old, the goal is for her to be exclusively peeing outside, periodically, and then there's always going to be fucking accidents no matter what. Kind of lame you have to justify yourself for having this dog right now to your chat because they don't trust you. No, I mean, it's fine. I don't mind talking about the experience of like dog ownership. That's a wonderful thing, and I want everyone to be able to vicariously live through me if you don't have it, or this will be informative and educational for you as well. Consider putting a turf on top of the pee pads. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but using bells for the dog to signal when they have to go to the bathroom is a game changer. Yeah, potentially. That's something I've been thinking about. Anyway, we're going to talk about Biden running for president and all this other stuff in a brief moment. I just got to go grab her real quick. I got to blast off real quick, so we're going to do all of that. Okay. Brandon announces re-election. Brandon announces re-election. Steven Crowder divorced dad arc. Tucker Carlson fallout, HOGWATCH, and so much more. Get in now. Okay. I already have a headache. This is crazy. Okay, just send it, man. What the hell? Twitter blue shit is so whack. I haven't figured out how to like not do Twitter blue yet, but eventually I will, and then I'll be unstoppable and I'll be able to use my Twitter normally again like I used to. But here it is. Brandon announces re-election, Steven Crowder divorce, dad arc, Tucker Carlson's fallout, HOGWATCH, and so much more. Get in now. LA is not a good place for that much fur. Well, good thing I blast my fucking AC all goddamn day. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. It's like the puppy shit's gonna be fucking annoying so quick, I think. Like I was, once again, you can never show this much of your life to people because they will go crazy over it. If you're interested, Ontario Premier Doug Ford removed post-secondary education requirements and will pay for tuition for new police recruits. What kind of pub is she? We don't know. Like Mastiff mix, or I don't know, Leon Burger. I don't fucking know. We don't know. Tibetan Mastiff potentially. She looks a lot like a Tibetan Mastiff, but again, like if you know anything about like rehoming, adoption, rescuing processes, you know that like motherfuckers will get like, they'll be like, oh, this is a Chihuahua, and then it turns out it's like 150-pound fucking Mastiff. You know what I mean? Nobody fucking knows any of this shit unless you get it from like an AKC certified breeder or whatever. Okay, like you're just never gonna know exactly. If the dog doesn't have fucking paperwork, you're not gonna know what kind of dog it is. That's how it is, unless you do a DNA test, which is why I did do a DNA test, and turns out she's 100% that bitch. So the results haven't come in yet, but basically that is the result. You know what I mean? Anyway, but the Macias' playlist is here. I know. I'm gonna play it in a second. As a rabbit owner, I'm thinking you should probably just feed Kaya hay. It's what rabbit eats, so trust me. Yeah. There was a zoo in China who disguised a Mastiff as a lion. I mean, you can definitely do that because they fucking do look like lions. The shelter said I had a Corgi mix. I got Embark Honors, the Pitbull Chihuahua Dashin mix. Yeah, exactly. That's the funniest fucking that's the funniest thing. Like, people will always be like, I mean, even, like I said, even Fish, like, they were like, oh yeah, this is definitely a Rottweiler. And I was like, I don't really give a shit, dog. I just want this fucking puppy. Like, I want a puppy. I don't even know what he looks like at the time. I was just like, give it to me. Give him to me. So, it's the same shit here. You know what I mean? People are like, even rescues get it way wrong. Got a 30-40 pound Shiba Inu mix that turned out to be an amazing 65 pound Pitbull Husky mix. Exactly. The point is not like, the way I see it is like, once you lock in, like I wasn't even going like breed specific. I was like size specific. I want a big dog. A lot of people can't take care of big dogs. I can, because I have the space for it now. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to give this dog the world, right? And I have the capacity to do so. So like, I'm a big boy. I want a big dog. That's it. And I think I got a big dog. It seems like it. But yes, I am a size queen that way. And it'll be funny to be like, wow, this dog, man, he's just going to be living a horrible life. Meanwhile, like, I'm giving this dog a better life than like 98% of humans on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, everybody always does that meme where people would talk about like a golden retriever to an upper middle class family lives a better life than like 99% of the planet. But that's like literally the case. I would die for this dog. I said this yesterday, even those dog sites Could be bad. This guy sent in a...
We're enlisting the help of 3 special pooches.
What is this? Hold on. I'm going to go grab her real quick. And then we'll get to the news. Hold on 1 second.
To identify a dog breed with near 100% accuracy. But can they really? To find out, we're putting them to the test.
Hold on.
Molly, what's this? Come.
Meet Molly, our first mystery mutt.
This is my dog, Molly. And Molly came to us from Kuwait. She's a rescue. We think that she may be Saluki Anatolian Shepherd, but when you look at her, she looks husky, so we have no idea.
And this handsome hound, Loki.
Good one.
We haven't trained him to give me the ball back yet. This is Loki. He's all the way from Istanbul, Turkey.
Now, what breed is Loki?
Our guess is some type of a terrier hound mix. We get asked a lot, so we don't know.
These owners want to find out what breeds make up their dog.
Hi.
But we're adding a baseline, a dog whose breed we already know.
Love you.
Quinn is competing to be the best and healthiest Great Dane at a national dog show.
There she goes. She's doing a great job.
So here's the thing, okay? Right behind me, I'm going to turn on the puppy cam in a second. Hold on. Right behind me is a blue mat. You might have noticed that blue mat. You might be saying to yourself, what the fuck is that blue mat? Guess what? That blue mat right there. Good girl. Good girl. She already peed, bro. She's fucking, oh God, she's so smart. It's crazy. She peed and then immediately turned over to me. She's like, all right, where's my fucking reward, Dad? Anyway, that is a cooling mat. I got it because she is a fur baby with a lot of fur, and I don't want her to overheat. So what did I do? I got her the cooling mat. It's full of water. Hopefully it doesn't burst and then get everywhere. I will be only using it here for the duration because she is teething. So she does have the capacity to sometimes, unfortunately, bite into stuff. So if she bites on the pad, I will take it away. But at least I can, at least I can pay attention to her here. And ensure that now she can't actually pull either, by the way, because the boundaries are locked into the wall. I know she yearns for freedom, but nope. Immediately going over the cooling pad. Holy shit. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Good girl. Oh no. Too late. Is she pissing again? What is she doing? No, she's not even pissing. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Enslave your dog? Yes. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. No. Well. Okay, well, the cooling pad is done. No. I have to deal with this. Oh no. Wait. No. Oh. Oh no. Oh, it's so heavy. That was bad. That was wow, that was fucking not good. That's the first time she's actually pooped on the wrong thing. That's unfortunately because she thinks every square thing is technically her pad probably. This is genuinely a major issue with the piss maxing, poop maxing piss pads. Oh, fuck. What are you going to do? Chatter called it? Yeah, I mean... Yeah. It's a wild situation to, like, have the fucking pad right there and then choose to... It's like having all these toys on the ground and then choosing to play with, like, the one thing that's not immediately a toy. You know what I mean? Oh my god, dude. She did it at the top of the hour, too. Which, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which is kind of like taking a poop.
Absolutely I am.
We even see paperwork showing Quinn.
Squishy pad equals squishy poop. She's a genius? Yeah. Anyway. Fuck, I have a headache. Holy shit. Okay, anyway, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Kaya Piker says, fuck your cooling pad. Sakura Gore, thank you for your dog. Yes. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. No. Oh, no. She just looked right at me, dude. Okay, well, the cooling pad is done. No! I have to deal with this. Oh, no! Wait. Things are falling apart behind me. This is too much. Anyway, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now, and then we're going to fucking move on. Jesus Christ, my life is a fucking mess, dude. My life is literally this. Like, what you are watching and on your screen, you're like, oh, shit's crazy. What the fuck's happening here? I can't tell. That's how my brain is right now. My brain is literally like a bunch of quarters rattling inside of a tin can. That's how it feels like. Where I feel like I'm going crazy a little bit. Like there's just so much going on. For me, I've talked about this before. I struggle with ADHD. It's not the end of the world. There's way worse disorders, disabilities out there. It's certainly much more manageable, but the best way to manage my ADHD is by basically having this like incredible regimented way of existence, right? So I do the same thing every fucking day. I do the same thing morning to night. Like literally all of my entire day is basically designed around the same paradigm. Wake up in the morning, work out, eat food at the same time every day, eat the same food every day, And that's the only way that I can consistently do like 10-hour streams or 8-hour streams every single day, while also simultaneously live a normal life and have like a bit of a social life, do things that are rewarding, have time for my family and friends, that sort of thing. And when you have these like major changes, when you have these major life changes that are very disruptive and very chaotic, like a puppy that pisses and shits like a monster, like a piss shit monster, basically, it's thrown everything out of whack, everything out of order, basically. It's worth it, obviously, but inside of my mind, everything is crazy. Like things are going bananas mode. How do you avoid getting overwhelmed day to day? I mean, it is a bit autistic, but that repetitive behavior gives me a sense of calm. It's a bit of the tism. Like it's very similar, but it's just, that is literally what it is. It's just like inside of this chaos, this chaotic existence, like this crazy, rigid, rigorous work regimen that I live under. Most people from the outside would look to that and go, "That's fucking silly. Like, I don't know how the fuck you live that way." But for me, it's like all the noise clears when I am going through my day-to-day, my work structure. You sure you're not autistic? I'm pretty sure. I mean, who knows? I think Murad is autistic. Very high functioning, though. Not sure that is like terminology that people use, but I'm old, so don't get mad at me. Anyway. Oh, low support. Yeah. So basically what I'm trying to say is my life is fucking thrown out of whack at this moment. I'm going to get to the news in a second. But here are the dog DNA testing kits. How accurate are they?
Purebred, champion Great Danes, all the way back to her great-great-grandparents. We're sending their DNA to 4 different companies. Wisdom Panel, who claims to be the world's most accurate pet DNA test for about $150. Embark, who also claims to be the most accurate test, cost us $288.
What the fuck? Oh, Canadian. I was like, that is not how oh shit. That's not how expensive these motherfuckers are. But then I remembered I'm talking American dollars.
$113 for a kit from
God damn, I'm about to get fucking canceled again, dude. Hasan fucking adopts the most expensive dog on the planet, literally like $600,000. Okay, that's what he paid for, and then he paid for the most expensive dog DNA testing kit. Fucking canceled.
Canada's DNA My Dog and Canadian company Acumetrics. Their test ran out.
Why would you need a DNA? You already know her breed? No, I don't. We are completely speculating on like photos and shit.
It's about $80.
Hey, here we go.
Before we even send off our swabs, companies are already asking for a lot of information.
Yeah, this part was accurate.
Results really be trusted. We're meeting with a geneticist.
But you spent $600K on her? No, not yet, but I do plan to. I will spoil this fucking dog, dude.
Dog DNA in the Boston area. Eleanor CARLSON.
So I'm really excited that people are interested in finding out more about how DNA works.
Eleanor says these companies detect breeds by comparing DNA to the genetics of dogs already in their database.
Consumers are making their own decisions when they purchase these tests, but I do think that it is important for the companies to be transparent about the fact that there isn't that external validation, that these are tests that they've developed themselves, that they're selling themselves, and that they're the ones that are...
Dog owners are so weird, Law. Why does it matter the breed? That's why cat owners are superior. What breed is your cat? He's orange. Yeah, The only reason why people want to know what breed your dog is because you want to know the tendency. Considering that dogs have been heavily domesticated in comparison to cats, the different type of breed implies different type of like domestication techniques and different types of inbreeding, which means that like they can have dramatically different personality traits. And also your cat's weight doesn't fluctuate from maybe 25 pounds if she's a specific breed, or 125 pounds if she's another breed. So you want to know all the behavioral issues specifically so you can, make sure that your training is as accurate as possible. You want to make sure if there are health complications that you can get ahead of it. Like, I did a lot of research on different types of breeds. A lot of big dog breeds, especially Mastiff style breeds, will have like eyelid issues, like eyesight issues. Was that just like a cat owner meme and I just fucking went off on it? I literally got a purebred cat chatter is so wrong. Adopted a striped orange cat. Turned out it was a tiger that ate my grandmother. Aren't you concerned about submitting your dog's DNA and the possibility of incriminating their relatives in previous crimes? I did talk about that a lot. I did think about that a lot. I did. I thought about that a lot. I thought, what if her, mom or dad or great grandparents committed a crime in Tibet and they were actually fleeing? If she is actually a Tibetan Mastiff. You know what I mean? And she's actually the grandchild of a fucking murderous Mastiff. Who knows? Yeah, hip dysplasia is a big problem. When she gets bigger, I had 2 English Mastiffs. Make sure she stays active. Yeah. To be honest, even buying a DNA testing kit for your dog was already too bougie. This part is actually kind of true. I've never done this before, but it's not actually very bougie. Everyone does it. Literally. I didn't even know that there was a thing, but my fucking brother did it. Like, hella people in the chat have done it. No one does it? Wait, really? No, it's not rich people doing it. First of all, my brother's not rich at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone does it, rich people. I was dead ass broke as fuck when I had fish. I didn't even know that that was a thing. But there are plenty of people in this community that have done it, and they're not exactly caked the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a fucking Boeing engineer. Yeah, brother, let me tell you something, okay? And this might come as a surprise to you, but the people who build satellites and spaceships at Boeing that live in Los Angeles don't make that much money. Like, he lives a fancy pants lifestyle specifically because I am able to help him out a lot. But also, we're talking about literally a fucking like $80 test kit. Shut the fuck up. Keyboard engineer, lol, not like he's high up in the business. Yeah. He probably makes around $150K a year. No, he doesn't. And also, you said not bad, but not amazing. Yeah, no, he does not make $150,000 a year. Okay. I wish he did. That would make a lot more sense, in my opinion, for someone who literally has a fucking master's in engineering and builds motherfucking spaceships. You literally would assume that living in Los Angeles, California, and there's a lot of like the defense industries here, there's a lot of aerospace stuff happening here, you would assume, perhaps incorrectly, that these guys are making like, big moolah, big time, daddy warbucks. Turns out, no. Only the fucking contractors are making the daddy warbucks, not the fucking engineers that are like the laborers of the design world, I guess. The engineers are just like especially when you're at a company like fucking Boeing. I make half that as an engineer. Exactly. No, literally. That's not surprising to me at all. It is kind of weird though. Like it is, you would not expect it. I did not know. I know many engineers and they make like 75 to 80K if they're lucky. Yeah, depending on where you live too. Bro, I'm a structural engineer for Tesla and have been for 8 years. I make like 100K with stock. Engineers don't make 150K, lol. Exactly. Your brother does own a Porsche. He does own a Porsche. He owned a Porsche before me. A 2001 Cayenne that he got for like $4 grand or some shit that he literally built with his bare hands. There is a major difference between being a Porsche owner and being a Porsche owner like he is, where he's literally constantly building it. Like he just never stops building on top of the fucking vehicle. It's always breaking. Chatters assume so much about people they will never meet. I'm a dumb cloud engineer and I make more than a literal rocket science man. What the fuck is wrong with this country? Yeah. He overlands with it, right? It's justified. Yeah, he has a he off-roads with it, yes. Boeing had a major shift away from an engineer-focused company when they merged with MD in 1997. I don't want to speak on this too much. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'll just basically say this. He was shocked to find out that in the United States of America, one of the last bastions of like manufacturing, which would be like space and adjacent to defense, right? Even though he doesn't work on the defense side technically, or even though he doesn't work on defense projects technically, you would expect to be well paid. No. It turns out Boeing is not a manufacturing company. They are a bank, just like every other fucking major U.S. company is. They make more of their money doing stock shit rather than actually producing products. Even though they do have an unlimited money faucet and an unlimited money cannon that they get from the fucking federal government to make new toys, for the most part. The reality is that like even at the highest stage of manufacturing excellence for the United States of America, you know what I mean? Like this company that actually makes something, right? Like not only satellites and spacecraft, but also like commercial airliners and also planes in general. That company is not actually making stuff. They're just doing stocks. Everyone is just doing stocks. And the funniest part about it is that like he just does it for the love of the game. You know what I mean? He just loves building shit. Poll ended. Pet owners, have you had your DNA tested? 14% said yes, 86% said no. Well, we were literally watching a video about why it's a waste of money apparently. So anyway, let's get to the news. I have delayed this for far too long. You know who's not delaying his announcement for running for president? That's right, Joe Brandon, the current president. He's running for re-election. Oh my God, we were so shocked. Let's take a look.
Now official in writing, right there, also in video, President Biden says he wants to finish the job and wants to beat what he calls MAGA extremism again.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are. The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
It was exactly 4 years ago today that Biden threw his hat in the ring for 2020 and warned voters then about Donald Trump's rhetoric. Let's go to the White House now. CNN's Arlette Sides is there. Arlette, we've seen the president on video today. What do we expect from him live and in person?
Well, John, in a little over an hour, President Biden will be holding his first public event.
What the fuck? What are they mowing the lawn of the White House? God damn it. Wait, what's happening back there? The buzzing is like ridiculous.
And since officially rolling out his re-election bid, the president is expected at around 12:30 to speak at a union conference here in Washington.
What do you mean? For people saying like, why is he running? Are you crazy? The incumbent's advantage is dramatic. It's very important. It doesn't matter if he's 700 years old. It's too late. He already won one time when he was old, knowing full well that, like, you know, by the second time he was running, he was going to fucking run again. Giving up the incumbent's advantage and just like having an unknown entity where the Democratic Party's lineup is not exactly strong to begin with is going to be silly from the perspective or from the opinion of the DNC. You know what I mean? It makes total sense. Having someone go up against, like having someone take the mantle from him could have been an option, but instead we went with Kamala fucking Harris as the VP. So good luck with that. Imagine, do you want the Republican Party to like absolutely fucking dominate the field with their dog shit fucking candidates? Because if there's one person who can't beat Donald Trump in a toe-to-toe matchup, it's the charisma black hole, Kamala motherfucking Harris. So not only does she suck, but also on top of that, on top of her personally sucking, the Biden admin also cucked her and put her in charge of like every annoying, awful, you know, make work, fuck right off, piece of shit job. They didn't exactly fucking tailor her VP. They did not exactly tailor her to be the next suitor, to be the runner-up as the vice president, to be the president. So that was awful, absolutely fucking devastating from the DNC side. A lot of people are saying gruesome Newsom. I mean, sure. That, you know, last time we had a fucking California governor become president, it was devastating for the United States of America. His name was Ronald Reagan. Now, but who knows? Who knows? There isn't an option better that can get enough people to agree in the Democratic Party. I don't think that Joe Biden is going to activate the base. He's not going to motivate the base, but who knows? Who knows? If Bernie Sanders runs again, you know where I'm staying. You know, I'm gonna absolutely fucking vote for him illegally and campaign for him and want everybody to vote for him, especially in the primaries. There are people that could be interesting, and some of which are controversial, some of which are not. J.B. Pritzker could be an interesting person to run potentially in the Democratic for the Democratic presidency, inevitably down the line. Gretchen Whitmer is another one that's like controversial in this space, but probably could do a decent job. As far as like female candidates goes, I think Big Gretch is, pretty solid. You have Governor Gruesome Gavin Newsom, who doesn't really make a lot of waves nationally in a negative way. So that's kind of good. Even Donald Trump has said positive things about him, which is like pretty wild. Like he is somehow able to avoid the intense national scrutiny that like prominent Democrats get, partially because he's the governor of California, but they would just be like, oh my God, California is a fucking mess. You want everyone to be California if he ran. The young vote is moving towards Williamson. Yes, dude, totally. Look, I love candidates like Marianne Williamson. I think it's great that she's running. But if you legitimately think that because like TikTok is promoting her a lot, that she's genuinely moving the fucking needle, I don't know what to tell you. You are literally just, wake up, please. Snap the fuck out of it, okay? It is perhaps, it's interesting to see what will happen with like how much TikTok can genuinely shift Democratic politics, but I suspect that you are out of your fucking mind, I think, if you think that she's like... Just like Changangers? Yeah, Yang, you mean, right? The Yang Gangers? Isn't that what it was called? Like the Yang Gang. Not Chang, you fucking weirdo. Or Chan. It's funny because like Chan Gang does make sense, not just for Andrew Yang, but for like a litany of other crank candidates that were propped up because they were like 4chan picks, you know what I mean? And they were not nationally prominent, you know what I mean? I think that's a dumb take. Williamson is doing pretty good so far. What metric are you saying Marianne Williamson is doing pretty good so far? Where is this coming from? Have you looked at a singular poll? Like, she has no fucking mainstream media coverage, possibly by design. Okay, like you probably have seen the Osanox thread or something. I don't know. Which you know, as much as I love Osanox, I do heavily disagree. I haven't even read that fucking thread, but you know, there is no. There's just, that's not happening, dude. These people are crazy. There will be no debates. The Biden record, 12 million new jobs, inflation down 50% from its peak, record wage growth, real GDP growth in Q1, still at 2.5% bipartisan infrastructure act, CHIPS and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, largest climate investment in U.S. history. Yeah, see, Faustini is actually good for this kind of shit. Let's be real. Okay, if we're going to do electoralism for a brief moment and we're going to talk about like elections from the perspective of a two-party political structure where both parties are actually beholden and enslaved by the bourgeois interests, yes, this kind of attitude is actually something that you're going to see a lot on CNN and MSNBC, and there is some truth to it, of course. Obviously, if you are a little bit interested in electoral politics while also simultaneously a leftist person, like a legitimately leftist person, you recognize that Faustini literally just brought up every single talking point that shows how far the Biden agenda has fallen short of the actual promises that it had made. Okay? But, you know, he is a neoliberal Democrat at the end of the day, even though he claims that he's not. And neoliberals got a neolib, you know what I mean? Oh, man, it's not. Politics is the art of what's possible, sir. That's why we got to make concessions before we fucking move forward. Notice how this dude did not fucking bring up one of the most tangible and important fucking things that the Biden administration did, which was the abolition of student loan debt relief, the abolition of student loans. Why the fuck would you not bring that up? That is gigantically important. But guess what? Guess what? One, it's being held up in the courts in some ways. Two, neoliberals don't give a fuck about actual tangible policies that like dramatically change people's lives. And three, okay, the Biden administration is not even pushing for that much. Ending the Afghan war is a big one, but unfortunately that's been sullied by the mainstream media. Liberal mainstream media absolutely did everything they can to you know, shit on him for doing that, saying basically saying, I thought you would be proud of me for not bringing up foreign policy, and I didn't mention student loans because of the courts. No, student loans is important, and as far as foreign policy goes, the Afghan relief withdrawal was actually not bad. What we did after the withdrawal was way worse. Anyway, was the Afghan agreement not made before Biden was president? It doesn't matter. The person who had the moral courage to follow through on that was Joseph Robinette Biden, and I will always respect him for that. You know, I don't give a shit what people say. I defended him back then. There are two major policy, there are two major policy moments that I have aggressively defended in the Biden administration. Student loan debt relief was one of them, which they haven't done enough advocacy for some fucking weird reason. Freaks. And two, Afghanistan withdrawal was actually great. Biden, on the other hand, has been very dramatically anti-union, had a tremendous amount of opportunity with the IRA to ensure that like any kind of infrastructure spending or any kind of fucking contracts that we offer to foreign capital or even, companies that want to open up factories here, because we have a shitload of money for renewable energy lined up, climate investments that he was talking about. Those investments could have been conditional. They could have been, hey, like with one easy fucking move, Biden could have said, we're giving you the money faucet. That means you have to have unionized workplaces. Could you imagine? That's how you do. That's politics, right? I mean, that's not everything. That's not immediately fucking turning around and like instituting a communist utopia. That's just like within the boundaries of reason, something that other countries do all the fucking time. He could have done that. He didn't do that. He didn't push for that. Every single legislative agenda item that Joseph Robinette Biden has pushed for, that he claimed he was going to get through, has been eviscerated, shred to fucking bits by the rotating villain within the Democratic Party before it even reaches the other side of the fucking aisle. Kyrsten Sinema and Joseph Manchin have deliberately and successfully made piecemeal out of made mincemeat out of every single fucking thing that the Biden admin has tried to put together, and they got no punishments for it. Kyrsten Sinema even fucked right off after getting the greatest gift of all time, okay, as a Green senator, as like a first-term senator, being allowed to be the signatory and like the crafter of the massive bipartisan infrastructure, massive bipartisan infrastructure legislation, and then fucking right off and turning around and doing this and being like, I'm actually fucking independent now, dog. Like, that is so disrespectful. It's so fucked up. Like, I'm talking about this from the perspective of like someone who I'm putting my Democratic Party hat on for a second to just like make that assessment here. And it is the greatest cucking. It is such an aggressive cucking. Sneeko looks at situations like that. Okay. Sneeko looks at that and goes, oh my God, I wish I was the Democratic Party. I wish I was sitting at the head of the DNC right now because, oh my God, I just got ass fucked by literally the big hulking bull that fucked my wife. Okay. That is what Kyrsten Sinema, okay, the most annoying person on the fucking planet, was able to do to the Democratic Party, okay? A cucking that was so public, a shellacking that was so gross in many respects that, like, Sneeko starts drooling when he thinks about how humiliating that is for the Democratic leadership.
Washington, D.C., as he looks to highlight his ties to the labor community, but it also highlights the strategy of how the president will be deployed in the coming months. Advisors say not to expect the president to be out there on the campaign trail holding these large-style rallies. Instead, they believe that one of his main selling points to the American people will come as he's simply doing the job as president. So he will be speaking at that union event today. He is also, over the course of the next 2 days, hosting the South Korean president here at the White House. A bit later today, Vice President Kamala Harris will be speaking at a reproductive rights rally at a time when abortion has been a mobilizing issue for Democrats. But this all comes as the president is officially rolling out his campaign. The president really trying to draw comparisons to his 2020 launch when he had warned there is a battle for the soul of the nation. He is saying that that battle is not yet complete and he needs another 4 years in the White House. He is also trying to warn that American freedoms are under siege by.
Please tell us the center-left party in any post-industrial economy that's been more successful than the U.S. Democratic Party since 2018. UK, no. France, no. Sweden, no. Finland, no. The list goes on. They're resting on the laurels. Wait, what a fucking stupid take this is, dude. What are you talking about? First of all, this is an insane comparison to make because they're already riding on the fucking laurels of like, you know how the United States of America rests on the shoulders of the FDR New Deal agenda, okay? This guy, Faustini, claims to be an FDR New Deal Democrat, right? So he should respect that sentiment, right? That's literally what the fuck every European country is sitting on top of. What do you mean? They have only been able to withstand neoliberal evisceration exclusively because of everything that like the trade unionists and communists did before them. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the reason why in countries like the ones that you just mentioned, okay, it's completely out of the question to privatize certain key components. And every single time they do that, every single time that does happen, there is massive public outcry, massive public backlash. The idea that like center-left parties are super successful, and noticeably, by the way, you mentioned UK. What are you talking about? What are the Lib Dems doing? That's the center-left party, right? Are the Lib Dems even a viable fucking part of any coalition in this country? In the UK? Where is the center-left Lib Dems at? They're nowhere to be fucking found. They're a joke. UK Labour clearly to the right of the US Democratic Party right now. Even with Keir Starmer, UK Labour is not clearly to the right of the US Democratic Party right now because the UK at the very least has viable labor unions that still have a lot of outside influence on what the fuck the Labour Party does. You are out of your fucking mind. These countries that you're referencing, you're making up metrics in your mind to like make them seem like they're more neoliberal than they are. I criticize UK Labour under Starmer all the fucking time. It's dog shit. It's awful. Okay, but you have to be on trans rights, on immigration, on crime, on spending. He's all to the right on Biden, brother. Of course, on trans rights or on immigration or on crime, he's to the right of Biden. On first of all, no, on trans rights and on immigration, he might be to the right of Biden. But on fucking crime, he is exactly like Joseph Robinette Biden. They both talk about how much they want to fund the police. What the fuck are you talking about? They are identical in that regard. But it doesn't matter because you're doing the liberal assessment. The liberal assessment dictates that you do not analyze the current material conditions in any country and do a blanket like, look, this person shits on trans people. Joe Biden actually said trans people are nice. Therefore, Joe Biden clears, this other nation's trans policies, as though that is any indication for the overarching attitude that they have towards social spending and social safety nets. Okay? You're wrong. You're wrong on that front. Fuck. Anyway, like I said, we're talking about fucking labor, UK labor, okay, which is in its current existence is definitely closer to center left, even though that is a funny and cute little way to claim that like to take ownership of the Labor Party, a party that was built around labor, is pretty funny when Lib Dems exist. Why did you not bring up Lib Dems for some weird reason when we were talking about UK politics? Is it perhaps because you recognize that the center-left party, the real center-left party, Liberal Democrats, are actually non-viable? They are just absolutely fucking a non-entity. Is that the reason why you wanted to make yourself seem, you wanted to make it seem like, Liberal Democrats are doing the most? All because we had this conversation about like where Liberal Democrats are. They have all, or where center-left parties are in the United States, where the Democratic Party is, versus every other fucking country. The Democratic Party couldn't even increase minimum wage when they had the opportunity to do so because they brought up some fucking bullshit reason, like the Senate parliamentarian is not allowing us to do that. The idea that like the American two-party process is not insanely fucking insanely right-wing in economic policy in a country that doesn't have adequate social safety nets nor nationalized or socialized healthcare is silly. Okay? German government and unions reach pay deal for public workers. Yeah. In the United States of America, we have no union participation in the economy. And when there is powerful unions, they turn around and fucking try to do a strike, and then Biden stops them from doing it. Okay? Even the Starmer labor, okay, under Starmer's leadership, the Labor Party basically fucking avoided talking about the potential strikes. Okay? But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, because the labor unions are still viable, they can at least like bully the party around, the party that is ostensibly on the left. This does not exist in the United States of America. Biden deported 990,000 immigrants, Trump 460,000. Nice leftist Biden. Yeah. Yeah. Ultimately, regardless of what fucking Keir Starmer says or does, what you fail to consider in this process is that due to having a nationalized healthcare system, you have the Tory party in the UK literally running to the left of the Democratic Party. They are lying, right? They are going to implement austerity measures regardless, but at least they fucking lie. The Democratic Party doesn't even lie about wanting to, to fund healthcare. Whereas the Tories do. Remember, Boris Johnson lied and said after 9 years of austerity, we are going to fund the NHS. Can you imagine having an NHS? Lol, we don't have that. Or can you imagine the right-wing Republican Party being like, we are going to do socialized medicine and we're going to fund it? Nah, you're wrong. It's true that a lot of Democrats over here be Tories, but Tories are 100% to the right of the Democrats. Maybe I misheard you. Of course, Tories are still the right-wing party and very right-wing in the UK. I'm saying that if you look at the actual material conditions, though, and the actual social policies, social spending that exists in these nations, the Tories can't get away with fucking... the Tories can't get away with straight up being like, we're going to cut social safety nets. They can't. Okay? God damn, I have a headache. Let's get back to Joseph Robinette Brandon running, though.
What he has described as MAGA extremists. And in that video, he used those images from the January 6th insurrection, as well as highlighted two Republican men, one of which who could be his matchup in a general election come November 2024. Take a look.
You know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms, cutting Social Security.
I want to watch the full one, not like cut piece by piece. Labor is more center than how your right-wing, your Democrats are. What? You say that, but Labor is now running to the right of the Tories on the NHS. They're hinting at privatization. Yes. Fuck Keir Starmer. I understand that. I doubt that they will actually... I don't know what the fuck Labor is going to do. I'm sick and tired of having this conversation. The point is that there is a center-left party in the UK. They didn't even bring that up. They didn't fucking bring up the reality on the ground with a nationalized healthcare system. They didn't bring up the fact that even the Tory party, regardless of like its attempts to implement austerity measures, recognizes how unpopular it is. Okay? Here, let's just watch the full fucking ad real quick. I got sidetracked to oblivion. The Lib Dems are not center-left, Hasan. No, they're supposed to be center-left.
Freedom. Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred. That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy. This shouldn't be a red or blue issue. To protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it. But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms, cutting Social Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions women can make, banning books, and telling people who they can love, all while making...
I mean, look, the Republicans have gift wrapped someone who is not going to rock the fucking boat an absolute lock, okay? Everything that the Republicans are doing at the state legislature level is so unimaginably insane that, like, a Democrat that's like, I don't want this to happen, don't you think that's crazy? Is just going to look better. So, you know, you can have someone who's old, but at least has like run the country. You know what I mean? And no matter how much people try to say like the country is fucking terrible, the country's terrible, vibes across the board show Brandon looking good. Now, of course, a lot can change in the next year. The economy could, implode once again. We can have a severe recession, and people start genuinely experiencing the most devastating impacts of that. I've said this before. Donald Trump lost because COVID happened. Donald Trump would have absolutely won if COVID hadn't happened. He could have probably even won if COVID hadn't happened to him directly. Senator Bernie Sanders says he's endorsing Biden for re-election. Yeah, I mean, it's over. It's Jover.
Making it more difficult for you to be able to vote.
I want to bet he didn't even get concessions from him to do this. I mean, he's 7 million years old, dude. Everybody calm down. Stop yelling at Bernie Sanders. Like, let the man fucking rest. Let the man fucking rest and you know, live his remaining days out as he tries to, I don't know, as he tries to exist on this planet.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are. The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election. Because I know America. I know we're good and decent people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect and treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot to succeed in this country.
Thank you for choosing us.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights. And this is our moment.
It's kind of wild that, like, you were president for 4 years. Like, when Donald Trump ran, like, he kept saying, we're going to make America great again, because he didn't really have a lot of, like, bona fides to point to. It's weird that this ad doesn't show any of the things that Faustini was chirping about in the chat. Like, the least Biden could have done has been like, we gave money back to the children, Jack. They're not crippled by student loan debts. You know what I mean? Like, just point to, like, tangible policies. Like, largest infrastructure spending package of all time, Jack, and we did it bipartisan. Yeah, the only policy that gets any real airtime, yeah, Ryan is right, is voting rights, and it's also the policy he gave up on the fastest. There's a passing mention of abortion rights, of course, without saying abortion rights or even Roe, but no suggestion of what he'll do about that. Presumably, he'll codify Roe, but that's left to the imagination. Zero on what he'll do when it comes to jobs, wages, inflation, union power, healthcare. He's going to fight the MAGAs, though. When's the last time a president won an election on tangible policy? Well, here's what you got to do. There's the defensive strategy, which is like, MAGA Republicans are crazy, Jack, don't you think? Okay. And then there's the offensive shit where you could turn around and be like, this is what we did. It's got to have a bit of both. And he hasn't talked about any of the shit that he has supposedly done. Anyway, the RNC response to Biden's announcement. I mean, this shit's going to be weak too. America's political institutions are getting weaker and weaker. Let's be fucking real, dude. Congress is bullshit. It's got no fucking power. Whoever wins is supposed to stack the courts now. Like, that's the Republicans have set the game up so that, like, you're supposed to win and then you're supposed to fucking pad the courts. Congress's most significant proposal and the legislative body's most significant power is basically beefing up the judiciary with filling the ranks with like Democratic or woke judges and justices. You wrote about that in Huffington Post in 2016. Did I? Wait. Send me a link to that. I think I might have actually written about that. Why would he do any of these? You said it. It's about the vibes. Why would he do any of these? You wrote about that in the Huffington Post in 2016. Link that to me right now if you can find it. That'd be awesome. Why America is so fat? Yeah, no, not this. All right, a Bernie bro tried to defend what happened. Let's talk about all the things she's undeniably right about. I should note that I'm not a Bernie bro who not only voted against Hillary Clinton in the general election, but also warned my audience and friends against making a bad decision. Obviously, it didn't work, but I was excited to read Hillary's version of So I Wrote a Thing. So this isn't going to be a Hillary shouldn't have written this book rant. That's a stupid talking point, not just because it can be easily dismissed as sexist, but also because of course, the shoo-in candidate who took the biggest, most surprising L in recent political history is going to write a book about it. Are you kidding me? I was extremely curious to find out if any of Hillary Rodham Clinton's takes and what happened would surprise me. Sadly, they were dull and repetitive, a rehashing of everything we had already heard from her loyalists in the aftermath of the devastating loss. Doubly ironic given Hillary Rodham Clinton's claims of this book not being a rehashing of the past, but a prescription for the future. Apparently, for Hillary, the future is built upon more blame sharing and a steadfast clinging on to what's marginally possible. But let's get into it. Let's talk about all the things that she's undeniably right about before I get into where she's terribly wrong and potentially leading the Democrats to fall into the same misguided thinking that plagued her in the Democratic primary. Denying that Hillary was an incredibly qualified candidate even way before she's compared to a dangerously unqualified racist alleged rapist is absurd. Hillary unquestionably brought an impressive resume to the campaign. However, being a prestigious candidate does not erase the business-as-usual politics and the growing resentment towards this concept from voters. Trump's anti-corruption demagoguery was his most successful talking point. He turned his weakness, a lack of experience, into his ultimate strength. Damn, I was fucking spitting, dude. God, I'm so good. Azan is a lib? What do you mean? That's not libbed up at all. Hillary had the bona fides as a Secretary of State. You're ridiculous. Like, she was literally being groomed for this position for many, many years. Not even groomed, but like she basically was setting herself up for this position for many, many years. Don't be silly. She did have the job experience, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that having the job experience in this circumstance was a negative because the other person could present themselves as an outsider. Also, Drain the Swamp is still a far superior campaign slogan to Love Trump's Hate because one speaks to the legitimate problem voters perceive within D.C., while the other is cripplingly obsessive with fighting against the perceived evil monster Trump, even though that's literally what he is. In this way, Trump turned Hillary's extensive governing experience from an asset into an albatross he could hang around her neck. Trump helped drive a discourse in which Hillary's long track record of accomplishments, which necessarily involved a whole lot of compromise or flip-flopping to the layperson, hurt her. A Chris Cillizza-like amoral pundit class that has dedicated their entire lives to understanding the complexities of the political arena will excuse this. I really got to write again, dude. I used to be I think I was a pretty great writer. An electorate frustrated with the way they perceive to be DC corruption will not. We all know what happened. Hillary's lengthy CV certainly did not sway the minds of voters angry at real economic problems, but mistakenly assigned blame to racially charged prescriptions. These were people desperate for change. Many of the privileged bunch who made the ill-advised choice of voting for Trump in spite of the overwhelming evidence that he would be as awful as the person he is proven to be, as well as those who voted for him because of that awfulness. I drink liberal tears would make a fine slogan for the opposition party of very vocal yet still somehow silent underdogs, and it fucking worked. Paired with many empty promises about fixing infrastructure, bringing back jobs, and a bunch of other racist shit. Same with your breakdown videos, brother. I've been saying this exact same thing. Yeah, I mean, this was the script for my breakdown videos. I would write these, and then I would reformat it for Huffington Post. So despite her war hawkish and ideologically inconsistent track record, Hillary is absolutely one of the most important female icons of our generation. Hillary definitely rocks in the way that she could be just as evil as the rest of the calculating, corporate-facing DC assholes with dicks. And I do admire and respect her for this. I'm not even remotely kidding. However, this brings me to my next point. Ew. Okay, I take it back. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 25 gifted subs. Denying that sexism played a part in Hillary's loss is also dumb. Even when analyzed with the least qualitative lens, one can easily see the extra focus both the media and voters placed on Hillary's flaws, as we overlooked or downplayed the flagrantly abusive and oftentimes idiotic rhetoric Trump, a poster boy for white privilege and male privilege, filled the airways with. However inexcusable, sexism is a reality. And if sexism contributed to driving Sanders supporters towards Trump, then back in 2008, racism contributed to driving angry Hillary supporters to vote for John McCain instead of Barack Obama, at much higher margins than Bernie bros voted for Trump, mind you. Do you see where I'm going with this? Yes, Russia and James Comey also contributed to the loss significantly. I won't get too far into the Russia and Comey subject. These factors are mostly true, and we're finding out more about Russia's involvement in election meddling every day. Yes, there was an unequal amount of leaked information against Hillary Clinton that the left and Democratic side exposed. Paired with years of pre-existing Clinton conspiracies, this new information fueled the fire already burning against Clinton. But we mustn't simply gloss over the reality that the majority of the exposed shit were actual things Hillary Clinton said and did. In this instance, getting mad at the leaks is no different than getting upset at Edward Snowden rather than the NSA for unconstitutionally surveilling Americans, or getting mad at Ava DuVernay for including Hillary's super predators quote in her documentary The 13th, instead of questioning Hillary for advancing the racially charged concept to begin with. There you go. It's a deflection of responsibility away from the person solely responsible, which has been an overwhelming theme with Hillary and her supporters. But I must repeat that it is absolutely insane to think anything Hillary said or did was worse than the impeccable consistency in which Donald Trump exposed the non-white, non-male Americans as asshole on national television every single fucking week. Hillary lost for a number of reasons, some of which she admits in her book, some were outright omitted, and others deflected away. It's impossible to please everyone. If anyone knows this, it's prolific means tester Hillary Rodham Clinton. But there are 3 excerpts from Hillary's Pod Save America interview that perfectly summarizes her deflections and provide the foundation for my gripe with her campaign, the repeated failings of the establishment Democrats and their donors in this tell-all but not really all book overall. The Bernie's not a Democrat defense. 50 big ones, by the way. Thank you for the 50 big ones, anonymous donor, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, where I will give you a 3-minute ad break. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. I often ask myself why I spend so much time in here learning about the politics of a country whose only relation I have to is how cheap products are in my country. I realize now it's because you're constantly spitting. You should definitely do more writing. Thank you. Yes, it's a segue, bitch. Oh my God, that's so fucking lame. Listen, I've grown up a little bit since 2016. That was literally 25 years ago. 2016 was 25 years ago. Think about that. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, by the way, you can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Bernie's not a Democrat defense. This is bullshit. The dude unseated a Democrat as an independent back in the same year Reagan was almost assassinated. Everyone should collectively get the fuck over this as we work through this obviously new concept that we are condemned to live within a two-party system. Bernie's not a Democrat, question mark? Is he not a Democrat even though he caucuses with Dems when he mostly toes the party line unless it's a compromise on his ideological integrity? Is it because he voted against the Iraq War? Or is Bernie not a Democrat because how dare he try to provide a more progressive alternative to what our Democratic establishment believed was the most electable in our country? By the way, that Democratic establishment failed in a really public way, in a bigly way. So all this sweeping under the rug is not genuine. It's carefully crafted to maintain their positions of power. It's like when Equifax fucks up big time by not putting in proper security measures for your Social Security, but instead of admitting how they fucked up and facing the consequences, they try to screw consumers over further and deflect. But this time it's our healthcare and the lives of millions of undocumented citizens on the line. B. Bonchik, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. The Bernie's no Democrat rhetoric also creates this weird tribal identity around the Democratic Party, which holds that maintaining the sanctity of said party and its greatest standard bearer, Hillary Clinton, on a higher plane as more important than the party's policies, if advanced by who Hillary and the DNC deemed to be an outsider. What a great big fuck you to the millions of Americans who vote Democrat and have the gall to care about universal health care and free public universities. Bernie's as Democratic as they come. He's just not your Democrat. The I couldn't expand upon Obama's programs because I am a Democrat defense. Double dog bullshit. One, because she's been throwing Obama under the bus fairly regularly on her promotional circuit because he told her not to attack Bernie, which she did anyway, and also because she was mad at Obama for making progress on green energy initiatives that increase resentment against the Democrats among workers dependent on fossil fuel industries. What? So Obama should have subsidized more of the coal industry, and then maybe you could have campaigned more in important swing states like Pennsylvania, I guess. Also, Obama literally has mentioned probably 1 billion times that the ACA is supposed to be a stepping stone towards universal health care, a concept Hillary has described as impossible to enact. The same concept that Mr. Non-Democrat Bernie Sanders has successfully been able to get in front of the Democratic Party, which is now hopping on the burn train. All aboard, baby. Sexist ass health care for everybody. However, denying that Bernie had something to do with Hillary's results is meaningless. It was a strong primary. Hillary faced the challenge she overcame with many millions more votes, but to go back to this primary and keep repeating the same mistakes and alienating millions of passionate Democratic voters by calling them sexist, not denying there were sexist or racist, or similar to the alt-right via the extremely smooth-brained political horseshoe theory, is not only counterproductive, but also boring at this point. It's tired and dull. This is the most important part about it. What could she have changed? I'm looking back at my old writing, and honestly, there are certain things that I think I am way more cynical on. Who wrote this is pretty good. I did, bro. What the fuck? Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, when asked to sum up her faults and how she would have changed how she campaigned, Hillary drops her ultimate gem. Nothing on the policy front, but definitely would be more open-minded to weird, unforeseeable things like Russia hacking our entire election. An entire book summarized with these words. Her profound inability to admit mistakes in order not to repeat them is ultimately going to let this circus machine that keeps pumping out new and even more viciously racist ass clowns on the Republican side, while Dems keep throwing banal, boring Hail Mary candidates like John Ossoff at walls in red districts with hopes that they stick. The irony is back then John Ossoff was way more right-wing back then when he was running in, what was it? It was in, I think, was it South Carolina or Georgia before he went to Senate. And when he ran as a senator, he literally, was it Georgia 6? Yeah. No, when he ran for Senate, he was like significantly more left-wing in his policy prescriptions. He lost the Georgia representative Senate race and then won a Senate seat. Yeah. Except Ossoff won. No, he didn't, you fucking idiot. He lost back then when I was talking about what he was doing. Shut up. This isn't 2016. His campaign in 2016 versus his campaign as in Senate, especially paired up with a much more radical liberal Raphael Warnock, was dramatically different. Okay, calm down. You were literally not alive back then. You were a fetus. Okay, when I wrote this, you were still a baby. This was 25 fucking years ago. So shut your mouth. Maybe you can learn something. Yeah. He got literally destroyed in 2016, eviscerated, ass clapped. Anyway, without candidates who clearly support populist economic programs as well as social justice, we will simply remain the anti-Trump party, and we will lose. At a time when one side is trying to maintain the status quo while the other is destroying that status quo with pure racist vengeance, the takeaway from this book is no different. The same glaringly out-of-touch elitist talking points that shifted the responsibility away from a failed campaign to an electorate that did not vote or voted elsewhere. Politicians need to work for our votes and encourage us to campaign on their behalf, lest the nation continue to turn into a larger, demoralized voter base that doesn't believe their vote counts for something. Wait, I thought you said... I wrote about how the Republican Party's agenda is basically sidestepping away, crippling legislative power while, beefing up the courts, which is something I'm pretty sure I have written about. I just don't remember where I wrote it. At a time when one's trying to maintain the status quo while the other is destroying that status quo, politicians need to work for our votes and encourage us to campaign on their behalf, lest the nation continue to turn into a larger demoralized voter base that doesn't believe their vote counts for something. I'm glad Hillary wrote a book and she's rightfully an icon for girls all over the U.S. But if Democrats want to win, we're going to need to latch on to clearly identifiable progressive policies, no matter how economically unfeasible they may seem. Policies that terrify Republicans who want a future where poor people are melted for biomatter. And I don't know if it will happen if we're so busy blaming Russia and Bernie. I don't think this was the right article. Where's she going? What the dog doing? Nothing. Switching places. Also, remember, I was very clearly aware of my audience when I was writing shit like this. And I knew that this was for a libbed up audience. I used to certainly have on my forward facing side, on my mainstream facing side, I certainly would try to appeal to the sensibilities of liberals who at the time were any kind of criticism against Hillary is akin to sacrilege. How fucking dare you? They had that kind of really aggressive attitude. So I would tailor my messaging around being like, oh yeah, Hillary's an icon, but also she fucking sucks. Here's why. Which I should have kept doing, to be honest. Anyway. Average leftist owner having a dog. That's funny. Get Ettinger on the broadcast? What the fuck is this? Good link, man. Do you feel like the Bernie bro narrative has died out? Only because Bernie's campaign... Oh, what the fuck? No! No, no. Oh, yeah. Bro, she got up from the pee pad and peed on the bed, dog. Who does this? Who? Why? Oh, no. Okay, let's just fucking watch this while I clean everything up. God
You paid
damn
for
it.
your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions women can make, banning books, and telling people who they can love.
Now, as this campaign formally takes shape, the president is facing some challenges, including polling that has shown that the majority of Americans do not believe he should seek a second term, with many saying that some of their concerns relate to the issue of his age. But President Biden and his allies believe that he has a strong record to run on and that ultimately voters will side with him when compared to the Republican alternatives.
Arlette signs for us at the White House. Arlette, as she points out, very interesting. On the campaign video, you see scenes from January 6th, even before you see Joe Biden himself, Sarah.
You can tell where he's going with that. All right. And with Biden's announcement this morning, the 2020 presidential race is entering a new phase. The field beginning to take shape. Let's take stock of who's in and who's out and who still has yet to potentially declare. Here are the candidates we know are running now. On the Republican side, former President Donald Trump, former Governor and Ambassador Nikki Haley, former Governor Asa Hutchinson, conservative radio host Larry Elder, and businessman Vivek Ramaswamy. On the Democratic side, the declareds are obviously the front runner, President Biden. Then there's Robert Kennedy Jr. and Marianne Williamson. Here are the potential candidates we are tracking, all of them Republicans: Mike Pence, Liz Cheney, Chris Christie, and yes, Ron DeSantis still has not declared. There is Kristi Noem, Tim Scott, Chris Sununu, and Glenn Youngkin. So when are they going to end this guessing game one way or the other? Here's Ron DeSantis on that question.
We got a legislative session that we're working on. We got a few more weeks to go with that. We're going to be putting up a lot of wins on the board, and so I'm not going to be making any announcements before that's concluded.
Okay, are you leaning one way or another?
Stay tuned.
All right, so if you pull out your calendar, here's what he's saying. The Florida legislative session ends on May 5th, so he said stay tuned. That might end shortly thereafter. On DeSantis, Mike Pence says he'll decide, quote, well before late June, and in the meantime has been making multiple visits to critical primary states. And Chris Sununu says he will be announcing his decision before the 4th of July. Kate?
Joining us now for more on this is CNN political commentator, former Obama administration official Van Jones. It's good to see you, Van. So we saw that video announcement from President Biden this morning, rolling out officially his re-election campaign. Themes, first word out that you hear from him, freedom. Themes that you see throughout: fighting for abortion rights, threats to democracy through that January 6th imagery, gay rights, voting rights, less check my record, more the fight isn't over. What did you think of it?
Well, you know, one thing about Joe Biden, he has always been underestimated. He was considered a lightweight in the Senate, but you know, he is a winner. And I think it's hard when you've won vice president twice, when you've won the presidency twice, once, to not want to do it again. And so I don't think anybody's surprised that he's running. I think the themes that he's talking about are interesting because this battle about freedom, you hear both sides saying the other side wants to take away your freedom to speech, your freedom for your Second Amendment rights. You know, we're saying that the other side is trying to take away democracy itself. So I do think he's right on target with where a lot of concerns for Americans are. We're concerned about the economy and about our democracy, and I think he's lining up his forces for this fight.
Do you think it's possible when he's been in politics as long as he has, when he's been president then for 4 years, that he can run on something that it's not a referendum, it's the fight yet to be fought?
Look, I think all elections are about tomorrow more than yesterday. I mean, he has done an extraordinary job. I was also very pleased to see how prominent Kamala Harris was in that 30-second bit. Yeah, I mean, there were people who were wanting him to back away from her, wanting him to throw her overboard, et cetera. I think he's sending a very clear message. They are a team. They got there together. They're going to stay together, and they want to win again together. And by doing that, I think he expands the playing field. He can be at the White House doing what he does. She can be out in the community doing what she does. And together they can, I think they're a double threat already, whereas the other people on the Republican side, they've got to do it all by themselves.
We can put it for our viewers, some of the recent polling, though, that shows the challenges that he does face. It's in some way, shape, or form, which is very clear that even Democrats aren't entirely jazzed about him running for re-election again. What do you think his biggest challenges are, though, Van?
Well, I mean, he's old, or you just can't get away from the fact that he's the oldest president we've ever had. People, unfortunately for him, people remember him when he was a young guy.
Slushy Music, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. I have a fucking massive headache. I'm dying a little bit. If you sit on both Kaya's bed and the water bed, you'll get your scent on it and she won't destroy it anymore. Bro. Slushy Music, thank you. I did take Advil just now when I ran outside. Okay. There's nothing I could do. She like literally loves laying in her own piss. This is the worst coverage I've ever seen. You should give up on CNN for real. Yeah, I mean, I've never been. You need to pee on her pad, and as this new father, he will follow your example. Yeah. I know. Not only did she get up from the piss mat to pee on the bed, she wasn't even waiting for a treat. Yeah, I know. I think it needs to be in the same spot. That's what I'm like fucking up. I shouldn't have moved it. That's what you get for having a dog. I know. Put the pee pad further away from you. Put the bed closer. She just wants to be close to you. I know, but like. Anyway, right now she's just playing with her toy, so I'm just going to let her do it. Or just stop using pee pads and teach her that pottying inside isn't permissible. Yeah, thanks, man. Please explain to me how a dog who like literally just recently started seeing more than just light as like a 7-week-old fucking dog should immediately be potty trained to piss outside. Go ahead. Like, I know you're fucking Caesar Milan. You are the ultimate dog trainer. Like, you don't know how old this fucking dog is. You don't know anything. Like, you're just literally saying this dog clearly doesn't associate piss as like a negative thing. She clearly does not have at this stage even an ick towards like laying in her own piss. She's currently laying in her own piss pad. She's on top of her piss pad. Like, what's the number one thing naturally that dogs are not supposed to do? Which is, like, why do you crate train dogs, for example? You crate train them because they're not supposed to piss in their own fucking area where they're sleeping, okay? But they currently have no goddamn bladder control. It's just, it is what it is. It's okay. It's going to get better. It's just going to take time. This is my 3rd fucking day. I know how to take care of a dog, okay? Pressed? I am pressed, little bro, because you just don't fucking know anything. Like, yeah, of course I'm pressed. I'm getting pressed because I'm tired of dumbass motherfuckers who are backseating without any knowledge whatsoever. It's just going to get me to not have her on stream until she's like old. You know what I mean? She's only 7 weeks old. She will get it. It ain't no thing but a chicken wing. I know. She's like, this is her 3rd day. There's also no better indication that someone is quite literally a little bro than using the term little bro. Like, immediately, as soon as someone says little bro online, I'm like, oh, you are a little bro. Like, that's what it is. Anyway.
He's been around for a long time, so people have, they can compare him to who he was 20 years ago, and so, but that said, when he announced 4 years ago, it was a yawn. When he announced 4 years ago, people said, so what? He's too old. He's too out of touch with the progressives. He's too conservative. He's yesterday's man. They said that 4 years ago, and then he destroyed the field, became the nominee, and beat Donald Trump.
I mean, this is like revisionist history. He didn't destroy the field. He basically got Obama to clear the field out for him through backroom deals. Except for, remember, one candidate who never left the race for some reason, Elizabeth fucking Warren. I wonder how that worked out. I wonder why it worked out the way that it did. Just cut us off. It's for the best. Yeah. Half the field quit and endorsed him. He hadn't stepped foot in like half of these Super Tuesday states. Anyway, I'm not going to fucking relitigate it. It's fine.
So I just think, 4 years later, I think we should remember, we didn't think he could pull it off 4 years ago, and look what he's done.
So when you know that he needs to hold independent voters like he did in 2020, just to remind folks what the exit polls from 2020, in order to win election and re-election this time, what then do progressives want to hear from him so they as well are motivated to turn out for Joe Biden once again?
I think the progressives are in a good position because he gave so much to the progressives in the first 2 years when it comes to just, historic legislation, everything from, climate to the CHIPS Act, marriage equality. People forget about that. He did a lot for the progressives in the first 2 years.
This guy was a Maoist. Dude, he did so much for the progressives. Dude, he was so progressive. Joe Brandon. I like the people that wrote Joe Brandon is the FDR of this generation comes Joe Brandon is literally still the FDR of this generation, even if he didn't do any of the things that he promised he was going to do, and was like absolutely eviscerated by his own party every step of the fucking way, and didn't really push for a lot of his agenda or punish any of the people that eviscerated his progressive policy promises. What is this chocolate? Kızım Erdoğan yayında fenalaştı. We'll look at this in a little bit. Let's finish.
Going forward, I think the progressives are going to be answering the call to defend democracy. And I think that's going to be appealing to both progressives and independents. So listen, people always say the same things about Joe Biden. I often say those things, and then I have to eat my words because later on, it turns out he was good for the progressives. I think he will be able to hold on to the moderates going forward because the Republicans are going to be so extreme, and he can probably pull this off. But right now, his numbers are terrible. People are whispering that he's too old. In other words, he's right where he was 4 years ago, being underestimated.
That's why I always love having you on, Van. It's always good to see you. Next time.
Yeah, here's the thing. When the media underestimated him, they were wrong. Now they're literally saying, well, we're underestimated him and we were wrong, so he's actually going to do well. So, which means the negative thing will probably happen once again. It's the same as like the Mad Money. It's the inverse Jim Cramer. The media is always Jim Cramer. Whatever they claim is happening is the opposite. So. Apparently, Recep Tayyip Erdogan got unwell, and they had to shut the fucking broadcast off. I'm posting a longer version in case it gets deleted. The live TV broadcast link has been removed from Erdogan's Twitter account. Country TV shut down live broadcasting from the internet in this state. Sounds like vomiting come from the back. The voices may be coming from Erdogan.
Kazandığımız takdirde onlardan tekrar bakan görür müyüz? Bir de seçimden sonra kabinede yeni isimler olacak mı diye sormak istiyorum.
What the
İkinci
fuck?
soruda
He's like spitting?
sorusuna ilave olsun diye söylüyorum. Biliyorsunuz evet paketler açıkladınız ama bu paketler içerisinde somut taahhütler konusunda bize ipuçları verir misiniz? Evet. Kısa bir...
What the fuck? And then he comes back. He comes back on the
bizim konteyner.
This is what he looked like when he came back after some time. He said that he had a busy schedule, that he had a cold from his stomach. He looks pretty tired. The broadcast also ends earlier than expected.
Bizim konteyner kentler. Tabii hepsinden öte daha sonra da özellikle şu anda kalıcı konutlar olmak üzere bunu 3 başlıkta düzenleyebiliriz. Şu anda çadır kentler.
He just looks fucking dead. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, he is speaking very slow. Everybody always says he's hiding a diagnosis.
Evet. Kısa bir...
He literally goes, Eva Heva, under his breath. A journalist says, Eva Heva, under his breath, which means, oh shit, oh shit. Before they shut off the camera. This is something that happens quite frequently. There is a lot of speculation that Erdogan is like sick. This just further. There is this national suspicion that Recep Tayyip Erdogan secretly has like cancer and he's like terminally ill and he's dying. But honestly, I'll believe it when I see it. Okay? I hear these suspicions every fucking day, man. Every goddamn day of the fucking week. Okay? No shot. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. Anyway, yeah, Brandon, finish the job.
We, the people, will not decide.
So if you're with me, go to joebiden.com and sign up. Let's finish this job. I know we can. Because this is the United States of America. There's nothing, simply nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
It's the meta to have like decrepit old men who are basically fucking dying. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the meta. You gotta have, what is this? This is Tucker Carlson's last address before leaving Fox News at Heritage 50. Did you see? What? Yeah, I did see this. He's out of his fucking mind, dude. Like, it's so incredibly stupid and disingenuous. Glenn Greenwald is smarter than this, okay? He's not like a fucking dupe. He's just like a permanent contrarian. And what he's doing here is just, you know, buttering his bread, all right? I'm sorry. There is no fucking other excuse. There can be no valid claim that like a man who has not only objected to Fidel Castro, but like on such racist, weird pro-apartheid terms. Like, it's wild to me that guy actually objected to the regime change efforts in Cuba. Like, no, he fucking didn't. Shut up. And he never criticized Trump admin's militarism. He just, I fucking hate this so much. I talked about it extensively yesterday, okay? I'm done. I'm done with this. I can't have this conversation more. I can't have this conversation again. Fox Corp chair Rupert Murdoch reportedly removed Tucker Carlson from air over religious remarks the host made during a Friday night speech. That stuff freaks Rupert out. He doesn't like all that spiritual talk, source tells Gabrielle Sherman. Tucker Carlson's prayer talk. Yeah, all of this is like palace intrigue, and it's always ridiculous to see, especially because the truth is usually somewhere in the middle, where it's like a reasonable thing. Oh, also, by the way, XQC and Buddha were at the Lakers game courtside, which is pretty funny. That's like random. Motherfucker was going goblin mode in like, $50,000 seats. What is this? And then X said we play video games for a living. I don't know. XC asked him what he did because he literally knows everyone here, and he said he was an actor. The guy next to us is some famous actor. Can't figure out who. Who was the actor? Bro thinks he's L. Oh, no, for sure. He does. El Goblino. Wait, it was Harrison Ford's, no, Jack Nicholson's son. By the way, he got
Adam Sandler. I pissed right next to Adam Sandler, dude.
I'll not to do Buddha not to one up Buddha because what he did was fucking sick. But I bawled with Adam Sandler before. I have a funny story about that. I've talked about this before.
Like I went to the bathroom, walked up to the stall, started pissing. Guy walks up to me, obviously, I kind of like glance over, not at his dick, but like at the dude, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Adam Sandler. You see Adam Sandler?
How I never heard of the Adam Sandler story. I talked about it a while ago. I brought it up before. Adam Sandler loves balling. He's a big time basketball aficionado, and he will go to public courts pretty regularly. I'm not going to dox which ones he went to, but there was a time and place when I used to play at these certain public courts. I don't anymore. Actually, as a matter of fact, Mark Wahlberg and his kids would be there regularly as well to play baseball. He would go watch them, unrelated to one another. But anyway, that's just like a very LA story. Adam Sandler loves playing fucking pickup basketball in public courts, which is fine. So do I. That's like a very LA thing. He wears the same fucking, massive ass shorts when he's like actually playing basketball, which is pretty funny. And we were all balling, and obviously the etiquette is that you just don't act like this is like a major celebrity that's like in front of you, one of the wealthiest motherfuckers out there in Hollywood, you know what I mean? So that's fine. But, every single person was like, oh, hey, what's up, man? Big fan, whatever. But then there was a kid there who was, I think, at the time, like 14. And this was many years ago. I think, I guess it's like almost 6 years ago. And while everyone was like saying hi to one another, this kid clearly did not know who Adam Sandler was. Okay? And I experienced one of the most awkward things I've ever experienced in my entire fucking life. Where this like 14, 15-year-old was like, hey, what's up, man? And, I'm whatever. I don't even remember the kid's name. But he was like, I'm so-and-so. I'm Chris, right? What's your name? He said to Adam Sandler, this fucking Zoomer. And everyone kind of like stopped for a moment when he said that to Adam fucking Sandler. And then Adam Sandler literally did the worst thing you could do in that circumstance, where he was like, where he had put his hand out already. Instead of going, "Oh, I'm Adam. Nice to meet you," which is what you're always supposed to do, he went, "Come on, kid. You know who I am." And to make matters even fucking worse, the kid wasn't trying to big time Adam Sandler. He just literally didn't know who the fuck this guy was. He's like, "Come on, don't do that." That's what he did, which is a moment that I will never forget. Adam Sandler ruining the fucking vibes, dog. Adam Sandler absolutely eviscerating the vibes of the court. Yeah, he's kind of like that. I know a couple people working who met him, like a bartender, other service people, and him being a little dick. Like, the part of this story that's like awesome is that like he's just playing basketball with like random people. Okay. Is he a good baller? I don't really remember. It's been so long. I think he was all right, though. He was decent. Like, Simi was definitely much better. Simi Liu is absolutely better than Adam Sandler. Yeah. Did the kid know who you were? No, I wasn't famous back then. Like, at all. I was just like, anyway. I mean, I'm not even fucking famous now, but I certainly wasn't back then. You ball with Simi Liu? Yes. I've also DM'd him to fucking play Valo too, but he like kind of ducked me on that, so I haven't pushed. He plays Valorant. Tell the Simi Liu Gymshark story. It doesn't matter, okay? Wasn't fake, by the way, just for posterity. Was a good improv friend of mine whose day job was bartending. Since I live in LA, stuff like this happens often. Yeah. Yes, I play with like a group of people, and there's a lot of famous. I don't really do that anymore. Like, I haven't been invited back in a while, but I play with a group of people, and in like an indoor court situation, and it's like, you know, great games. A lot of people that really love basketball, mostly put together by another friend. What's his face? He played for Baylor. I've talked about him before. He was a walk-on to Baylor. He's so fucking good. No, not Rivers. No. Austin Mills. Yes. Yeah, I mean, he's my friend, but like there's a lot of people, like he's not like a super close friend of mine. Anyway, so he sets these he puts these games together, and I know him through Jimmy Tatro. And yeah, we played basketball in one of these games, and this dude was like decked out. You ever not recognize a famous person? I'm telling you the story of me not knowing who this person was. Like, I just assumed that this dude that was like decked out in Gymshark was like an influencer, you know what I mean? Because he was like very good looking. And he was like decked out in fucking Gymshark apparel. So I basically was like, "Oh, do you have like a sponsorship with Gymshark or whatever?" And my friend was like, "Dude, why the fuck would you say that? Like, that's, you know, the dude who..." They made an article about it. Oh, yeah, they were fucking dot esports. Do we know him? Hasan and Simi Liu unknowingly played basketball together. Yeah, popular Twitch streamer and political commentator HasanAbi documented his running with Shang-Chi lead director. I balled with a dude from Shang-Chi last night. Didn't know who he was. It was talking about Gymshark. So I was like, "Do you work with Gymshark?" And then everyone made fun of me. Yeah, People, this is a normal question to ask someone, even if they're an actor. He was very good, by the way. He shot 100% of the games we played. And then he said, bro, deadass, I turned to my friend right after the run, was like, have I seen Hasan somewhere before? Like, do we know him? And he looked at me and was like, I was a total fucking idiot. So great balling with you. Haha, no shot. I don't watch Marvel. I wouldn't have known the guy either. I mean, now I know. Yeah, so Azan yelling no shot when defending someone. Oh yeah, I would. That was my major defensive maneuver. Anyway. Isn't Simu canceled though? Is he? I don't fucking know. Anyway, the point is, this is an experience that happened, and I don't think I was in the wrong for asking Simu if he fucking has a deal with Gymshark. If he was like talking about Gymshark and he was like decked out the wazoo about Gymshark, and I didn't even like say it in a way where like I was just like I said it like he was. I said it in a way where he was like, what do you call it? Like where I was like, oh, you're like obviously a famous person. I just didn't know how famous. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Explain how you ended up playing with Blake Griffin. This was many years ago where we played ping pong with Blake Griffin. That did happen. Wait, hold on. Yeah. That's Will. It's from July 20th, 2014. Yeah. Will looking like he's some hedge fund manager's kid. No, we did not fucking ball up with Blake Griffin. He would destroy me anyway. But yeah, that was 2014. Dude, back then, we were not famous. Back then, we didn't have shit. We didn't have any money. And we would just like sneak into all these fucking places. It was a lot of fun. You know? What's the most famous celeb you've ever met? I don't fucking know. Slow news day we're reliving when HasanAbi pick up games from 25 years ago. People just ask me, so I'm just telling you what it is. But we definitely knew who the fuck Blake Griffin was, by the way. And it was super cool that we got to hang out with him. You know what I mean? Like, that was not like a I don't know who this guy is moment at all. We definitely knew who he was. She didn't wake up. She just plops from place to place. Yeah, that's when it was good. Exactly. Okay, let's move on from this. Anyway, that was all the celebrity sightings that we've done. Where is it? Okay. CARLSON and Lemon's departures from Fox and CNN marked seismic shift in cable news. Let's get back to it. They're stealing 538 Oh my God, Nate Silver is gone. Nate Silver out at ABC News, and Disney layoffs once again hit news division. ABC News is expected to retain the 538 brand with plans to streamline the data-driven site. Oh my God. What will they do without the charismatic Nate Bronze? Yeah, Nate Plastic out at fucking 538. I mean, he made his money. I don't give a shit. All right, let's get to it. Carlson and Lemon's departures from Fox and CNN marked seismic shift in
We
cable
are going to
news.
turn now to those sudden and surprise announcements in the world of cable news. Tucker Carlson, one of the most prominent right-wing voices in the country, he is out at Fox News despite the largest audience of any host at that network. And then a few clicks away over at CNN, longtime anchor Don Lemon abruptly fired after 17 years, most recently as co-host of their new morning show. Jerika Duncan is here. She's been following all of it for us. Jerika, good morning.
Good morning to you. What a day. Lemon said he was stunned by the decision to let him go, saying that his agent told him he was terminated Monday morning without management speaking to him. Well, CNN disputes this, saying a meeting was offered. But there's even more shock, rather, over the termination of...
Phantom talking about all the W community bans and mentions you.
I think most bans on Twitch ain't because people want to get banned. I think shit just happens and they get banned. Feel me? Other niggas, they bug out. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I don't think anybody goes with the intention of being banned. Feel me? Now, there is a lot of questionable shit. I kind of feel like Hasan, because Hasan be chatting. There's a lot of questionable shit on that I see myself on Twitch that I'll be like, funny. But not funny, haha. Funny.
He's just saying like he feels like me because he's chatting about this stuff because that's what I do.
Weird. I mean, and people don't get banned for certain shit on Twitch. But it seems like other people do shit on Twitch and they get banned. So a little fun, like, for example, today. I could be wrong though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not hating on an art. If that's an art, I'm not hating on it. My man's, you know Chino. Y'all know Chino. Chino got banned on Twitch. And he's serving his ban right now. He got banned.
He's serving his ban right
in
now.
on him. And his brother had a towel on though. Feel me? Chest out and shit. But I'm assuming like you could. I don't think that's. I see people stream with no t-shirt. Like he walked on him with a towel. But I'm watching a shorty painting her titties on live. So it's like, you get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like, okay, that's funny. You know what I'm saying? Not funny, haha, but funny, weird. Then you got like it's just, I don't know, bro. Shit, I don't know. I feel like there's people that's on the platform that should be banned permanent already off the strength of what they done did before. And there's other motherfuckers that's not. You get what I'm saying? It's like, it's weird. Like, I don't know. But I don't be saying shit because it's like the way I personally feel, I'm a pessimist when it comes to certain things. And this is one of the things that I feel like I'm pessimistic at. I don't think I'm about to change the fucking world. I don't think I'm about to change Twitch. I don't think I'm about to change anything. So I just do me, stay in my little lane. You feel me? I vibe out. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I just don't believe that anything is going to change, bro. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat wish racism would change. We wish that shit was done with. But let's keep it a buck. None of us is gonna change that shit.
Phantom's a good dude. I agree. Yeah, Twitch is very inconsistent with his bans, unfortunately. All right, speaking of inconsistent bans, let's talk about not Twitch, but instead mainstream media and how inconsistent mainstream media can be sometimes with its bans. I'm, of course, talking about Don Lemon. CNN has fired Don Lemon unceremoniously after 17 years of being on the fucking platform, being one of the major phases of the platform. Kind of wild. Kind of a wild situation. I was talking to someone at the gym earlier today, primary demographic for CNN, and I kind of get why they did it. Like the whole like women in their fucking prime shit actually, I think, triggered a lot of people, understandably so. It is not very surprising. It is surprising that he got clapped after 17 years in the way that he did. And there's got to be more information there that we are not privy to, because like that's crazy, man. That's crazy that like he gave 17 years of his fucking life to this institution, and then he had like a clear shitty fucking take about women it not being in their prime or whatever, which is, you know, not something you can get away with saying. Let's be real, especially if you're on CNN. Like it's like if Tucker Carlson went on his broadcast and was like, old racist people who are hallucinating and own weapons are the worst people in America. Okay? Like white racist old people, I fucking hate them. You know what I mean? It's like saying that on Fox News. You can't do that. That's your primary demographic. Right? Just like you can't do that on CNN. You can't turn around and say, you know, women are past their prime after their 20s, 30s, okay, maybe 40s. And then when talking to a woman who is a panelist alongside him, who's a co-host, Poppy Harlow, who is literally in her fucking 40s, where she goes, excuse me, what the fuck do you mean by that statement? Which was such an understandable response. He goes, just Google it. Don't shoot the messenger. Isn't her name Poppy Harlow? Was that PewDiePie? Did I fuck that up? Or is that like a PewDiePie reference? No, her name is Poppy Harlow, yeah.
Tucker Carlson, who at one point commanded one of the largest audiences in cable news history.
And we'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, have the best weekend.
But Tucker Carlson was not back on Monday night.
Fox News and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. I wish Tucker the best.
In a brief statement, Fox News said Friday was Carlson's last show. And
yeah, okay, let's talk about Don Lemon more, because this is a 14-minute article. Back in 2008, Don Lemon was co-anchoring CNN's Live From weekday show with Keira Phillips, a gig that he landed after he arrived at the network 2 years prior from local news in Chicago. For months, tensions between the pair kept mounting. On more than one occasion, Live From producer and newsroom supervisor had to pull Lemon off the air during a commercial break because the anchor's provocative antics, not unlike his recent declaration that the 51-year-old Nikki Haley isn't a viable presidential candidate because she isn't in her prime. It's such a weird fucking take. It's weird because it's like something you would hear from the Top G, right? Like, it's like a thing that Andrew Tate would say. It's even weird for, like, even Fox News to say on their broadcast, because it's like objectively targeting the news watching audience when you say that. Like, it's also not true, obviously. Like, Nikki Haley sucks. She's awful. She's a non-entity. She is a non-factor. However, as far as like we're looking at like the prime age of all of these politicians, she is definitely way better age-wise than like 700 million-year-old fucking Joe Brandon and Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Although she is an irrelevant nobody on the boundaries of age, she actually is better off than all those other fuckers. Like, that's true. MPS813, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. So for him to turn around and say she isn't in her prime and then double down and go, Google it, it was so weird. Sources say Lemon disrespected colleague Nancy Grace on the air and Soledad O'Brien during an editorial meeting attended by roughly 30 staffers. But his antipathy towards Phillips was particularly concerning and had many members of the close-knit Atlanta news team on edge. Oh my God, they're leaking like a faucet, dude. It seems to me like they are leaking like a fucking faucet. Most charitable interpretation of his misogynistic behavior as a viable, openly gay black man, he feels like he needed to overcompensate by behaving manly, aka doing a misogyny. That if so, he's so gay that he literally hates women. No, I think he was being fucking catty. Like, I think he was being sassy. He definitely probably has like misogynistic tendencies. And he thought that he could like get away with it because he's like, you know, wait, he's gay? People don't know Don Lemon is gay? What the fuck? Oh my God. Guys, Anderson Cooper is also gay, for the record. But yeah, I think that he was definitely doing that a little bit. While Phillips was on assignment in Iraq, a high-profile gig that Lémon coveted, he vented his disappointment at being passed over by tearing up pictures and notes on top of and inside of Phillips's desk and in the news pod they shared. According to two sources who worked there at the time. When she returned from Iraq, things only got weirder. One night while dining with members of the news team, she received the first 2 threatening text messages from an unknown number on her flip phone that warned, "Now you've crossed the line and you're going to pay for it." Phillips was visibly rattled and quickly enlisted CNN's higher-ups to identify the sender. Remarkably, the texts were traced back to Lémon. According to those sources, a human resources investigation was launched, and while the findings were never disclosed to the growing pool of staffers who were aware of the situation, Lémon was abruptly pulled from his co-anchor duties with Phillips and moved to the weekends. Yikes. It was a demotion by any objective measure and understood to be some kind of disciplinary action. It appears to be the last time he was paired with a female anchor until his most recent assignments on CNN's This Morning with Don Lemon, Poppy Harlow, and Caitlin Collins. Dude, this is why I love leaks. I mean, he's a bit of a psycho, isn't he? I mean, by the way, which is not even remotely shocking to me, a lot of these guys are fucking sociopaths in news media, okay? Let's be real. I've seen it firsthand when I went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner one time. Well, I didn't actually go to the dinner, but like the TYT events that were surrounding the weekend, which I think was like this past weekend, and not a lot of fanfare around that. But anyway, last time I went was many, many years ago, and I fucking hated it. I literally saw exactly how gross these fucking demons are. I already hate DC with a passion. I'm sorry to all the wonderful people that live there, but like I fucking hate all the government dickheads that live there and are just awful. But I especially hate political media. Oh, anyway. But yeah, these guys are, they are the high level sociopaths. Okay. Phillips, who joined ABC as a Washington-based correspondent in 2018, declined comment. A spokesperson for CNN said, Don says the alleged incident never occurred, that he was never notified of any investigation. CNN cannot corroborate the alleged events from 15 years ago. In the wake of Lemon's February 16 Haley comment. Okay, well, what the fuck? This is like not great journalistic integrity here. What the hell? So what does that mean? Does that mean that it could have been totally made up? I don't understand. There's no evidence here then. What the hell? Okay. It's like the intersection of corporate ladder climbing environment along with a certain amount of fame. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's an HR case. CNN wouldn't be allowed to comment. Like, could be sued. Anyway, in the wake of Lemon's February 16 Haley comments derided as unacceptable and sexist by everyone from CNN chair Chris Lick to Haley herself, even referenced by Oscar winner Michelle Yeoh during her Best Actress acceptance speech, his fate at CNN hung in the balance, with many colleagues privately calling for his ouster. Despite the outcry, he landed back on his feet after riding the bench for 2 days, posting a Twitter mea culpa in which he insisted he's committed to doing better and ignoring the matter altogether. Variety spoke with more than a dozen former and current colleagues who painted a picture of a journalist who flouted rules and cozied up to power, all while displaying open hostility to many female coworkers each and every time. He appeared to charm his way out of facing any meaningful consequences. Those who worked with him say he was a shameless name dropper and left behind hints that he socialized with important people, like a handwritten note from Stedman Graham that he had taped on his computer. Some were unnerved by his talk of his previous lawsuits, believing it signaled that he was litigious. He frequently let drop that he successfully sued Tower Records as well as Chicago PD for racial profiling and didn't need to worry about money thanks to those settlements. Variety can only find record of the former. What a weird thing. What the fuck? Variety can only find record of the former, which was settled in 2001 and appears to be sealed. Through a CNN spokesperson, Lémon says he never sued the Chicago PD. All the while, he began openly dating a fresh-out-of-college staffer despite a major age difference and power imbalance. Lémon was 41, while the staffer was 22. The ambitious anchor, who was gay, was not out of the closet at the time, but wasn't hiding it either. The pair would drive to work together in Lemon's car and began a long-term open relationship. Dating a junior employee was frowned upon at the time. Dude, this is like kind of scathing. And it's taking the tone of a media article that is like wants Don Lemon. Like I'm no big city lawyer. I'm no fan of Don Lemon in general, but this is wild. This article is like this is a fucking major hit piece, okay? There's a lot of immediately, like the media literacy part of my brain gets alerted to some of the weirdness in the article itself. For example, no information, no further information. Don't even like mention who their sources are. They don't even say that like on background they got some information. They just straight up report that like Don Lemon did this to a coworker and then go, no one can speak on it, including the victim herself. And then on top of that, this is like pretty wild where like he's gay, but he's not out of the closet at the time. Anyway, as fast as you can make a rule, Don would bend it, says one senior executive at the time. More troubling was his misogynistic behavior, multiple sources say. Lemon called one of his producers fat to her face. Oh my God, he's so... Bro. That is... Okay, it's a bit of column A, bit column B, where he's like very self-important, but also seemingly incredibly sassy, okay? Not long before he was identified as sending threatening texts to Phillips, he mocked Grace on air by mimicking her, shocking fellow colleagues. Grace declined to comment, but a person close to her tells Variety that she thinks he's an ass and that he was always rude, dismissive, and really unfamiliar with the news content being discussed. That was just the beginning when you knew that Don was kind of volatile and didn't say good things about women as a witness of the Grace incident. If Lémon felt threatened by Grace, the biggest star at CNN/Headline News at the time, she wasn't the only one. He was upset that O'Brien landed the gig of hosting CNN's high-profile Black in America docuseries, which launched in 2008 during an editorial call attended by roughly 30 staffers. He suggested O'Brien isn't black, according to witnesses who found the characterization wildly offensive. Don always wanted to be front and center on anything high-profile, especially anything involving race, says a colleague. O'Brien, who wasn't present, tells Variety... Wait, is he black? I don't know who this guy is. Or she. Wait, who are we talking about? Did I not read that part? Who took the fucking... Oh, Soledad O'Brien. Oh. Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't know. Is she? I actually don't know. I thought she was like, I thought she was Latina. Yeah, Cuba. She's Cuban. She could be black. Like, maybe. I don't know. The article addresses it. Afro-Cuban. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Where were we? Lémon felt threatened by Grace, the biggest star of CNN Headline News. Uh-oh. Oh, she's just switching places. She's looking for another cool spot. Good shit. I was a little worried that she was like going to start wilding out. Did we discuss his burner phone stalking, hate calling, and texting insanity from a decade ago? Yes, this article did do that, which, you know, and then conveniently claimed we don't know if that is the case or not, which is a wild thing. But I mean, it seems like he's fucking crazy. So, if Lémon felt threatened by Grace, the biggest star of CNN Headline, she wasn't the only one. He was upset that O'Brien landed the gig. O'Brien, who wasn't present, tells Variety, Don has long had a habit of saying idiotic and inaccurate things, so it sounds pretty on brand for him. CNN spokesperson said Dawn Soledad and others have had correctly referred to her as Afro-Cuban heritage, as it is a unique part of her personal story, but Dawn denies making any related remark in a derogatory way. When he wasn't shocking his cohorts, he was announcing them with diva-like behavior, says one, like skipping editorial calls, showing up late to the newsroom, or just generally exhibiting disengaged behavior. In 2009, CNN was allowed to send one journalist into the Staples Center to cover the Michael Jackson Memorial. Lémon was the choice, while Anderson Cooper and O'Brien anchored outside. Sources remember Lémon complaining on social media that Cooper got more airtime. That led to a come-to-Jesus moment, says another senior executive from the era. Don was told, look, you've got to address your behavior. Your performance as a reporter is great. It's your behavior that's got to improve. It's what's going to derail you if you're not careful. Instead of reining in Lémon, his superiors let things slide, perhaps because he had fostered a close relationship with then Turner Broadcasting System Chairman CEO Phil Kent, sitting in the Turner box alongside Kent at sporting events. I was a brown noser too. After Kent hired Jeff Zucker to run the network in 2013, Lémon only became more of a provocateur. About 6 months after Zucker arrived, Lémon gave his on-air take on 5 ways the black community could fix its problems, including suggesting pull up your pants. He went to... Yeah, this is, by the way, this is the type of shit that sucks, okay? And obviously the personal misogyny and like weird shit that he was doing behind the scenes to his coworkers, especially coworkers of the female variety. But like, he went on to add, walking around with your ass and your underwear showing is not okay. In fact, it comes from prison, where they take away belts from the prisoners so they can't make a weapon. And then it evolved into which a role a prisoner would have during male-on-male prison sex. The whole, what? The one with the really low pants is a submissive one. You get my point. Goldie Taylor, a former CNN consultant who appeared frequently as a guest on Lemon's weekend show, says she was blacklisted as the network for critiquing Lemon's controversial comments. I'm personally banned from the network because, ironically enough, I dared disagree with a black man publicly about black life. I don't throw rocks and hide my hand. That network is at CNN, and the anchor is at Don Lemon, she tweeted 2016.
Because black people, if you really want to fix the problem, here's just 5 things that you should think about doing. Here's number 5. And if this doesn't apply to you, if you're not doing this, then it doesn't apply to you. I'm not talking about you. Here's number 5. Pull up your pants. Some people, a lot of them black, gave me flack for saying that recently on the Wendy Williams show. If you're sagging, it means, I think it's your self-esteem is sagging and who you are as a person. It's sagging. Young people need to be taught respect, and there are rules. Sagging pants, whether it's Justin Bieber or no-name Derek around the way, walking around with your ass and your underwear showing is not okay. In fact, it comes from prison when they take away belts from the prisoner so that they can't make a weapon. And then it evolved into which role a prisoner would have during male-on-male prison sex. The one with the really low pants is a submissive one.
Wow, Bill Maher's really popping on this one, dude. Wait, oh, that's not Bill Maher. Shit. That's Don Lemon. That's crazy. That's a wild thing to say. Holy fuck. Uh-oh, she's starting to get bored, and I just woke her up a little bit. Uh-oh. Terrifying. Not gonna let me eat this fucking... She is not gonna let me eat this food, bro. I can already sense it. As soon as the room has like a little bit of food scent in it, I know her ass is not letting me eat this shit. Uh-oh, look at her looking up and smelling. No. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, please. Please go back to sleep on the piss pad where you apparently enjoy spending all your time. Okay, there it is. Thank God. Thank God. She's going to let me sleep. She's going to let me eat, I think, without freaking out. The full vid got 3.8
Black
million
people,
views.
if you really
Don Lemon and I don't always agree, but he is spot on, huh? I wonder why this got 3.8 million views on TikTok.
want to
From Joseph D. Roberts.
fix the problem, here's just 5 things that you should think about doing. Here's number 5. Pull up your pants. Number 4 now is the N-word. Now number 3, respect where you live. Start small by not dropping trash, littering in your own communities last year. Number 2, finish school. You want to break the cycle of poverty? Stop telling.
Yo, this is like unhinged. Like, this is beyond Obama era racism. You know what I mean? Like, Obama era racism was like, oh, BLM, African American, Black Lives Matter protesters are thugs. You know, that kind of shit. This is like unhinged, bro. This is literally Fox News coverage. Like, this is not out of pocket at Fox News. You know what I mean?
Telling kids are acting white because they go to school or they speak proper English. A high school dropout makes on average $19,000 a year. A high school graduate makes $28,000 a year. A college graduate makes $51,000 a year. Over the course of a career, a college grad will make nearly $1 million more than a high school graduate. That's a lot of money. Number 1, and probably the most important, just because you can have a baby, it doesn't mean you should, especially without planning for one or getting married first. More than 72% of children in the African American community are born out of wedlock. That means absent fathers. And the studies show that lack of a male role model is an express train right to prison. And the cycle continues. So please, black folks, as I said, if this doesn't apply to you, I'm not talking to you. Pay attention to and think about what has been presented in recent history as acceptable behavior. Pay close attention to the hip-hop and rap culture that many of you embrace, a culture that glorifies everything I just mentioned, thug and reprehensible behavior, a culture that is making a lot.
Yo, that's crazy. Dude, 2013, dude. CNN, look at the Chiron. It says, no talking points. Black people, clean up your act. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck?
A lot of people rich, just not you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's not like the white supremacist criminal justice system. It's not being systematically held back. It's not like, you know, the dire conditions that black people are subjected to. It's not the historic ramifications of like not only 400 years of colonialism, slavery, chattel slavery, and then also a continuation of that in the Jim Crow South, but also systemic segregation happening in the Jim Crow North as well. It's the pants sagging. It's like, yeah, black people don't leave school. It's like, why? What do you mean? Are you crazy? Like, do you think that this has something to do with poverty, or do you think black people are just like leaving school on their own volition for no fucking reason? That's awesome. Liberal racism. And yes, black people can be racist, for the record. He's not even old enough there to be an old head, for the record. Before people fucking jump down my throat and be like, well, Hasan, you've clearly never been around old black people. This is a lot of the stuff that old black people say. Yeah, he's not old there. He's not old enough to be a fucking old head there. Like, We're not talking about like some fucking 70-year-old grandpa, okay? So shut the fuck up. Can you really not? Okay, stop, Striker. I'm not reading your fucking debate. Anyway. Taylor remains steadfast in her criticism of Lemon. I'm surprised when Don gets in trouble, she tells Variety. It makes me happy. It makes me neither happy nor sad to see him undermine his own success. There was a time when it appeared that black people were most often the subject of his ire. Now it seems to me that when he says something offensive, there's almost a woman on the other side. What is this, Perlman King? What the fuck is this?
I just busted nut in a Toyota. Damn.
I'm giving you a time off for that. Take an hour off. Okay. The fuck is that? I just busted a nut in a Toyota? That's insane. Take some fucking time off. And the rest of you are going to get 3 minutes off unless you are subscribed, because at the top of the hour and sometimes 15 minutes into the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute eye break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite streamer. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Use a 3-minute ad break now. I just busted a nut in a Toyota is a wild fucking bar. I'm into it. How young do you think Don is? You realize he's almost 60, right? Most definitely an old head. Bro, that's literally from 10 years ago. Okay? He's like 57. Or how old is he? Wait, when was that aired? Let's see. 2013. About 6 months after Zucker. Okay, so he said this in 2013. How old is he right now? He's 57 years old. That was 10 years ago. 47. You think a 47-year-old person is an old head, dude? What are you, fucking crazy? Are you insane? The people I'm talking about that have these kinds of fucking reactionary takes of the black community are literally like, 75-year-old granddads, bro. What the fuck do you mean? Not a 47-year-old media person. If you think 47-year-olds are who I'm talking about, 47-year-olds are not chirping like fucking Larry Elder on television. As a liberal, for the record. Anyway. Where was I? Not to be demanding, will you react to the Manosphere content? Sure, I can do that. Is the average black conservative take, to be honest, it's just very 2000s coded? Yeah, I know. Anyway, that's still a wild take from back then. I saw a new Don emerging and didn't like the new Don. He says he likes celebrity, he likes fame, he likes power. He became increasingly polarizing, particularly when it comes to discussing women, which sometimes came off as tone deaf. In 2014, he drew widespread condemnation when he told a Bill Cosby rape accuser that she could have stopped an attack by biting the comedian's penis. What the fuck? He victim blamed a Bill Cosby rape victim? Over the years, Lemon relied on his charm to win over the adversaries, particularly men. Even the opposing counsel in the Tower Records lawsuit speaks glowingly of the anchor. I thought he was a quality person and a pleasure to be in his company. Likewise, Zucker never wavered with his support for Lemon. In 2016, he landed in primetime lineup with his own show, Don Lemon Tonight. That same year, Donald Trump called Lemon dumb as a rock, which only contributed to the anchor's rising star. Yeah, 2016. If Donald Trump shit on you, you were going to be the liberal belle of the ball, okay? But some colleagues questioned his journalistic ethics in 2021. Disgraced actor Jussie Smollett testified in court that he first learned that Chicago police doubted his story about being a victim of MAGA-inspired attack after he received text message warning from Lémon. Oh my God. That's wild, bro. He was a Jussie Smollett collaborator? That's crazy, says Washington State University Journal. Dude, the worst thing Jussie Smollett did was hand a W to the Chicago Police Department, which is literally one of the most racist police departments in the fucking nation, okay? Like, straight up black site torture, okay? Torture and death. Like, wanton corruption. And this motherfucker gave them a W, dude. He literally gave them a public, very open, straight up, like, embarrassing W. More raised the LA and NYPD? Yes. The Chicago Police Department is literally, I mean, it's not a competition, but I do think that it's probably the most, I would say it's one of the most racist departments, if not, historically, I mean, they are the most racist, for sure. Yeah, I mean, they fucking executed. Was Fred Hampton executed by CPD, or was it also in collaboration with the FBI, I think? CPD was involved in the raid that ended up executing Fred Hampton in his bed while he was sleeping. Just straight up fucking awful. Yeah, let's not forget that the CPD had underground torture chambers for black people. No, that's what I'm saying. They had they literally had black site torture chambers, dude. I mean, we're talking CIA shit that they were doing to their own citizens. So, you know, American police is pretty bad, but Chicago police is really, really fucked up. Anyway, ethically speaking, we can distinguish between conflicts of interest that should be avoided, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. As one time, he should have been benched in that instance, no question. CNN looked into the matter and found Lémon behaved appropriately. CNN reviewed the incident in question at the time and found the interaction was an act of journalism as Don was attempting to prompt a response from Mr. Smollett and book him for a show. Oh, okay. Literal demons, dude. They were like, yeah, no. He was just trying to get him on the show. That's why he was doing this. Regardless, Zucker stood by Lémon despite firing anchor Chris Cuomo for advising his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, as the latter faced sexual harassment allegations. In arbitration filings, Chris Cuomo's attorneys argued that his transgressions were similar to Lémon's. After Zucker was ousted in 2022, many believed that Lémon would be on the chopping block, but he survived the regime change at the parent company Warner Media following its merger with Discovery that same year. Still, higher-ups were suddenly paying attention to his behavior amid his woeful ratings. In September, he relied on a sexist trope on air to try and explain why a fellow panel's S.E. Cup was stumbling over a statistic about Republicans. Is it fair to say this because I'm not a mommy, but is it mommy brain? He asked Cup. Oh my God. An awkward silence ensued before Cup answered, no, Don, I just forgot what I was going to say, she said. Bro, he's a demon, dude. He's kind of funny. Dude, he's like vicious to women so aggressively. In also the gayest ways possible. Okay? It's kind of funny, like how, yeah, he's sassy as fuck, dude. You know, it's like, you know what it is? It's this very patronizing or patronizing. Is that the way to say it? SE Cup's a demon too. Yeah, I know. These are all media people. They're all demons. Like, the way he's doing it is so passive aggressive. Like, is it mommy brain? Like, fuck you, man. And then the Haley comments came. Says attorney Devin McRae, who specializes in entertainment contract litigation, these provisions that CNN anchors have in their contracts that define what cause of termination is pretty abstract. That allows CNN to subjectively apply it. Ultimately, it does seem to come down to how is Lemon's behavior making CNN look. Yeah, I mean, here's what happened. His ratings were not that good. They moved him around. He was already like too much of a sassy bitch. And he's pretty much the reason. Oh my God, this is okay. Simply Sarah, I forgot about this. This is something that, again, the lady I work out with also brought up, who fucking hated Don Lemon for the Nikki Haley comments, and she's absolutely the CNN like watching liberal demographic, right? She brought this up. She said that he got fucking plastered and was saying some unhinged shit in a New Year's Eve broadcast.
That his former slot would be filled by rotating Fox News personalities until a new host is named. According to the Wall Street Journal, CARLSON was informed only 10 minutes before the announcement. The 53-year-old has not yet commented, and the reasons for his dismissal have not been released. Just last week, Fox agreed to pay $787 million to settle a defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Systems for misleading coverage of its voting machines during the 2020 election.
We need to find out exactly what happened in this election.
Court documents show CARLSON was one of several hosts who said one thing on the air and another off, privately calling the voter fraud claims absurd. The firing also comes roughly a month after his former head of booking, Abby Grossberg, filed a lawsuit claiming men on CARLSON's team repeatedly made sexist and anti...
Okay, for the record, this is dumb as fuck. If you think that this is the reason why they let him go, you're out of your mind, okay? As I said this yesterday over and over again, oh my God, I am the assembly manager at the Racism Factory, and guys, I have something to tell you. They are very racist at the Racism Factory. That's crazy. Didn't know that I was signing up to be the assembly manager at the Racism Factory, and they're doing racism over there, okay? It's like your job is to literally book white nationalists for the Tucker Carlson broadcast. So that's number one. Number two, this kind of lawsuit immediately, like the Fox News, holy shit, they would go into arbitration, or they would just fucking do a hush money, shut the fuck up money plea deal so fast their head would spin. This happened to Bill O'Reilly, who Tucker Carlson ironically took the spot of, only because it piled up to a certain degree where Bill O'Reilly was actually hurting the fucking brand. How's Hasan not fat yet? Every time I pull up, he's eating. Brother, I eat at the same time every day, and I'm eating a salad. That's the reason why I'm not fat. I don't know if you know this, but like human beings always eat every day. Maybe you don't, but I do. Anyway, like Bill O'Reilly was like a serial sexual harasser. And ultimately, I think it still came down to asking too much money. I think Tucker Carlson was going to ask for too much money, and then they were just using this as like the public-facing reason why they fucking clapped him. But there's got to be some other reasons. Oh my God, look at her floppy ass ear, bro. Oh my fucking God, her little fucking paws moving around as she's dreaming, and that floppy, floopy ass ear. I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh my God, we don't deserve dogs. We really don't deserve dogs. Okay. He's dreaming. Let's continue.
Comments, although Fox has disputed the claims.
How would amnesty for that many people affect our, quote, democracy?
On air, CARLSON's comments and framing of the country found a loyal and large audience and gave him influence in the post-Trump conservative movement that many politicians would envy. David Folkenflik, who covers media for NPR, says Carlson's sky-high ratings gave him outsized clout in today's right-wing politics.
Donors watch Fox to see what candidates are getting airtime and how they perform and how receptive or hostile the questioning is from Fox hosts. It ends up ultimately influencing the workings of the Republican Party.
We do begin, though, with news about this show.
Meanwhile, CNN also cut ties with one of its own marquee names Monday. It was Don Lemon's sharp criticisms of the Trump administration during Lemon's primetime show that earned him his popularity.
The president should be ashamed of himself.
Though his firing comes after a tumultuous couple of months, starting with his comments earlier this year about presidential candidate Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
I think the commonality of these two stories is you're seeing the networks say that they are more important than any.
I love that. 17 years of being a fucking demon, and he goes out because he shit on Nikki fucking Haley, who is such a non-entity, so fucking irrelevant that Donald Trump literally laughed about it when they were like, "Oh, what do you think about Nikki Haley running?" She was like, "I'm really happy. I'm glad. I'm good for her." Like Don Lemon lost to Nikki fucking Haley, dog. You couldn't shut your fucking misogynistic ass up for like 3.5 seconds. How did he think that was okay? It's so funny. I mean, he thinks it's okay because he is like, you know, he's probably said it a lot, said similar things off camera. It wasn't even a hot mic. It was live. His two female co-hosts could not believe the words that were coming out of his fucking mouth. I watched this so many times at this point, I can't watch it again. But like, it was hilarious. Anyway, this is more about Tucker. I want to talk more about Tucker.
Any one host or any one figure at the network, that they have an ability as well as a responsibility to assert themselves.
And another commonality, it appears that both Lemon and Carlson are reportedly hired the same attorney to handle their exits. Meanwhile, at NBC, CNBC anchor Hadley Gamble accused NBC Universal chief executive Jeff Shell of sexual harassment and discrimination. Shell was let go Sunday after he admitted an inappropriate relationship with a woman who worked at the company. So a lot to unpack. I have a feeling that we're going to learn more and more about the other sides of whether it's Lemon or Carlson said.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, reportedly hired this attorney in Hollywood, Brian Friedman, who's known to have represented people like Megyn Kelly, Tiffany Cross over at MSNBC, Gabrielle Union. So we'll see what happens.
I wonder if that means that they're both planning to pursue legal action, which I think will be very interesting.
They could be.
It was a head-spinning day all the way.
It definitely was. Remember when SpaceX had that rocket explode and they called it a rapid unscheduled disassembly?
Oh, wow.
Those words come to mind
It's
in watching
pretty
the
fitting.
news here at Cable.
Yeah, and Don released a pretty lengthy statement online yesterday, which means he's not taking this lightly.
Which CNN then responded to.
Of course.
It's starting to get a little messy.
All right, let's see. Fox News and Tucker Carlson part
We've been reporting on the blockbuster changes in cable news, and blockbuster is a word here, affecting two of the most high-profile personalities on TV. In a surprise move, Fox News parted ways with Tucker Carlson yesterday. He was the network's most popular primetime host and one of the most influential conservative media voices on the air. Shortly after that, longtime CNN host, that's Don Lemon, says he was fired by the cable news network. Lemon says that he was stunned when his agent broke the news to him. We're joined now by...
Let me tell you something. This is what makes Don Lemon's firing way more understandable. That's why the Tucker Carlson firing is way bigger. You get it? Because Tucker Carlson was fucking dropping fat loads of ratings on Fox News. Okay? That's what the difference is. It's like wild that he was like, I get why they would fire Don Lemon. Maybe not in an unceremonious way like they did after 17 years of being on the network. But Tucker Carlson is like, yeah, Tucker Carlson is the LeBron James of propaganda. Like, he straight up is the GOAT at white supremacist agitprop. I make no mistake. Like, he is so awful but he is so successful at like being racist. Think about it. How many anchors use his like tone of voice and his intonation and the way he his inflections? Think about how many people do that in the media now. What's going on? A lot of times, blah blah blah blah blah blah blah. Like that shit literally was so OP that other people, including Chris Hayes, kind of like picked it up. He's stupid as fuck, but somehow he's popular. He's not stupid at all. What are you talking about? He is a disgusting piece of shit monster. I've never said Tucker Carlson is stupid. I think Elon Musk is not very intelligent, nowhere near as intelligent as he claims he is. I've never said Tucker Carlson is stupid. He says awful things deliberately. He's an awful man. I would never undermine him. I would never actually foolishly claim he's stupid. He's a very smart guy. That's the reason why he's the most effective white nationalist propagandist in the country. He says stupid shit in a very smart way, in a very deliberate way.
By Ben Smith, he's editor-in-chief of Semaphore. He's also author of the upcoming book, I love this title, Traffic, Genius, Rivalry, and Delusion in the Billion-Dollar Race to Go Viral. Can't wait to read that, Ben Smith. But for now, let's talk about the big changes in the landscape. We'll start with Tucker first, because they said that Fox says that they had mutually agreed to part ways. That clearly does not seem to be the case. On Friday, he was chomping on pizza saying, I'll see you Monday. And then the removal is effective immediately. Also never a good sign.
No goodbye.
No goodbye. So what exactly happened here? I don't think that anybody has been given a reason about why he was let go.
Yeah, I mean, this was a mutual agreement that seems to have played out over about.
Tucker Carlson might not be good at debates. He might not have the subject matter down pat. It doesn't matter. He is the most effective white nationalist propagandist in the nation. It is 100% true. He is not a stupid person. Okay? You're crazy. Dude, he is literally the most successful news broadcaster in the fucking country. He was the guy who was poisoning the minds of so many of your fucking parents and grandparents. He is evil. Calling him dumb takes away from that. You're making it seem like he's like stumbled into that position.
About 15 minutes.
Yes.
I mean, it was a rapid mutual agreement. And there's been reporting, that he had been disrespectful to his bosses in emails, that he'd said offensive things about women in emails that have emerged in court. All this stuff was known for a long time. And I think, I was just texting with somebody senior at News Corp. People there don't know what the final straw that maybe last Friday caused the Murdoch family to push him out was.
And they said that it came from the top, that Rupert Murdoch said he's got to go.
I think the company is saying that the official leadership, Lachlan Murdoch and Suzanne Scott, made the decision, but I don't think a lot happens there that Rupert Murdoch doesn't approve. And he's made a series of quite dramatic decisions recently. He called off his engagement a few weeks ago, and he and Fox was set to merge with News Corp, and they called that off recently too.
So what happens to the vacuum on Fox News? Also, were you surprised because Tucker was so powerful and said so many things that he's left to go unchecked for many, many years? What happens now?
I think Tucker was, even in the context of Fox, he was pretty unusual. He was leading sort of a conservative, a right-wing populist movement from inside Fox, where he's out there interviewing, Viktor Orban, the Hungarian prime minister. This wasn't standard issue Republican politics. And I think it likely goes back to something more like, loyal Republican talking heads who are, holding to the party line, who are attacking Joe Biden, but who aren't heading out into the fringe that way.
So where does Tucker possibly go from here? And
Tucker Carlson was ideologically a white nationalist. And I think they find him to be like too into white nationalism. ultimately, Republicans care about one thing. Being servile little fucking dogs to their corporate overlords. Democrats care about this too, but Republicans openly serve them, right? White nationalism is just a tool to divide the nation while you allow those corporate overlords to control everything, okay? Republicans are white nationalists second, like Republican politicians in the infrastructure of the party are white nationalists second, corporatist dickheads first, okay? Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, only hated capitalism because capitalism allowed for diversity. So he believed a little too much in some of the things that he was saying. Okay? I think that was part of the problem. Ben Shapiro talked about it for 53 minutes? Are you fucking joking? That's insane, dog. It is stupid to believe these things as a working class person, not for a capitalist to say them. That's actually a really interesting take. You are correct. It is stupid for these things to believe these things as a working class person. It is very smart for a capitalist to say those things, though. Anyway. But ultimately, I do think that, Tucker Carlson's like assessment on capitalism, or his like anti-capitalist sentiment, can be correctly defined by the idiotic take that he had about automation and truck drivers. If you remember, I covered that extensively at the time. I don't want to fucking talk about it again. But you can basically understand exactly where he's coming from and how stupid it is. Let's watch the rest of this, and then I'll cover Ben Shapiro, and then I'll give you more details on what Tucker's producer or booker has said so far.
Do political candidates follow him for interviews?
I think political candidates are actually going to be pretty relieved. A lot of Republicans lived in fear of what Tucker Carlson was going to say about them, and also watched his show incredibly carefully for what bill they could introduce the next day to please him. I mean, he was really an entity into his own right, and I think where he goes, there's nowhere like Fox for him. There is, you suggest there are startups. There's the Daily Wire, a conservative startup you could imagine. But I'm not sure anybody can afford a reported $20 million contract.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal's reporting. He was the golden goose there.
Yeah. Why was he allowed to operate that way, Ben, for so long? Because
Come on, man. Come on, Gail. You're literally a fucking media demon, too. How do you not know this? What that guy just said is not a fucking secret. It is very openly the main purpose for why Fox News was created. Are you crazy? Literally go back in fucking time and listen to Roger Ailes. He openly states his desires for what he wants to craft as Fox News.
His numbers were so good, it brought in money. Why?
It's the Murdoch world is pretty unusual. They give people a lot of leeway until they fire them. It's not a tightly run ship, and Fox in particular had become a place where the talent, the hosts, just exercised enormous power, and the central leadership, who reported up to a family office, had a lot lot of trouble telling him what to do.
Let's turn to Don Lemon, who said he was blindsided.
Stunned.
Yeah, he said
stunned. He's the only one who was stunned.
Right. What do you make of that situation and how he described it in his statement?
Yeah, I think he was. I think probably shocked.
This is journalistic malpractice. If you're a guy who makes a living talking about the media and you're doing media analysis and you don't bring up the fact that, like, Tucker Carlson's awesome power is not unique. Bill O'Reilly did the exact same thing. Like, this is the express designed purpose for the Fox News media apparatus to work hand in hand, side by side, if not control the Republican Party, to better communicate business interests to the Republican Party. I don't know what to tell you. They literally fucking designed it. Roger Ailes very openly talked about this. Roger Ailes was a Republican Party operative. He said, we need a media arm to basically fucking control the Republican Party a little bit better. How do you not mention that when talking about this? I mean, here. Plan for putting the GOP on TV news. Republican media strategist Roger Ailes launched Fox News Channel in 1996 ostensibly as a fair and balanced counterpoint to what he regarded as the liberal establishment media. But according to a remarkable document buried within the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, the intellectual forerunner for Fox News was a nakedly partisan 1970 plot by Ailes and other Nixon aides to circumvent the prejudices of network news and deliver pro-administration stories to heartland television viewers. The memo, called simply enough, A Plan for Putting the GOP on TV News, is included in a 318-page cache of documents detailing Ailes' work for both Nixon and George H.W. Bush administrations that we obtained from the Nixon and Bush presidential libraries. You think that's not important to mention? I feel like that's important to mention. I feel like this is pretty important to mention.
Alrighty, folks, the biggest media.
Anyway. Goofy ass. Look at this. He's still fucking so tired, which is crazy to me. She's such a tired little pupper. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm getting the side eye right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Boredom is about to set in. Oh, boredom is setting in. Nope. Okay, let's
media
watch
news
this
of the last decade.
while I
Tucker
deal with
Carlson
this.
has been fired from Fox News. What lay behind this? So a few different theories. Theory number one is that Tucker was basically ousted as a consequence of the Dominion lawsuit. This is the theory of the Washington Post. The Washington Post says Carlson's private messages were among hundreds of internal communications made public in the course of the Dominion lawsuit that caused angst and embarrassment for Fox and heightened the company's legal jeopardy. Fox ultimately agreed to pay Dominion $800 million or so. Among other comments, Carlson expressed skepticism of the election fraud claims made on air by attorneys affiliated with President Trump and declared that he passionately hates the former president whose rise to power had been cheered by Fox in order to avoid people like Tucker having to testify or Judge Jeanine having to testify or a wide variety of other Fox News hosts having to testify. Fox News instead decided to, and this would be Rupert Murdoch, decided to sign an $800 million check to Dominion. But according to the Washington Post, it wasn't those comments that were so bothersome. It was Carlson's comments about Fox management, as revealed in the Dominion case, that played a role in his departure from Fox, according to a person familiar with the company's thinking. Quote, "Do the executives understand how much credibility and trust we've lost with our audience?" Carlson wrote to a colleague in a message a day after Fox, like the other media outlets, called the election for Joe Biden. This is a sentiment echoed by others at Fox in the fall of 2020, as even network officials who disbelieved Trump's election fraud conspiracy theories fretted that countering them strongly would alienate their conservative viewers. So in other words, a lot of the Fox News executives were looking at the fact that Tucker really didn't believe a lot of the things that were being alleged by Sidney Powell and Trump's legal team, but also was deeply worried about how that was going to play with the Fox News audience and all that had now come out. In another message, Carlson referred to management with an expletive, quote, "Those efforts are destroying our credibility." He later wrote, "A combination of incompetent liberals and top leadership with too much pride to back down is what is happening." Carlson did not have a farewell show, obviously. So this is theory number one, is that this was the natural after effect of the Dominion lawsuit, that basically everybody who is involved in any sort of credibility giving to the election fraud narrative is now going to be on the line. And to back that theory, you have the fact that Fox News also parted ways with Dan Bongino just last week. Dan Bongino, of course, had been very vocal in his support not only for President Trump, but also had wanted to do an interview a couple of years ago in which Trump actually aired his grievances about the election. The Fox News brass cut the interview, and Dan actually went on the air, and he said, you shouldn't cut the interview with the former president of the United States. He's the former president of the United States. It was just a few days ago that Fox News parted ways with Bongino.
I don't know how Dan Bongino got clapped, but I thought it was literally because of contract negotiations and he wanted more money. But again, I find it very odd I don't think it's the Dominion lawsuit per se. I think it's more so what Discovery showed in the Dominion lawsuit, private communications and correspondences between Tucker Carlson and other prominent network hosts that made it seem like Tucker Carlson had a mouth on him and routinely hated them. You know what I mean? Hogs are malding. I love that. Uh-oh. Can't escape this time, you know what I'm saying? Unless she like literally fucking pulls the entire thing behind me, like the rafters behind me, which would be wild.
So it's hard
Still
not
gotta
to
pee.
see.
I've been holding my pee in. Hey, enough, baby. Stop it. Stop it. No. I love that she thinks she makes her own rules. You know what I mean? I gotta pee. I'll fucking be back in a
Carlson's
second.
ouster in the context
Hopefully she doesn't
of,
do anything
Dan
crazy.
Bongino also being ousted as of last week. Now, that's not the only possible theory. Theory number 2 is that there are ancillary issues that we actually are only now becoming aware of. According to the Los Angeles Times, and this would have been Steve Battaglio reporting as a staff writer over there, people familiar with the situation who are not authorized to comment publicly said the decision to fire Carlson came straight from the top from Rupert Murdoch directly. Carlson's exit is related, according to them, to the discrimination lawsuit filed by Abby Grossberg. There's another lawsuit that has been on the books. She's a producer fired by the network last month, according to certain people. Carlson's senior executive producer, Justin Wells, has also been terminated, according to people familiar with the matter. So what exactly was in that particular lawsuit? A bunch of allegations were in that particular lawsuit. None of them particularly pretty. According to Yahoo News, just about a month ago, that discrimination lawsuit included allegations that constant bullying and gaslighting caused the producer so much stress and anxiety, her stomach ulcers flared up and she was in excruciating pain, and that she'd been discriminated against based on gender, religion, and disability. Discovery may have uncovered other ugly messages, perhaps. Maybe this is what Fox News was worried about. The network said in a statement, Fox News Media engaged an independent outside counsel to immediately investigate the concerns raised by Ms. Grossberg, which were made following a critical performance review. Grossberg's complaint contains allegations that Fox's lawyers pressured her to provide misleading testimony in the Dominion voting claim. Fox News says her allegations in connection with the Dominion case are baseless. We will vigorously defend Fox against all of her legal claims, which have no merit. So again, the allegation here is that a former Tucker producer was alleging anti-Semitism and sexism, and maybe this had some legal ramifications. So that is theory number 2, is that it was sort of ancillary issues, that producer's lawsuit. Another possibility was that the network was very upset with the possibility of additional legal liability created, they think, by Tucker Carlson. For example, Ray Epps, who you'll recall from Tucker's show, he was a Texas man who, the day before the actual storming of the Capitol building, urged people to enter the Capitol building. There are a lot of people on the right who've suggested...
She's crying and trying to run away because I left her alone with Ben Shapiro. Give her some lap time while she's small. I do. I'm just not going to do it right now because she's crying. I'll do it in a little bit. I know she's crying. I can hear her as I was peeing. And she's just bored, chat. That's what it is. She's just fucking bored. And she woke up. She's done with her sleepy time. So now it's like... I'm fucking bored. I'm gonna cause a commotion here. I'm gonna try to get out. I don't know where she's gonna go if she can get out of that situation. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know where she thinks she's gonna go. You have to have a conversation with her so she understands her behavior is unreasonable. Hopefully she will understand the error of her ways. Yeah, I mean, this happened yesterday too, around this time. I ate, and then she woke up. And she was like, oh, fuck this shit. I am literally locked in here. Fuck you. Free my people. But it'll be okay for now. I'm gonna finish this food and then I'll take care of her. Hopefully she'll stop crying a little bit as well. I'm gonna debate her into stopping the crying.
That he was some sort of FBI plant. And Epps was interviewed Sunday on 60 Minutes. He suggested that Tucker had targeted him. Maybe Fox News didn't want to be hit with another lawsuit. That's quite possible after having suffered an $800 million settlement, which is actually the largest media settlement in American history so far as we are aware. Again, that is a possibility as well. There's also talk about the possibility that the network was upset about Tucker's coverage of January 6th. Tucker had done a special not all that long ago. We covered some of Tucker's allegations in the special. For example, the fact that the so-called buffalo horned man, whatever his name was, QAnon shaman, that he was walking around the building shadowed by a bunch of cops. And that looked kind of different than the idea that he was kind of running around the building threatening people physically and all of this. And Tucker had sort of downplayed the nature of January 6th. Maybe the brass didn't like that very much. But what this all comes down to is it looks as though Fox News is quote unquote cleaning house. And that can be, for bad. There are a lot of people who not only love Tucker, but also think that Tucker says things that other people won't, which is true. Tucker does say things that other people won't. You can see a fundamental divide has emerged, obviously, inside the Fox Corporation, and that was pretty clear from what members of the Fox News brass were saying during election 2020. There's a pretty clear divide.
Ben is such a pussy because, like he doesn't believe half the shit Tucker Carlson says either about, like, January 6th and whatnot. But he has to, like, make it seem as though, maybe the Fox News brass thought that it was ludicrous. We covered it before. It's like, fuck you, dude. You're such a fucking dickhead.
Between some of the top brass, that'd be Rupert Murdoch, maybe Lachlan Murdoch, Paul Ryan, Viet Din, some of the other people who are sort of at the top of the Fox brass, and some of the other people who are again near the top, more sympathetic to the perspectives of the hosts who, for example, did not want Arizona called in favor of Joe Biden. That had been Suzanne Scott and Jay Wallace, for example. We'll get to that momentarily. First, in the past year, Israel has faced over 5,000 terror attacks. There was one just yesterday in Jerusalem. 28 Israelis have lost their lives. Hundreds of others.
What? Israel Children's Fund? What the fuck? Only to then move on to some fucking pillow ad? Bro, this is a worse segue than my top of the hour ad breaks, okay? You can never give me anything lower than a fucking 9 out of 10 after seeing how absolutely unhinged that one was. Also, what a weird thing to raise money for. He's raising money for the Israeli children? Like not for the Palestinians, of course. He would never do that. But he's raising funds for the Israeli children hurt by rocket attacks. What's wrong with that? It's just odd that there is such a 501 NGO that focuses on that. I'm willing to bet it's not a fund for actual rocket attacks against Israeli children, and instead probably some settler fund or, Ben is just farming his evangelical voter base. Let's be real. The Israeli children have to witness Palestinian children be brutalized. Think of the Israeli children's poor eyes. Wait, let's take a look. I want to see more about this fucking fund that he's... A brighter future for the children of Israel. It all began when David Rubin, former mayor of Shiloh, Israel, was attacked by Islamic terrorists. His car showered with bullets. And it was a miracle that he was able to make it to the close community up the road. David's 3-year-old son was in the car with him. Wait, where was he when this happened? Our mission is to heal the trauma of children who are victims of terror, resulting in a brighter future for the children of Heartland Israel. Huh. Oh, so it is actually a fucking settler terrorist fund. Okay, got it. Nice, dude. Sick. Yeah. Finally, we're helping the true victims of Israeli settler terrorism, which are the Israeli settler terrorists. Do you understand now why I have a little bit of disdain for this sort of thing, this particular thing, chatter, who was asking, what's wrong with that? Anyway. New New Navy SEAL hog drama. Unhinged attacks on the Navy SEAL community. Oh my God, there's so much dumb shit. All right, let's continue.
Okay, so if you look back at viewers, the text of Rupert Murdoch at the time with Tucker on Monday morning, of the various members of sort of the Fox News brass, they had very different opinions on sort of what was happening in 2020. And a lot of what seems like happened with Tucker on Monday morning seems like there was it was fallout from 2020 just late and as a result of the Dominion judgment. So, for example, if you look at the text of Rupert Murdoch at the time, he texted Suzanne Scott, who is the CEO of Fox News, January 21st, 2021, saying, still getting mud thrown to us. Maybe Sean and Laura went too far. All very well for Sean to tell you who's in despair about Trump, but what did he tell his viewers? So Murdoch apparently was not happy with the behavior of some of the hosts with regard to the division between what they were saying to the viewers and what they were saying sort of behind the scenes. Lachlan Murdoch, who is the Fox Corps CEO, and Rupert...
Like, Mr. fucking intellectual honesty and integrity here. If he was ever, like, even had an ounce of fucking seriousness, a bone in his body that was, like, legit, he would not be covering this particular subject matter in the way that he is. It's insane to me that he, like, very clearly was, like, lying to the public about his true personal opinion. And Ben has, like, not even fucking addressed it. You want to know why? Because that's what being a conservative commentator is. That's a good conservative commentator. That is precisely the reason why Ben can't shit on him, possibly because he wants a contract for him down the line. Anyone who doesn't recognize how impressive it is that I am able to perfectly track where Kaya is going nonstop while giving you perfect political commentary on issues in real time, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Yeah. Let's keep going.
He said, news guys have to be careful how they cover this rally. The narrative should be this is a huge celebration of the president. That was a message that he sent to Suzanne Scott November 14th, 2020 about coverage of a Trump rally in which two Fox journalists had contradicted election fraud claims. Paul Ryan also suggested that the 2020 election coverage was an inflection point for the company and a chance for people to tell the truth about what they actually thought about the election fraud claims. Meanwhile, Suzanne Scott took the position that there were reporters who had not gone along with some of the election fraud claims and that she was skeptical that this would not harm them with the audience. Quote, I can't keep defending these reporters who don't understand our viewers and how to handle stories. The audience feels like we crapped on them. We've damaged their trust and believe in us. We can fix this, but we can't smirk at our viewers any longer. So, again, there's all this sort of back and forth inside the network, and you can see the various points of view that were taking shape. And Tucker was at the center of that because at the same time that he said, quote, we are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. This is January 4th, 2021. I truly can't wait. At the same time, he was obviously giving a lot of airtime to members of Trump's campaign, including people like Sidney Powell. Now, again, it was a very confused time. Fox didn't take a particularly strong line as to what it wished to see said and what it didn't wish to see said. Bottom line is that it's unclear right now whether this is simply a matter of Tucker Carlson or whether Fox News is attempting to draw some new lines about how they covered the issues. Whatever the case may be, and again, I think all of these points of view are arguable. Whatever the case may be, Tucker was a major asset to Fox News. It's not going to be so easy to fill that time slot. That is a very difficult time slot to fill. Again, he was the number one host in prime time for Fox News. Now, there are people who are immediately chortling over the impact of this. The New York Times has been chortling over the impact of this, suggesting that Fox News is in serious trouble or that Tucker's in serious trouble. The truth is both will go on to success in their various areas of endeavor. This is not the first rodeo for Fox News. Fox News fired Bill O'Reilly back when he had about 3.7 million viewers a night. Tucker has about 2.9 million viewers a night. Bill O'Reilly went on to make a lot of money in other endeavors, and Fox News went on to, continue to be wildly...
No, we didn't. Bill O'Reilly is not even a thing now. He's gone. Why did they fire Bill O'Reilly, Ben? You got a take on that one? I would love to hear what Bill O'Reilly did.
Successful. Fox News has parted ways in the past with some friends of mine, people like Glenn Beck, people like Megyn Kelly. Again, those are all business decisions, and Fox News went on to continue to have wide-ranging viewership. But you can see a lot of people, of course, very angry and very upset about Tucker Carlson being ousted from Fox News, and that is a direct response to the fact that Tucker, again, is an incredibly compelling performer. He is somebody who has a unique point of view on politics, and I don't agree with Tucker a lot. There are times I've talked about on the show where I strenuously disagree with Tucker. If you want to see some other times where I strenuously disagree with Tucker, all you have to do is watch the Sunday special episode I did with him where we disagreed on everything from foreign policy to government interventionism in the American economy. He, for example, thinks the government should intervene strongly in the American economy, give subsidies, prevent technological developments in order to preserve certain types of jobs. I don't think that. But whatever Tucker is, he is certainly a compelling presence. And he does, when it comes to social issues particularly, have an extraordinary amount of moral clarity. And it'll be interesting to see how Fox News tries to, they try to fill that gap. So when I say that the left is celebrating Tucker Carlson being fired from Fox News, I mean literally celebrating by doing the wave. So the intellectual luminaries over at The View led the charge here. Again, combined IQ lower than the pen I currently hold.
Oh my God, I fucking forgot to run the top of the hour ad break after saying I was going to run it. God damn it, Ben Shapiro and the... Whoa, where are you going? Bro, she's literally like fucking shit up. She's like, I'm so bored. You are no content. You are not entertaining me. I'm a puppy. Please entertain me right now or I will start wrecking shit in here, okay? Like, where are you going? What are you doing in there? Oh, she's trying to escape through that. No. Oh, God. Oh, God, she's so fucking smart. Jesus Christ. Where are you going to go? There's a fucking door right there. The door's closed. Where are you going to go? The door's closed. Huh. No. Hey, come here. He's bored. Raise your child. Set up an iPad with XCC on it. She'll love it. Yeah. No,
in my hand.
Get bored
if it were possible
of
to
my
have negative
chest
IQ
as
points,
well.
The View would somehow achieve that signal feed. Here's what it looked like on The View when they found out that Tucker had been let go.
Word has just come down that Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. They thank him for his service to the network and hosted a prior contributor. Wave.
Now they're doing the wave. They're literally doing the wave right now. That's the first time some of these people have stood up in at least 11 years. So that is very exciting. So yeah, great stuff there from those people. By the way, they're very excited about a network they never watch. They're really, really excited about it. Like, if somebody got fired on MSNBC, a network I never watch, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, that's amazing. I'd be like,
okay, first of all, the reason why people are excited about Tucker Carlson is getting fired from Fox News is because he's like a uniquely fucking damaging propagandist. That's it. That's the reason why. And also, I do watch Tucker Carlson a lot, so I can't speak on The View, but I do watch Tucker Carlson a lot, and he pisses me off a lot. So I'm very excited at the prospect of like not having to fucking watch Tucker Carlson and lose my goddamn mind.
I never watch that network. I don't care. Just shows how much the left is like bewildered and confused and upset by the presence of an alternative point of view like Fox News in the first place, and certainly Tucker. CNN, of course, was very excited about all of this. CNN, Oliver Darcy, he says that the reason that Tucker was fired is because he was leading them in an extremist direction, which of course was always going to be CNN's line on this.
This raises a lot of questions about whether the network potentially is trying to at least rein in some of the more extreme people on the channel. I mean, of course, Tucker Carlson, the most extreme probably on that channel. I should also note, John, why this is so important. I mean, Tucker Carlson, outside Donald Trump, really was the person commanding the GOP, really directing it. You saw Republican lawmakers, prominent Republican lawmakers, often grovel at his feet.
Ted Cruz.
Yeah. Ted Cruz, for instance, groveled at his feet, and others because they were afraid of him going on his primetime show and lashing out at them. So this is not only huge news in the world of media, but also in the world of politics. Where
Didn't both Ben and Tucker celebrate the Twitter employees getting fired? Yes, they did. They're disingenuous fucking dipshits. And also, I celebrate when people I hate get fired all the time, especially if they have a damaging, long-lasting impact on American psyche. Tucker Carlson is a perfect person to celebrate when he gets fired because his impact is softened, ultimately. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit.
He was really pushing the GOP in that extremist direction.
And Tucker is not going to go away here. Despite CNN really reveling in all of this, Tucker's not going to go away. I mean, there were media.
Where's he going to go? He's going to go to fucking... he's going to go to, like, what? Daily Wire, potentially? That's it. Like, is he going to go to Newsmax or OAN? The fuck is Newsmax and OAN? Like, you know what I mean?
Media rumors that Tucker might run for president. Now, I think that is a very sketchy rumor, given the fact that again, Tucker Carlson tends to be a private person. He's somebody who really enjoys his private life, and he doesn't want to see that up on a screen. I'm not sure that he wants to go head-to-head with Donald Trump, a man who has no limits when it comes to attacking his political opponents. But it is galling to watch the members of the left-wing media who've been wildly dishonest for years about Trump, about Tucker, about pretty much everybody, now kind of reveling in it. The New York Times reran.
Yeah, he's going to start streaming on Twitch, which is the only aspect. You know what's funny about this? Tucker Carlson going on Twitch is the one job that's worse than being president as far as your own personal privacy. Okay? Becoming a Twitch streamer means opposition research is happening inside of your own community. Okay? Inside of your own audience that supposedly loves you. So that's not going to fucking happen for someone who is a traditional legacy media celebrity who's used to getting like fucking $60 million deals, sitting around doing nothing and having his fucking producers write the most racist shit for him. Okay? A lot of you don't understand that like your dance monkeys, myself, your news monkey, okay, and other content creators on this fucking platform do a job that other celebrities would never do in a fucking million years. That's why we're not celebrities. Because it's the unlimited, unfettered access that we give to all watchers, no matter how much they fucking hate us or how much they love us, and then turn into haters over the course of a long enough timeline because you misconstrued something that I said or did and misunderstood it. XU was courtside sounds like a celeb to me. No, you just like, we are rewarded, okay? Especially if we do like, crazy fucking ad deals with casinos and whatnot. We are rewarded financially, dramatically, but it's still fucking, dude. Courtside equals celeb is the most brain dead take, Lamau. I mean, that's an XQC fan. Like, XQC himself wouldn't fucking agree with that.
Piece today titled "The Times Did an Investigation into How Tucker Carlson Stoked White Fear to Conquer Cable." This is
like the only reason why people know me outside of Twitch is because people know me outside of Twitch. It's not because I'm a Twitch streamer. You understand? You get that, right? I hope you understand that. The only reason why motherfuckers know who I am is because I was outside of Twitch. I was at the Young Turks. I did all this shit. I got prominence in mainstream circles by, getting fucking, unfortunately, negative coverage. Kai is definitely a celebrity. Yes, for sure. Kai is one of the few that is like actually a celebrity. But again, not because he's popping on Twitch, okay, but because TikTok and numerous other platforms.
Of course, is their routine. Is that anybody they don't like is a white supremacist. That is the way all of this works. I'll repeat it again. Tucker's an immensely talented guy. He's going to go on to have immense success in whatever he chooses to do next. This is not the end of Fox News. It's not remotely the end of Fox News because, again, Fox News still is the prime time destination for the vast majority of America's really motivated conservatives. Is it going to harm Fox News? Certainly with Tucker's viewers, it will. But, again, the kind of rule in conservative media is that Fox News continues to truck on, and ex-hosts, they continue to have second careers as well. So this is hardly the end for either of them. Alrighty, guys, the rest of the show continues right now. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be getting...
Dude, Kai is the only one who's famous in the stream worldwide, of course. Yes, I am. A lot of people are saying Kaya is a Nepo baby. A lot of people are saying Kaya is a Nepo baby, and to them I say, no, that's not true. She made me, okay? Not the other way around. Kaya made me. Everybody knows this. Anyone who fucking speaks out against it is a liar. So, Ben Shapiro glazing up Tucker in the worst ways possible, possibly because maybe he wants to get Tucker on board. But there are numerous speculations surrounding why this happened. Fox News Corps Chair Rupert Murdoch reportedly removed Tucker Carlson from the air over religious remarks the host made during a Friday speech. During a speech Friday night. That stuff freaks Rupert out. He doesn't like all the spiritual talk, a source tells Gabriel Sherman. So there's that speculation. Hold on, where is it? There's that speculation. There's also Abby Grossberg's like tell-all on MSNBC. Let's take a look at some of the funny snippets. Or some of the most damaging and awful snippets, let's be real. But it's just only funny because like it's at Fox News, you know what I mean? Like any other workplace, you'd be like, wow, the situation is like insane. But it's Fox News. Like their forward appearance, their public appearance is exactly the same as what they're doing behind closed doors.
Where are all of those recordings now? Did Dominion ultimately get them?
I have several recordings that I'm still going through that we've recovered from all of the phones. There are 90.
Kaya is currently sitting on my lap, by the way, and eating a piece of bully chew, like a bully stick. And no, I can't lower my camera, unfortunately, but that's how I was able to get her to chill out.
We have. I don't know what Fox turned over. I do know, based on what I've read, that they did hand over those Sidney and Rudy tapes to them. Fox should have everything. They really should.
Have you been contacted by Smartmatic?
Yes.
And you've shared all the Otter recordings with them or whatever?
I've been subpoenaed. We haven't shared anything yet.
Haven't begun the discovery process. Where are all of those recordings now? Did Dominion ultimately get them?
I have several recordings that I'm still going through.
I work in an animal shelter and we spay and neuter dogs at 8 weeks old. They have to be 8 weeks old and weigh 2 pounds. Same for kittens. I don't personally agree 8 weeks is old enough for the surgery, but it's a common practice certified by West, so it's not cruel. Spaying between 5 to 6 months, 7 months is best because once they have their third heat cycle, the rate of cancer, mammary tumors specifically, skyrockets. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Random Twitch chatter. Thank you for your unsolicited advice. I will instead go and I don't know, listen to my veterinarian. Seems like that's probably a better idea instead of listening to the random unsolicited advice of Twitch chat. Yeah. Part of it is because you want to make sure that big breeds like this one are properly taken care of and only spayed or neutered after they have fully developed in order to avoid hip dysplasia and numerous other joint complications that come from being big fucking dogs. I know this because I neutered my big fucking dog, a pit bull, at 1.5 years. I waited for a year, maybe a little bit over a year if I'm not mistaken, to neuter him because I wanted to make sure that he developed. Just like I want to make sure that she develops properly. Whoa. Oh, she seems a little bored of this, I think. Okay. Tucker talking about how the media controlled him.
I've spent my whole life in the media. My dad was in the media. Like, that is a big part of the revelation that's changed my life, is the media are part of the control apparatus. Not only...
Shocking. Wow. By the way, I did not know that his dad worked for Voice of America, for the record.
Are they part of the problem? But I spent most of my life being part of the problem, defending the Iraq War. Like, I actually did that. When you look at me and you're like, yeah, of course they're part of the means of control. I'm like, that's obvious to you because you're 28, but I just didn't see it at all.
Isn't that what the media tries to do, though?
It's their only purpose.
Right.
They're not here to inform you. Really? Even on the big things that really matter, like the economy and war and COVID and like things that really matter that will affect you.
I hate that people say base Tucker Lamau because like this motherfucker is like literally a stooge, okay? Straight up. He's been this guy. He didn't just defend the Iraq War That photo that they're using is from an article he wrote defending defense contractors who were doing war crimes in Iraq, like more than the regular deployed American military. We're talking private contractors, like at former military motherfuckers that were like literally killing civilians gleefully. Okay?
No, they are working for the small group of people who actually run the world. They're their servants, and we should treat them with maximum contempt. I've spent my whole life in the media. My dad was in the media. Like that.
Okay. She's getting unruly. She's getting unruly with it. Videos. Oh, boom. About that time when it starts getting hot in here too. Yeah,
We
my
are
new
on our way
vlog
to-
went up. We're gonna watch it later. We're gonna watch it in a little bit. We're gonna watch it. Flying to Florida to challenge Moist Critical. Contractors, I hated hearing how much more they were making. Okay. Of 13 terrible things Tucker said that didn't get him fired. I don't want to do that. I don't care about Dan Crenshaw. Here's the other thing. This is the speculation coming from that article. Rupert Murdoch was perhaps unnerved by CARLSON's messianism because it echoed the end times worldview of Murdoch's ex-fiancée, Anne Leslie Smith, the source said. In my May cover story, I reported that Murdoch and Smith called off their 2-week engagement because Smith had told people CARLSON was a messenger from God. Murdoch had seen CARLSON and Smith discuss religion firsthand. In late March, CARLSON had dinner at Murdoch's Bel Air vineyard with Murdoch and Smith, according to the source. During dinner, Smith pulled out a Bible and started reading passages from the book of Exodus. The source said, Rupert just sat there and stared, the source said. A few days after the dinner, Murdoch and Smith called off the wedding. By taking CARLSON off the air, Murdoch was also taking away his ex's favorite show. It's pretty funny. It also tracks. Like, that totally makes sense. This is exactly what I told you. From first-hand accounts from said vineyard, by the way, that Rupert Murdoch is absolutely fucking petrified of COVID. If you recall, I talked about this on the show before. Anyway, that leaky-ass vineyard, bro. Holy shit, that's pretty funny. Rupert Murdoch having, like, this is, I mean, people say Succession, but, like, the reason why are you such a fucking dick, Hasan? If someone gives you advice, you just say, okay, and get on with it, instead of berating a chatter. Sometimes I can't stand you, douchebag. I will let this, advertising for Gucci is hypocritical, the Gucci thing is hypocritical. I will let the rest of chat dunk on this person for the one time and the one time only, so that everybody else understands that it's not me, it's that I get 1,000 unsolicited unsolicited pieces of information every fucking day from people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You don't know how old the dog is. You don't know how, oh my God, weirdos. I agree with this guy. Okay, Trap Advisor, take a day off, you fucking bitch. Yeah, guess what? You just memed too close to the goddamn sun. Do you understand why I do that? Because there are 38,000. Just move one with it. There are 38,000 people in here. Okay? I get a lot of unsolicited advice. You do not understand what it's like to live under a fucking microscope. It is very frustrating after a while, and I have to combat it by at least saying, hey guys, please stop doing it. Okay? Please. Which is what I did. I said, hey, thank you, chatter, for the advice, but I think I'm going to listen to my vet instead of a random chatter who doesn't know all the details of the situation at hand. Incredible how fast this dog went to sleep, by the way. It's literally mind-boggling how fast this fucking dog went to sleep. They'll never get it, bro. Ban them and chill with the dog. No, I want them to get it because this is how my haters fucking form. They, like, go from people who love watching me and then turn into like unhinged hate watchers. Okay, whatever. You sounded rude, but whatever. Bitch, of course I was rude. I hear this 10,000 times a day. This is a fucking arena. In this arena, imagine constantly getting heckled for every single moment when you are trying to cut commentary or do whatever the fuck you're trying to do. And there are people who are giving you unsolicited advice. Of course, after a while, you are going to say stuff like, hey, I don't care about your perspective. I literally am going to, focus on the professional that I have hired for this specific purpose instead of what you're fucking saying. And if you feel like a lot of people are adding you right now and you're feeling fucking harassed, remember, like, that's how I feel all the time. And after a while, I have to address it. So whenever I actually end up addressing a take in the chat, I just want you to understand I'm doing it so that other people shut the fuck up and don't do it over and over again, because it's frustrating and it starts pissing me off after a while. But understandably so that you would be on, I wouldn't even mention it. Okay, but there's a difference between you and I. I'm the Twitch streamer. You are the Twitch watcher. Do you understand? I don't care what your own personal perspective is in this regard. You are not my manager. You are not my boss. I get very frustrated when people are literally like, hey, actually, if I were in your shoes, I would be doing commentary differently. Well, guess what, bitch? It's, you could do that on your own if you want to. You are upset because you are also just the same kind of fucking smarmy dipshit, okay? Look at your previous comments and you will understand. You are the same kind of smarmy dipshit that fucking routinely has a negative take on streamers' lives. Why do you have this kind of disdain for the content that you are consuming? Do you also feel this level of envy and anger towards, like, I don't know, a Hollywood celebrity who's acting you enjoy? Why do you come back in here only to basically say you're a bad person? No, Hasan, it's not feeling envious. Buying a nice house, going on vacations, that's fine. Wearing Gucci, that's actually hypocritical, and I don't desire to buy Gucci or make extravagant purchases like that. Advertising for Gucci is hypocritical. The Gucci thing is hypocritical. I am not advertising for Gucci when I am wearing a Gucci shirt. Are you advocating for a chat to harass someone? Is that okay within Twitch rules? No, of course I'm not advocating for a chat to harass someone. Also, I will, once again, reminder that I will ban you, even if you are a 33-month subscriber, if you are putting words in my mouth that are so insanely unhinged and unimaginable that I'm going to fucking have to ban you, because you must need immediate medical attention and possibly get your medication set in order. Have you missed a fucking, have you missed one of those? Don't you have one of those, like, medication calendars that you can open up and you're like, oh shit, I guess I missed this past week's lithium. If you are that fucking unhinged and that uncharitable after 33 fucking months of being in here, I don't know what to fucking tell you. I think it's the ease of access to the streamer that makes unhinged chatters pop off. Absolutely. That is the whole point. That's how this shit works. Anyway. Yeah, shut up, Mr. Gucci. Okay. The irony is, I'm not going to ban this fucking guy. I will ban all the random people that say, like, Lil Bro's a dictator or things of that nature. But I'm not going to ban the original guy who was fucking being an annoying little nuisance. Anyway, this is the first time I've been stun locked since I brought Kaya home. So congratulations to the chatters. You win the prize. No, Azan, this dude said this earlier on his Hawk account. Ban his main now, Lémon. I just gotta let you know, man. I need you to understand. Oh, this guy unfollowed. Okay, whatever. I need you to understand. Whenever you come in with like unhinged takes whenever we're in the middle of commentary, okay? Whenever you come in and say some unhinged shit, you're like taking up space from chatters that also want to be funny, and you're doing it in a hacky way. I'll give you the point of view from like a pro chatter perspective, because I know a lot of people think like the boundaries are a chatter versus streamer, so like there's got to be chatter solidarity. Like this chatter who said it originally, look, he was completely warranted in telling me to shut up. She's going to be a big girl. Big dogs need to wait over a year. I'm very sorry for interrupting, though. I know I'm just a rando. What I said wasn't unhinged, but it still warranted a stun lock. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, look, notice how I didn't actually respond to that person after that. Because, like, ultimately, it doesn't matter. You know, people well-intentioned or mean will sometimes say shit. But anyway, as people who see the divide between chatters and streamers, I need you to understand something important, okay? The reason why I talk to chatters in the way that I do is because I want to make sure that this is as democratic as a process as possible. That is precisely the reason why there aren't that many other Twitch streams on this platform where you can have 37,000, sometimes 40,000, sometimes 100,000 people that are constantly talking, and you have a very high likelihood of having the streamer see what you're saying without TTS, without donos. See what you're saying because you just wrote something in the chat. You don't even have to fucking at me, okay? So a lot of people are sad and a lot of people are lonely. Some people do it to get attention and you know, get laughter out of the entire community. Some people do it because they think that this is like you know, beneficial to the stream, and that's fine. In a lot of instances it is. It's like chat and streamer click back and forth perfectly, right? And then other times people are narcissistic. So they come in here and they take advantage of the lack of boundaries that I have set deliberately. They take space away from you. You could have a good take. You could have a take that could turn into an educational moment. And yet here I am talking to a narcissistic person because that narcissistic person took advantage of the situation where everyone can have access to the streamer and decided, I'm going to make this all about myself. That's why to the outside world, we come across as a community like a bunch of fucking unhinged woke lord weirdos, because I regularly do what I consider housekeeping. Okay? That's it. Oh, I hope that doesn't fall on her. The 100K YouTube plaque. Look at this lump. This lump of fur. Anyway. I hope this was helpful for some people. Let's get back to the news and the good vibes, because every time the good vibes are fucked over, anytime somebody utilizes this, like, no one wants to be fucking lectured. You know what I mean? It gets annoying. They're like, what the fuck? Why is this like 31-year-old man who barely has his shit together fucking yelling at me? It feels like you're yelling at me. And it fucks it up. It fucks up the vibes. A lot of people leave. A lot of people think like, oh, fuck this. I don't care to hear political commentary from such a smarmy little fucking libtard on the internet. I hate him now. And that's how a hate watcher is born. Okay? So I get that. I get that side of things too. But just remember, oftentimes the first person that starts this off is the person who goes, fuck you, I hate you. You're such a fucking piece of shit to the chatters. Not realizing that if I wasn't, you know, constantly cracking the whip on what I want to see in this community, in this chat, this place would be an unhinged madhouse, similar to like XQC's community, for example. Is that what you want in here? Do you think that that is conducive to having a normal back and forth? Do you want to only connect to me through $5 TTS donations? Is that the only thing that would be more beneficial for you? Or do you like the current way that this more democratic process, more egalitarian process works, where all you need to do is, you know, watch for 10 minutes after following? Because ultimately, that is what will happen if people keep using it like this. If people keep using what I'm trying to do. Blast is save and Cigarette Overlord. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Makes you let us chat shit on him relentlessly, Lamau. Yeah, I was just talking about like whenever politics are being discussed, if I didn't truly have a political perspective or an overarching goal of like changing people's minds, I could just like talk about issues, let chat call me whatever the fuck they want, and it doesn't really matter. But then I would have an entire community full of the worst fucking takes mathematically possible. I could probably have a larger, I could probably have a larger audience, but we're not going to do that. Anyway, we're moving on. Alminus the Northman, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Let's continue.
Shocked, but not totally.
Fuck the shakeups. Here is what I was saying. Fox Corps chair Rupert Murdoch reportedly removed Tucker Carlson from air over religious remarks. "24 hours after Fox News ousted its highest-rated host, the network is yet to explain one of the most shocking defenestrations in cable news history. I'm not going beyond the release of Fox News spokesman's texted yesterday when I asked her for comment in this information void. Cigarette Overlord, thank you for the 10 of the subs. Multiple theories of why this happened came out. It could be the Dominion court filings, the text messages, the vulgar text messages in the Dominion court filings. It could be a consequence of former Fox producer Abby Grossberg's lawsuit, which alleged Carlson oversaw a hostile work environment. Not shocking at all. Fox News has vowed to vigorously defend the company against Grossberg's unmeritorious legal claims, which are hilarious to say that they're unmeritorious. I'm curious why you said it's not like Succession right before the stun lock. Oh, that's what I was talking about right before the stun lock. It's not like Succession. It is Succession. Succession is crafted off of this. Succession is directly crafted off of like a fantasized Murdoch family. Okay. But none of these potential reasons fully add up. Fox News anchor Maria Bartiromo hyped Dominion conspiracies far more than Carlson did. This is true, and yet she remains on air. Fox has also had access to Carlson's texts and emails in the Dominion lawsuit for months and didn't punish him for it. Fox hosts sued for sexual harassment in the past and were publicly fired for cause, but Carlson wasn't. According to a source, Carlson wasn't even fired and remains on the Fox News payroll, so the mystery remains. Why did Fox News take its biggest star off the air? A new theory has emerged. According to the source, Fox Corps chair Rupert Murdoch removed Carlson over remarks Carlson made during a speech at the Heritage Foundation's 50th anniversary gala on Friday night. Carlson laced his speech with religious overtones that even Murdoch found too extreme. The source, who was briefed on Murdoch's decision-making, Carlson told the Heritage audience that national politics has become a Manichaean battle between good and evil. Carlson said that people are advocating for transgender rights and DEI programs that want to destroy America, and they could not be persuaded with facts. This is not religious propaganda. What Tucker Carlson is saying here is just simply fascist propaganda. To the onlooker that is uninitiated with fascist propaganda, they will think that this is simply, just religious bobbledygook. It's not. It absolutely is just the exact same thing that National Socialist Nazi fascists said in the 30s, leading up to their seize of power, leading up to them seizing power, and what? Pedo legalization? What? First of all, Tucker Carlson has defended convicted pedophiles in the past. And Fox News never fired him for it. So I don't think that they have an issue with pedophile legalization. They defended Roy Moore regularly. Anyway, let's ban this guy for safety and unban them.
You know, what do I know? I don't actually cover politics. I'm not that interested. But this time I got so spun up and so emotional that I convinced myself there was this wave coming, this political liberation that was going to happen. And I told our viewers that in some great detail and introduced a series of candidates who subsequently lost as, you know, the new governor of New York or fill in the blank. And it was so humiliating to be that wrong in public.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. So this is a very interesting speech. I would like to watch this. I don't have enough time. Like, this is a 36-minute speech, and it would be very boring to watch on, very boring probably to watch on the broadcast. But the Heritage Foundation is an incredibly important think tank for the Republican movement. So important that the Heritage Foundation originally was the one that, if I'm not mistaken, was it American Enterprise Institute or Heritage Foundation that originally crafted the marketplace solution to nationalize or socialize medicine that ultimately became Romney Care in Massachusetts and then turned into Obamacare or the ACA. I think it was. It was actually Heritage Foundation. Here you have Tucker Carlson talking to the Heritage Foundation, an incredibly, incredibly important Republican think tank, and those supporters about how he was wrong about the red wave and the Blake Masters, J.D. Vance. Well, J.D. Vance ended up winning, but the Blake Masters and like Lee Zeldin, unhinged weirdo coalition that he was propping up.
Public, often wrong, not usually in front of other people, that I thought I've just got to take some time off and think about why I was so unbelievably wrong. So I went pheasant hunting. Not that
Are they though? I mean, there's a million other think tanks just like it. The Heritage Foundation, the Manhattan Institute, ALEC, and American Enterprise Institute, off the top of my fucking dome, are four of the most formative and most important fucking think tanks for the conservative movement. Moral Majority is another one that like basically predated all these. No, Cato is fucking nonsensical. Are you kidding me? Cato is a meme and a joke. Libertarians are laughed at every fucking room, okay? Cato is nothing. Club for Growth is huge. Federalist Society is huge, but that's not even a think tank. That's basically I'm talking conservative movement, broad conservative movement. AIPAC is just foreign interest group for Israel. That's different.
that it was the pheasant's fault, but that is kind of a way to clear your head. And I wound up, because bird hunting really is, again, not good for the birds, but very good for you. And I wound up in South Dakota with Kevin, among other people, including a couple of my college roommates. And I was so impressed by him as a person. And really, having spent my life in Washington, I can tell you, if you're not from here, the key question about anybody who runs any institution in Washington is, how false is this person? God sends messages, we can't immediately translate all of them. So I can't tell you what that meant. There clearly is meaning. The point is, the man who runs Heritage is not false at all. In fact, my assessment of him was, he's completely real. He's an honest person. He means it. He's not playing a role. And that was so thrilling to me to see that. And by the way, it was confirmed by one of Heritage's security people who was standing backstage with me, and I asked him, because the security guys always know they're all former cops. You know, they've seen everything. They have seen humanity in various states of drunken undress. Like, you can't shock them. and they know who's real and who's not. And I asked, what do you think? And one of them said to me, to my face, I would go to war for him. And I thought, and these are the kind of people who will tell you the truth. I mean, like, why would he lie to me?
Oh my God, he's just glazing up his fucking daddies, dude. That's what he's doing here.
I did learn what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, which was become a journalist. And that was really under the guidance of a man called Adam Meyerson, who ran it, who was...
Tucker Carlson originally wanted to be CIA, and then apparently his dad was literally CIA. It's journalism-facing branch, which I did not know that, by the way. Tucker Carlson's father, Richard Warner Carlson, is an American journalist, diplomat, and lobbyist who was the director of the Voice of America during the last 6 years of the Cold War. If you think I'm joking, I'm not. This man was the director of the U.S. Information Agency and the U.S. Information Agency Documentary Film Service. Tucker Carlson is a Nepo baby, but for the CIA. Wait, the Voice of America is bankrolled by the CIA? Oh my God. Yes, Wild Toenail. That is what it is. It's like, it's not even a joke. They just very openly say it. Voice of America is the state-owned news network and international radio broadcaster of the United States of America. It is the largest and oldest U.S.-funded international broadcaster. Here are all the languages that it exists in, including Tibetan. No one watches Voice of America? Wait, what? That doesn't mean anything. First of all, no one watches Voice of America. It doesn't come from Voice of America. Oh my gosh, she's like, she's flinching again. No one watches Voice of America. Voice of America dictates the tone of what happens internationally, or how America perceives what happens internationally. The goal of Voice of America is not to create, like, commentary that people truly appreciate and enjoy personally and individually. The goal of Voice of America is to get you to misunderstand things that are going on worldwide, so that it trickles down to, the Associated Press and all these other avenues that you end up being informed on, because it's very hard to understand what's going on the ground in places like China. I'll give you a personal example. I'm Turkish. My family lives in Turkey. I have friends. I speak the language. I understand the culture. I grew up in it. And yet, for me to get accurate assessment of immediate on-the-ground information from Turkey is remarkably difficult, because the Turkish media is almost completely controlled by the Erdogan regime, right? Through private publications and also the state broadcaster, but it's still very much controlled. So in a situation like that, and there are plenty of examples of this, Turkey's actually one that I'm using because it's close to me, and for you to understand how difficult it is to make genuine assessments of on-the-ground, real-time information happening internationally. That is why Voice of America provides a very important service for the State Department. Its service is to get the Associated Press to cover whatever the fuck America wants Americans to think is happening internationally. I thought you said you had no problem with state-owned media. Of course I don't. But that doesn't mean I won't criticize it when it's working, as the propaganda arm of the CIA. Anyway. It's wild. Nothing is really hidden. It's all right there, just not advertised. But people really think it's all conspiracy theories and don't look deeper into the information that they ingest. Yes, of course. Such is the nature of complete control over the media. This is how capitalist media works. It makes you feel like, it makes you feel like you are seeking out this information that is not readily accessible elsewhere. It makes you feel like you voluntarily... it makes you feel like you came up with this idea on your own. Anyway. So, let's move on from this. I don't really care about Tucker Carlson all that much. I do want to cover divorced dad Steven Crowder, which is literally the one thing that I was going to cover today that I didn't get to. So, we are going to do that before we move on to some fun shit. Trump releasing a video statement in response to Biden's just announced re-election bid. We can maybe look at that. There's this as well. Gaming failed because it was an escape for people in the real world. This guy, Arab, your fellow Arab, he's had like more and more unhinged takes recently. I think he just like pops off every now and then. And his goal is to just like say something controversial and fucking downright idiotic. So that people dunk on him, only for him to go, lol, her, I was just pretending to be a fucking idiot. The rabbit hole, Ben Shapiro had a fucking remarkable take. Don't worry, it's all biology, not a social contagion of any sort. Nearly 20% of Gen Z is LGBT. That's 1 in 5 people. All right, I'm going to hit this for our boy here. Got to do it to him. Got to do it to him for the one time. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Classic. It's so fucking easy to destroy fools like this, bro. I swear to God. Here, let's get a fucking juice on it. Let's see if we can hit this. This is a 7-hour tweet already at 16K. It's going to be a little hard, but we'll see if we can hit him with a fucking ratio here. We got 36,000 people in here. Who knows? You know, should have put an arrow on the climb and be like, we are here. There's a real height difference between you and Charlie. Oh no, new vlog up on the secret channel. I've been exposed. I've been fucking exposed, dude. What does that mean? Oh, here, let me tell you. For those of you who don't know, this is a very handy chart. Whenever people try to say that there aren't, now 7.2% of U.S. adults identify as LGBT. How fucked up is that? Or whatever. Or now 19.7% of, the population, Gen Zers, identify as LGBT. How fucked up is that? Ask them a question about the history of left-handedness. For those of you who do not know, back in the day, it was seen as a bad thing to be left-handed. So people would be forcibly trained to use their right hand. Until, that is, I guess, somewhere around the 1920s, when they decided that that was a very fucking stupid practice. And all of a sudden, left-handedness skyrocketed until it hit 12% and normalized, and has been pretty much around 12%, give or take, since then. Weak argument, though. No, it's not. It's only considered a weak argument if you're an absolute fucking idiot. The tweet is not showing if you follow. Wait, what? Really? It is the exact same argument for those who do not understand. People are just left-handed. But if you force them to write with their right hands, of course, there are going to be less openly left-handed people. Once people are free to be left-handed without being fucking, whipped into being right-handed, they are going to be openly left-handed like it's not a big deal. That is the same thing with LGBT. It's not that people are being like brainwashed into choosing to be LGBT. Let that chatter respond to the argument. Don't let them get away. The point is, people do not choose to be LGBT, just like they don't choose to be left-handed. They just are. It's more so a matter of people coming to terms with that and being more open-minded. Now, here, I'll give you another example. Okay? I'll give you another example. Autism. Okay? Something that you will understand, chatter, since we're on twitch.tv. The number of boys that were diagnosed with autism or to be on the autism spectrum skyrocketed over the course of the 80s, 90s, and into the early 2000s. Part of the reason for why that was the case was because we just learned more about this spectrum. Okay? It didn't mean that, there was some other reason. There was some other external factor. It wasn't the fucking vaccines like what these dumbasses think. It was just that we were better at diagnosing people with autism. Now, we still have issues with that. For example, girl autism. We are still very bad at diagnosing girl autism. Now, I'm joking about this, but that is a very real situation. But part of the, that was part of the reason that autism in boys was fucking, autism in boys skyrocketed. People thought that there's got to be some fucking weird component. We quickly found out it was because we had still a male-centered diagnoses, but much better tools to diagnose people with autism. That's it. The only reason why there are more people in younger generations that openly identify as LGBT than the generations prior, well, there's a couple different reasons, but the most important one is that people are just more open-minded. That's it. And people like Ben Shapiro routinely try to stop that as best as possible. If it were up to Ben Shapiro, he would force these numbers down by naming, shaming, maybe even criminalizing this kind of behavior. That's it. When there's less stigma surrounding being LGBT, more people will be more open about their sexuality, their gender expression, and the like. That is the reality. This is why when you show the history of left-handedness, it's a great counter to fucking dumbasses that say, no, people are just being promoted this lifestyle, and that's precisely the reason why people are fucking, more likely to identify as LGBT. Now, there is another thing that you can ask them, which is a very good question to ask people all the time. Even if it was a choice, why is that bad? Let's say it's a choice that you want to suck a dick, or you want to get fucked, or you want to eat pussy as a girl, or you want to be trans. Let's say all of this is a choice. Why is that a bad thing? It's not. But even if it was, why is that something that bothers you? If especially you are hurting no one. That's the other part of this story that is also fucking hilarious, which is that even if it was a choice, who gives a fuck? It's not, but even if it was, who cares? Why can't you? And that's where this kind of falls apart, because ultimately, every single conversation around this revolves around our antiquated understanding of Christianity and, you know, basically social planning. That's it. That's the only reason. It's the motherfucking Bible and your understanding of the motherfucking Bible. Your misunderstanding of the motherfucking Bible. That's it. It being a choice of religious argument, exactly. But it doesn't matter. Even if it was a fucking choice, why is that bad? Ask people that question. It's not a choice, but even if it was, why is it bad? It always comes down to because God said so, which actually leads me to a very good segue at the top of the hour, which, you know, is going to be one, a 3-minute ad break right now. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But also, two, Matt Walsh, the sweaty little gremlin who got absolutely cumstered and dumpstered upon by a random college student. And then, you know, he was shitting his fucking pants over this interaction. This is a great example of the whole God perspective. And I'm going to talk about this really briefly before we move on. Okay, HasanAbi head, is he? I don't know. Leftist Ludwig debating Matt Walsh. I think he did a very good job. So, Matt Walsh cut this out of the video. That he did. Let's take a look at this interaction that took place.
In fact, there is the ultimate well-being for a human being is to live in the truth with a deep recognition of truth. And that
we've never seen anybody walk on water, but there are so many stories of people who have been changed by by God. They've seen the light of God. And so we sort of turn a blind eye to science, right?
We're gonna
innate science because it's for our benefit.
We're gonna let someone else ask a few questions.
Sounds like they're kind of scared of the answer.
Before you walk away, though, hey, wait a minute.
For those of you who didn't understand what he was saying, they're talking about trans existence and biology. Now, of course, if you ask actual scientists on the matter, most scientists recognize that gender is social conditioning, socially conditioned, learned behavior, and removed, even if it could be tied back to sex, biology, your biological gender, whatever the fuck these guys have adopted to make themselves seem like they're speaking in scientific terms. Okay? The reality is that, even biology is not as binary and as rigid as the way that these fucking charlatans describe it. But one thing that the Republicans have done, these right-wing nut jobs have done very well and very effectively over the course of the past couple of years, especially so, is basically re-propagandize their positions, not as like pure religious nonsense, but instead one coming from like this moral perspective or this logical perspective or this perspective rooted in science. That's not the case, obviously. Okay? Isn't it just that transness is biological? I wouldn't say gender is totally a construct. Gender, of course, is a construct. It absolutely is. It's like if your foot is your sex, gender is the sock that you put on it or the shoe that you wear with it. Uh-oh. Somebody just woke up and is being grumpy right now. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Hello. Bro, how do you wake up this quick and the first thing you... Life is She woke up and immediately chose violence, dude. She woke up and said, it's prison break time. How is that possible? That's crazy to me. She said, my people yearn for freedom, sir. Anyway. Fuck, this is going to be really hard for me to cut this commentary here.
But I'm kind of scared of the answer.
Before you walk away, though, hey, wait a minute.
Look, he refuses to answer the fucking God question.
No.
Oh, you're so close to the pad. Why do you pee directly on the floor? Hey. Were you to tell a woman how to pee? I am a man. Anyway, I totally fucking forgot to run the ad break after I did that wonderful segue, but I'm going to do it now, by the way. Okay. Anyway, the pee pad is a sticky patch on the bottom to keep it in place. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter because she keeps fucking deconstructing the boundaries, the confines of the cage that she's in, because that's just how she rolls. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, as I was saying, ay. Where the fuck was I? Tummy rubs after a nice piss on the floor. Yeah. Okay. Replace the hardwood flooring with pee pads? No. As I was stating here, though, he just very quickly goes, you went and talked about how you, like, literally fucking totally avoid, like, science when it comes to God, right? Fucking lazy ass. She won't even work for it. I will talk about Crowder's divorce dad arc in a moment. But basically, he just brought up the fucking the God thing, where you're like, you talk about trans people like from the perspective of science, even though science doesn't agree with you, but you literally always avoid the fucking science when you talk about like Christianity and how God has impacted people in a positive way, or religion has impacted people in a positive way. Nobody's fucking walking on water. Now, here's the thing. There is also some audio issues here. I think. I don't know if Matt Walsh was able to actually hear him.
Wait a minute. What is a woman? Can you define the term?
But immediately his counter is this. He's like, haha, what is a woman? Fucking owned.
What is a woman is a person who aligns with feminine traits that we traditionally associate with females.
And everyone fucking crowd goes crazy when he says, what is a woman? Can you tell me that? And then the crowd starts booing him as soon as he's like, well, this is what I think a woman is.
Or that people that align with the feminine side of the spectrum. So that's my answer. But I just want to make clear that you
I can't
told
hear.
me to
I
leave
can't,
as soon
I
as
can't
I
hear you.
brought up a point that you didn't want to respond to. So
I couldn't hear what you say your last comment.
I was just saying I want to point out that you asked me to leave as soon as I brought up something you didn't want to respond to. So
What did I want to respond to?
I mentioned religion being a source of where we deny or look past science for the greater sense of humanity. And you asked me to
I did
leave.
respond to that. Okay. I responded to that quite directly. So
I'm sorry I can't hear you.
All right.
I responded to that quite succinctly. No, you didn't.
Thank you for your question.
Next question. So, I still can't hear you.
I can't hear you. You got to speak up.
I can't hear you. You got to speak up. Anyway, he did not respond quite correctly. Maybe there were some audio issues. I would love to hear what Matt Walsh has to say about that. Ultimately, Matt Walsh is a theocratic fascist. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Even if he didn't hear him, it's kind of funny that, like, his immediate counter is, what is a woman? Like, that's like a slam dunk in that fucking room. And he's right. You know, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, right? Like, everyone is so fucking stupid in that room and so geared towards transphobia that, like, the slam dunk there is like, what is a woman? Everyone goes, oh, it's crazy. And then, like, the moment that he answers, they're like, the moment that he answers the question, everyone's like, boo, fuck you, shut up, pussy. Anyway, but the point is this, and the point always will be this. The main reason why these people, these cowards fucking cut this propaganda is not legitimately because they have this like actual scientific perspective on the matter. They don't. It's not rooted within science. In a room of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I fucking love that phrase. Yeah, it's just how it is. Okay, but can you explain what a woman is? Yeah, I can. Hunter Schafer is a woman, okay? Matt Walsh claims that she's not. There you go. Conversation fucking over, okay? Like, that's it. That's it. Like, Matt Walsh would literally look to a person like this, okay, in a room where this woman is, okay? Matt Walsh would point to her and go, hey, can you get my bag from that man over there? And not a single person would understand what Matt Walsh is saying. You want to know why? Because gender is social. It's an expression. Hunter Schafer is a woman. Hunter Schafer happens to be a trans woman. Matt Walsh wants to act like she is not a woman. Matt Walsh thinks that he could communicate with people. Matt Walsh thinks that he could communicate with normal human beings and have a normal conversation where he says this person is not a woman. And no one would understand what the fuck Matt Walsh is saying in that regard. Now, this is simply the starting point of this conversation. Okay? The rest of it, it's a starting point of the conversation, specifically to help you understand that gender is, socially learned behavior. Okay? Yeah, Matt Walsh would look at this person, this man, okay, and say, that's a woman. Now, before we get into NBs and before we get into like passing as like an importance or whatever, my point is it opens the door up for a lot of people to truly understand, a lot of transphobic people to truly understand, like, wait a minute, hold up. Yeah, I guess it is true. Like, you would never point to this person and go, no, I want to make sure this man pees in the same fucking bathroom with my child, okay? Why the fuck would you want that? This is a trans man. Do you want him to pee in the women's restroom? Do you think that that is fine and normal and good? Do you think that Matt Walsh would point to him if he didn't know that he was a trans man? Do you think Matt Walsh would point to him and go, hey, can you get my bag from near that woman right there, and point to Buck? No, of course not. Because gender is not defined on the boundaries that Matt Walsh and others try to define gender as. It's not. You can't even argue that because they would say yes to prove their point. No, it doesn't matter. That's why I'm using like super fucking passing people that like there's a reason why I'm doing this. There's a reason why this works really well with transphobic people. Because when you have someone who is like weaponizing transphobia, who is like insanely transphobic, and then the rest of the people are just like kind of apathetic, they look to a situation like the one that I just presented and think the transphobic guy is fucking insane. Do you understand? This is to make the transphobic person look ridiculous in a larger crowd, while also simultaneously proving that gender is a social construct and that it's not what Matt Walsh and the like try to define it as. Yeah, casually transphobic people will never look to a passing trans person like this and go, that person is actually 100% a woman still. Okay? Because it is... Oh. She got scared. She dropped the YouTube plaque on herself and got scared. Oh, no. Oh, no. Finally, it happened. It was slated to happen. It was bound to happen, and it did. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is such a funny way to, like, talk about transphobia and whatnot while, this little beautiful nugget of fur is just in the background exploring and freaking out because she's bored and needs attention. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's prison break time again. Not gonna happen, buddy. Okay. I'm gonna take her outside real quick. I think it's time. We try to poop again. I'm gonna wait until she calms down a little bit, and then I'm gonna take her outside, okay? So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that, Matt Walsh and the like, try to claim that this is actually science or scientific when it has nothing to do with science. But if you're talking about the science side of it, it's like when Matt Walsh, no, you can't get out of there. You're going to get, here, hey, nope. Like, I don't want the toy. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of this fucking cage you put me in, man. Oh my God. I feel like she's already getting bigger. Crazy. Okay. We're going to talk about Steven Crowder divorce in a second.
Have been.
You know what? Last point is that Matt Walsh is a fucking freak, a loser. Let trans people live. Let trans people exist. Fuck Matt Walsh. Like I said, the entire LGBT conversation is just like conducted by fucking charlatans, and they end up basically dictating the points of the conversation, and they lie regularly, and a lot of fucking fools will, without recognizing the disingenuous nature of this conversation, will hand them a W, both rhetorically and also will like sometimes believe them because they haven't really investigated or thought about it that much. It's very, very frustrating. Okay. It's very stupid. Let trans people exist. It's dumb as fuck. Also, passing is not obviously the end-all be-all. There are plenty of fucking bricked-up TERFs, as a matter of fact, but they're still women, you know what I mean? It's so fucking stupid. Half the time, it's people that don't even conform to the rigid binary of gender that literally claim that gender has a rigid binary to it and it's biological. It's like, bro, you literally have a beard. You're a cis woman with a beard. Why the fuck are you like this adamant about, you know, why are you so fucking bricked up as a cis woman with a fucking beard talking about how like gender is supposed to be not binary? I mean, gender has these like rigid binaries. Like, shut the fuck up. Anyway, I gotta take this little one out right now because she's now quiet while I play you Steven Crowder's divorce. And hey, Kaya. Hold on. Oh, she laid down. Okay, good.
With a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since
he's a divorced dad.
I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. And all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault, and so we decided to resolve these issues privately, as it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has a lot going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Steven purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes.
Wow, it's really fucked up that Candace Owens is using Steven Crowder's divorce as a way to like extort him. What I find really weird about this process is that he basically implied in the beginning here that divorce should be considered Like illegal in Texas? Wait, let's run that back.
2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life.
Oh, yeah, it's just completely permitted in the state of Texas. Like, what the fuck do you mean, dog? You want it to be like, what, enforced at gunpoint? It's so crazy. It's actually fucking insane that, like, he implies that, dude. Like, what the fuck? Oh, no. Math jokes, pentagon, hexagon, octagon. My wife is gone. Oh, no. Oh, no. I have to pee so bad. He expressed frustration that even if only she wanted the divorce, it can still go through. That's actually so fucking gross. Yeah, I mean, he just literally thinks like, oh, the old ball and chain, right? Am I right? As in like literally, I want a ball and chain. Like, why can't I fucking ball and chain my goddamn wife?
What I consider to be my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should.
Pretty funny, yeah. Steven Crowder stating over and over again that he's mad that his wife isn't legally obligated to stay with him is so fucking funny. The whole video seems like it would be on cinema at the cinema bit. Sam Cedars.
I want to say, just for the record, I had nothing to do with this.
Oh,
I've never met the former Mrs. Crowder. Yeah. That it wasn't like, I don't know if she saw what happened when Steven came on there. Maybe, I would imagine, it's not inconceivable to me that somebody could see their husband run in that way and feel like, you know, this is a sort of a force majeure. The type of, you ever see that movie?
No.
Force majeure, where you see like an essential weakness in your person, or a flaw, and you can't get past it.
She got the ick.
I just want to say that was never my intention. I know people say like, "Oh, you sent Steven Crowder into the hospital," and that may be true. It might, like,
yeah, you'll take credit for that.
It may have caved. I may have caved his chest. It wasn't my intention. Wasn't my intention. But I would hate to think that I was responsible for
diminishing him in his wife's eyes.
Diminishing him in his wife's eyes.
Here is Sam Cedar lying about not being at fault for ruining the marriage of our favorite conservative. Some of our faves have been hurt. Divorce can be a difficult time for many, Hasan. That's funny. Okay. Except in this instance, like, this is a real divorce. You know what I mean? This is like married with children type shit. Oh my God. She's going fucking crazy mode. Oh no. Sam is, of course, making a joke about how he destroyed Steven Crowder by simply appearing on the H3H3 broadcast. Glad Crowder clarified several times that the divorce wasn't his kid's fault. Everyone watching was thinking, I bet this is Steven Crowder's kid's fault. Unfortunately, the law doesn't let me force my wife to stay with me. Freak of nature shit. Not even, because that's what he believes.
My wife and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and, in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out.
Yeah, I
And the
wonder.
law-
Yeah, I mean, she probably fucking did not like being married, being forced into like a legally binding contract with a dude who has like a lot of confusion about his own sexuality. I would love to hear from her.
Says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own, in that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the fault of my children. And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother.
Bro, the way he's talking about this fucking marriage is so funny. Like he said, he picked wrong. Like marriage is supposed to be about picking a person with like who will stay with you regardless of how fucking awful you are. Like, okay, how about you, like, I don't know, change whatever fucking behaviors that you exhibited that made it so that like your wife didn't want to fucking stay with you even though you had kids.
And I can't be clear on that enough. Or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you.
Hold on. She just dropped the Boeing fucking... Dude, what the fuck? She going crazy back here. Did you guys see that? Hey, enough. Okay. She's getting really unruly. And I want to cover this really bad. I think I'm just going to play the fucking vlog for a little bit and get into some more fun shit in a second because, like, I have to take her outside to, like, run with her a little bit so she, like, chills the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like... I know the cam isn't up, but you could see it from the corner of my camera.
And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope that none of this has to go any further than that.
Could you move your camera so you can see more of Kai's pen? No, because she moves the pen around anyway. Look here. This is what she did.
Kids.
Look at the back.
I can't be clear on that enough.
Look at the background. Look at what she did in the back, okay? Just only focus on this side. Only focus on right here. You can see. Wait, hold on. It fell on her head and then she got scared. It dropped on her head and then she got fucking scared. Here's her dropping the YouTube plaque as well. Let's watch that one. Walked away so quietly, like just was like, nah, it's fine. Oops, what happened there? Could we maybe set up an outdoor camera so we could see you frolicking with her? No, we can't right now. And maybe eventually in the future. The answer is possibly, maybe eventually in the fucking future, but not at this moment. Anyway, Steven should stay away from children in general. Yeah, even his own, apparently. Are there additional details that I'm not privy to with respect to this? Because, like, the only thing I've seen is, like, Candace Owens chirping about it and then Steven Crowder crying about it. But is there anything else, like... You can use your phone and call yourself on Discord and stream that for outside? I don't think I can do that. Just this. I heard that Steven Crowder's wife has finally met a man that can satisfy her. She was attracted to him when Steven refuses to debate him live on air. What the fuck? Oh, it's Sam Cedar. Okay. These guys never stop and wonder why poison so rarely gets used for murder these days. That's actually a really good take. Like, straight up. Yeah, back in the day, you would hear about, like, mysterious poisonings happening in the household way more. I guess, like, yeah, I guess that's, like, a benefit. I guess divorce court does benefit men in that respect. Why are you so obsessed with Steven and 5-foot trans men? What? Hi. I'm not really, I haven't really covered Steven Crowder all that much lately. I know that this is like a cynical way to ask this question. Like, I know you're trying to probably get like a rise out of me or something. I don't know what you mean by 5-foot trans men. I'm not a rightist, don't ban me. No rise, I'm sorry. Anyway, here's what Candace Owens' claim was, or Candace Owens' response was to Stephen Jebediah Crowder's claims about how she's like utilizing this divorce.
That's it. That's the big scary story. I then went onto my platform and I said, pray for Steven Crowder, honestly, because that's what he needs. He needs a prayer.
Okay, let's be real. You hit him with a bless your heart. Like, that wasn't a fucking genuine prayer. That was like a fuck you, you fucking piece of shit type beat, okay? Come on.
And
now.
apparently, nobody's answering those prayers right now because he's still acting erratic. He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him. I will not take that lightly, okay? I am not Hillary Crowder. I am not anybody in his family. I am not going to take somebody going onto his platform and alleging that I either harassed, threatened, or did anything that would put his children at risk. That is very serious stuff that he is saying. And so what I did this morning after this clip was sent to me is I contacted a defamation lawyer, and I am sending Steven Crowder a cease and desist. And I'm going to demand a full-throated retraction to the idea that Candace Owens threatened him or extorted him. And not that I simply did a little math. 1 + 1 = 2.
Interesting. Steven Crowder, I'm getting reports that Steven Crowder tweeted this while they were in the process of divorce. Very interesting that he tweeted this at during the divorce proceedings. I hate this fucking shit. Like, view the tweet. Oh God. And then it says, when I hit the view the tweet, like, it literally opens up my entire timeline. Like, what if I fucking... Cyberbullying is a crime, Hasan. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even cyberbullying him. I'm just...
A crazy man doing these sorts of things to his friends obviously means that something is going on personally. Honestly, this time, I'm not even going to suggest anybody should pray for him. I am so deeply troubled by the idea.
Oh, no. He said this as well? This is how right wingers fight. Meanwhile, leftists say shit like you have abandoned the cause of the people and we'll be the first up on the wall when our time comes. Yeah, because leftists are fucking weirdo LARPers who fantasize about a future that never existed. Meanwhile, right wingers have all the power and don't even know what to do with it. No, Hasan, you got it wrong. It was BLM. Oh. My wife, unfortunately, is legally allowed to leave the mug club at any time. Oh my God, that's devastating. My wife is leaving me. Change her mind. Why are you following him? I follow a litany of right-wing freaks. It's very fun. They make a lot of content. They're more fun than the boring-ass liberals who I don't agree with either. At least they say like unhinged shit that I find to be rather funny. Liberals every now and then will come out of the gate swinging with like a funny thing, like Zenny Jardin or whatever. You know what I mean? Who will like liberals will sometimes tweet out like funny unhinged shit, but rarely, you know what I mean? It's always like boring. They take themselves too seriously. Right wingers take themselves seriously as well, but they're like unintentionally hilarious all the fucking time. Yeah, Zenny Jardin with the famous "What set you from, homie?" Or wasn't it also Zenny Jardin who said like, fuck. She was the one who was like, I'm not going to watch Black Panther on opening week because that's for black people. Like she was, didn't she say something like that? Wasn't that Zenny Jardin too? Oh my God. I just wish women understood how much men love them and want them to be the women they were designed to be. Oh, that one. Oh, brother, that one's bad. Oh, that's going on the thread. Teardrops on my guitar ass tweets. Yeah. Someone should do a divorce fan cam. That meme hurts so much, and I'm not even him. Notice you've been coughing a lot more recently. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I said I'm sick. Stop bullying this nice gay Canadian man. Women are doing less work at home. They're unhappier. That's how I started that off. He said this during the divorce. Is interesting that to tweet this out while you were going through divorce court. Women are less happy than ever recorded in modern history. Feminism isn't working. He has tweeted a lot about divorce, dog. He's tweeted a lot about feminism and divorce in general and like women's unhappiness. But I guess that kind of makes sense because like, I guess that kind of makes sense because like Steven Crowder is, you know, personally responsible for at least one woman that we know of being deeply unhappy. Also, we are very close to fucking already ratioing. Oh, yeah, he's about to change his fucking Twitter profile. We're very close to ratioing Ben Shabibo. For the record, off topic, important article just came out. Fox has a secret Oppo file to keep Tucker Carlson in check. Sources say. Oh my Lord! Oh my God! Yo, Fox is like running a tight ship, like Scientology, man. Shit's pretty fucking wild out there. What is happening? Have you seen the tweet about Zinni Jardin saying that Polisi was gangsta checking Trump? Lamau, it's pretty funny. Yeah, that's where the homie "what set you from" comes from. How was it possible that he was trying to sub his ex-wife, Lamau, the mother of his kids, on Maine, like a 13-year-old breaking up with a 5-month relationship? I think he very obviously put it all out there. By the way, thank you for that, Steven. I don't know why you did that, but you could have just been like, yeah, I'm going through divorce. Everyone suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. It happens to more than 50% of people that get married. Amazingly transparent about his divorced dad rage. If men have no say on abortion, women have no say on child support and alimony. Fair compromise? Look at all these fucking like Twitter Blue recipients, by the way. Oh my God. Every fucking top reply is like littered with some of the worst freaks. I swear to God. They're all like, yeah, this is true, Steven. They ain't gonna like that, cuz. Like, oh my fucking God. Shut up. Would explain why he covered the woke M&Ms like he lost a bet. He was tweeting this from his kid's room? No, man. He was tweeting this from the fucking couch that he was sleeping on in the garage, okay? Hasan, you have a blue check mark. Yeah, I fucking hate it. It's because in an effort to, like, stop the block the blue shit, Elon Musk decided to give every fucking, like, prominent person over 1 million followers on Twitter a blue check mark, like Twitter Blue. It's becoming less and less usable, the platform, on a daily basis. Yeah, Ben's at 17.5K. We've reached 15.5K. Ratio incoming. Change your display name to get rid of it? Yeah, except do you know how many fucking like display name hoppers exist? Yeah, let me just fucking change my display name that's like on every single thing that I have, just so I can get rid of the blue check mark, only to never be able to get it back again. Are you insane? There are people who are apparently botting notable users on Twitter, waiting for the fucking opportunity for them to change their name so they can lose their check mark, only to... Oh, display name? Wait, that's it? I can just change my display name and oh, okay. Well, that's an easy way to solve this. Wait, but doesn't that mean I still have Twitter Blue? I just don't have the check mark? Yeah, the only way I think you can lose your check mark is if you like actually change your @. And if you change your @ then you can't get your @ back because people are just like hopping on that. How the fuck do I change my username? Let's see. Yeah, see, as a blue subscriber, your blue checkmark will be hidden for a period of time after you edit your display name or profile photo until it is reviewed. Yeah, it doesn't go away. It just like hides it, which I don't give a fuck about that at all. You'll get stuck as whatever you change it to. I've been stuck as this 31-year-old man for a week. Yeah. Oh, no. Look at this one. Oh, no, dude. Steven Crowder was like basically masking his personal feelings about his like ongoing divorce while like cutting it like, you know, commentary. You know what I mean? Like he was just like literally just, this was like, Deborah, please watch this. Deborah, I hope you're fucking listening. You know what I mean? Interesting old interview where Crowder debates Amy Schumer about the state of modern day marriages. Yeah, I mean, I remember this where like everyone made fun of him for being abstinent only before marriage. And he was like, it doesn't matter. I'm actually quite proud of it.
Admirable. When do you stop? When do you stop with the abstinence? How will you know it's time?
This is such a freak ass show, and I'm glad it existed because this is the show where Nick Mullen, famous producer of a center left podcast, the Adam Friedland Show, he was on with like John fucking Bolton.
Well, once you have a ring on your finger, obviously. The only way to know for sure is once you're married. And of course, people know I'm a Christian. This column is not at all pushing faith in anybody. It's just talking about the actual benefits. If you really want to argue for abstinence, you can stop the argument and be abstinent, don't get sick and die.
Yeah.
But, I can say from personal experience that it does build a bond of trust. Constantly hear women, how often do you hear, well, don't you trust me? It's like, no, you slept with me on the first date. So of course I don't trust you.
It's that old thing like I wouldn't join a club.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Wait,
is that Michael
club.
Knowles?
Right. It's, she's going to sleep with me, then she'll sleep with
because
anybody.
I'm Canadian. They won't let me in.
Yeah.
Except for Canadian club Ginger.
I thought it was Michael Knowles for a second, like looking like Abed.
Amy, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, but also, if I sleep with a guy on the first date, usually if a guy holds my hand, he's going to wind up. So here's the thing. I don't think that women should use sex as a bargaining.
Dude, Steven Crowder is such a bad comic that like he literally makes Amy Schumer look good. Like think about that. I know everyone is immediately rushing to be like, oh, cringe, whatever. But like she's actually funny in this because she's next to motherfucking Steven Crowder, dude.
And a lot of them do. If I want to sleep with someone, I do it. And I am a monogamous slut. Can I say that on air?
Yeah, I think you can. That's not what we're worried about.
But what I'm saying is, I have a higher risk of disease. I also have a much higher risk of fun.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is to prove my point by saying that, you don't think it should be used as a bargaining tool.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as, the kind of point of the column is that abstinence is the one taboo issue regarding sex. I mean, it's like, oh, be a dirty stand-up comic. You're cracking new ground there, Copernicus. But once you talk about abstinence,
cracking new ground there, Copernicus. Oh my God. Yeah. I can't believe you're talking about fucking before marriage. Wow, you really are using new material here. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying right now? Brother, what the absolute fuck are you saying? He thinks it's like, oh man, I'm doing riveting comedy by advocating for abstinence before marriage. Yeah, everybody knows these like unfuckable losers are the most funny.
Everyone all of a sudden, they put you, like, right now, we have to talk about it. Because who is this kid who's talking about abstinence who,
Well, it's who's this kid who's, 23. You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. So to talk about it with such authority and arrogance.
I don't know who I'm going to be what?
You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. You're going to be into really weird things in about a decade.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Oh, my God. I don't know if it was Copernicus or not, but she did fucking predict the goddamn future right there. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Amy, the prophet, dude. Yeah, not Copernicus, Nostradamus, dude.
I have no doubt.
Trust me. And the thing is, it doesn't.
But
there
really
should be
do
no.
want to do. There's
But
nothing
there
wrong
should
with
be no confidence. You slip by the dirty comedian thing. But honestly, you call yourself a comedian, but you don't do it that much. Like I go fishing a couple times a year, but I don't introduce myself on TV as a fisherman.
Wow. Ooh, what the fuck, yo! I forgot about this, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's cooking him so fucking hard. She just rolled and smoked him, dude. What the fuck?
Well, it's not really personal for a concept about abstinence. I'm saying the whole point is that someone can get up on stage, we even talk about it in the column, and talk about anything dirty that they want. But the second you mention abstinence, people, they pucker with discomfort. Like, oh no, we can't talk about this. And you're vilified as judgmental. Statistically, it's the healthiest thing to do. It is conducive towards a better marriage by a 25% spread.
This is the funniest part about it is that, like, dude, you're not doing comedy at this point. Like, you're just trying to, like, nerdily advocate. Like, you're trying to debate Lord not having sex. Like, statistically speaking, abstinence is actually the most safe thing to do. It's like, yeah, also not leaving your house, statistically speaking, is more safe than, like, driving to places. But that doesn't stop you from driving to places because otherwise you would be an unfuckable person exclusively around just yourself, which would be unbearable.
Right, both physically.
It only takes that one person, though, and there's no contract that the person's not going to cheat on you because they're abstinent. She could fall in love with somebody else.
Well, actually, there is a contract. That's what a marriage is. It's a contract.
Well, it's a contract.
Oh my God. It is a contract. You can't divorce me if I get married. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That more than 60% of people break.
No, actually, that's not true. Actually, if you even look at the new U.S. Census Bureau statistics, more than 70% of first-time marriages last.
Okay, but
oh my God.
Then the guy goes off and sleeps with a young boy.
Well,
good.
Yeah,
You guys.
Oh. We need like the zoomer like bruh sound. You know what I mean? The dush, bruh. Bruh. Bruh, bruh. Every time she fucking says that.
Then there's infidelity.
Well, once you bring out the statistics that guys are running around rampantly sleeping with young boys.
First of all, I'm not a boy. I know I have characteristics as such.
All I'm saying is yes, you're right. Of course, it is way safer to not have sex, but yeah, but if you have sex with one person, maybe they've had sex with one person. It only takes that one. I've probably had sex with, I don't know, a baker's 2 dozen, you know, and I'm fine.
You had sex with Mike Baker? He is happily married. Thus proving your point.
By the way, fun fact, this fucking little gremlin right here, Greg Gutfeld, absolutely despises Steven Crowder and has also alluded to the fact that Steven Crowder is possibly a closeted homosexual man. Just want to point that out really quick before we move on. Greg Gutfeld basically ratio achieved, by the way. Congratulations, everybody. Okay. Also, there's so much going on here, especially because we know about his bisexual phase, he said, rearing its ugly head. And also on top of that, Greg Gutfeld now despises him and has routinely talked about how he is most likely a closeted homosexual man.
He's hot. All I'm saying is not cheating with a contract.
You're abstinent, but not by choice.
No. He's bought me some absinthe because we've been practicing abstinence. But you bought absinthe for us to share, and then
I thought it would lighten the mood and maybe get you naked.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Oh my God, they're so bad. Go back to Amy. Holy fuck. Amy Schumer looks like a comedian that is a cut above these actual charlatans here. I'm not going to lie.
Either. Lots of vomiting. I would like to say that.
Like, the moment that you get super serious. Okay, so these two are just like awful at their jobs. Okay, I don't know anything about them. Steven Crowder is way too serious about like defending the sanctity of abstinence. And Amy Schumer's the only one who's like trying to be funny. That's it. Like it perfectly shows that like the only one who is like an actual comedian in that regard, who's right there, is Amy Schumer.
Imogen, your mom always said, if you want respect, don't put out.
Exactly.
So there is, I mean, it's something that's handed down, and until you have kids, you might find yourself saying that.
And I do put it in my book. It's gone around the world, and I do on one level talk a bit about abstinence, but more like a few dates. I'm not saying act like someone out of Jersey Shore if you want a long-standing relationship. I do put that top tip in my book. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like lack of abstinence is directly linked to really good abs. That's the problem.
That is a problem.
Yeah,
that is true.
I've got a beer gut.
But I have to say, my last 3 relationships, which each lasted between 2 to 5 years. We slept with each other almost immediately. Mm-hmm. And it's because I knew that I wanted to be with them, you know?
Except at the 5-year mark.
Yeah, but so what? At least I figured it out and I didn't get married and spend my life with somebody that I hate.
But statistically, that's statistically, that's wrong. I mean, if you want to disregard stats and facts,
statistically, what?
Yeah. It's like, bro, you're in this like weird situation where behaving this way is unironically going to cause you to get no pussy ever. Like, you don't have to ever worry about it. Like, imagine fucking defending the sanctity of abstinence like this. Like, if you were a cool person, you could just be like, listen, man, I don't want to fuck, okay? I don't want to fuck until marriage. That's it. Move on. Make something funny. I don't know. Speak about something funny that's, like, different, right? You're like, I'm statistically actually funny, and you should be laughing at my jokes. Because I'm talking about abstinence. It's like, math majors get more pussy than this nerd? Oh, yeah, 100%.
What's wrong?
Statistically, 87% of people who wait until they're married are happier, and 52% aren't. And the same thing that you can look at the social organization of sex.
Like, that's the thing. This is why I never say I'm a fucking comic. Because I'm not. I am a smarmy little nerd just like he is. The problem is he considers himself to be a fucking comic. I can have my funny moments, but that's not my goal. You know what I mean? That's not my goal. He over here is like getting so, he's so like, he's so emotional. Like losing his fucking mind about this situation. You moonlight as an internet funny man. I can be funny from time to time, but like that's not my goal. You know what I mean? I can't consistently be funny.
Sexuality. These are not Christian-funded
How do you have
studies.
statistics on people's happiness?
You tell them, are you happy?
Are
you
they,
emotionally
they're at church
satisfied?
smiling?
No, you can say, are you emotionally satisfied in your marriage? Yes, no. By 25% spread, both spouses who are virgins, yes. Are you sexually satisfied in your marriage? Yes. Is it difficult for you to achieve orgasm?
Why would people have to be honest
It's
about
all
their
the
emotions?
sources are listed in the column. Every single source is listed. These are things that.
Excuse me. Like, I've never seen this man be so passionate about something. It's crazy. I can't even watch the rest of this. Like, it's just like the more talking time he has, the less I want to watch it. It's so fucking boring. He's just like, excuse me.
That have been used by the Kinsey Institute.
What I'm saying is, who cares what they said? A lot of people say they have happy marriages, even in therapy, when they're miserable.
So the 25-point spread doesn't matter because only the people who would be lying would be the people who are abstinent?
I just don't know any happily married people.
Speaking of statistics,
I don't.
Like, that's funny. That's like punchy. It's quick. It's not supposed to like be logically consistent. You know what I mean? Like, it's so stupid. You're supposed to be funny, man. What are you doing? Like, this entire conversation is supposed to be funny. You can be objectively on the side of truth and be funny, but you are literally going bananas mode here.
Let's go back to my plan.
You're the nanette of online dirtbag leftist comics? What? No, I'm not. Are you fucking joking? If anything, I do the exact opposite, where I routinely have to describe to people who are like physically incapable of understanding jokes what jokes are so that they can like, allow themselves to laugh at it without fucking throwing a hissy fit and trying to cancel whoever the fuck is like actually doing something that is wonderful, which is try to make people laugh. Literally. Yeah. Motherfuckers are like automatically run with the comedy is problematic, actually. You know what I mean? It's just I have to sit here and explain jokes to people who are sometimes physically incapable of understanding them and offer them the context and the nuance so that they can not literally and immediately and instantaneously fucking cancel the person for the crime of trying to make someone laugh, which is, of course, wholeheartedly unacceptable.
What? Statistically, 100% of these women are not calling me back.
That is true.
Nobody's reading my column, if you catch
true.
my drift, Craig.
Yes.
So call me later.
Second you talk.
Okay.
And the headline would have been sad face.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry that got so heated. I just want
That
to say
was good TV.
I just want to say that I read the blog and it did come across to me like you ended it by saying no judgments, but it definitely felt very judgmental.
Of course, when the column was written about the reaction from people like you who the second you talk about abstinence get upset. So thank you.
Well, people like me who are almost 10 years older than you and know what it's like to live life and not just have all these morals with no life experience.
Right, I have no life experience. That is true.
I'm sorry, but somebody who works a little bit of the Christian comedy circuit.
The Christian comedy circuit? What just happened?
The irony is,
I have to say, this is the longest debate we've ever had on Reddit.
It is.
In almost
and the irony
3.5 years.
The irony is they make a very sexy Tuesday.
Yeah.
Really do.
No,
the best
I like
Almost as
Steven.
sexy as,
I think
Lloyd
he's
Long.
smart. No, I think you're smart. You're young, and
See what I'm saying,
you're great.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
But you were wrong on all those counts.
This was all a ploy to pick you up, by the way.
Oh, I'm flirting. This is me flirting. Is it working?
She spat on me during the commercial break, which means
That's
she
my
likes me.
thing. That's what I do.
So, Do you have a comment on the show? Email us.
And
It's
it
red-eye
turned
at
into
foxnews.com.
oh, it turned into way worse shit. If you thought the Steven Crowder story couldn't get any stranger, Candace Owens reveals that he was dropping into her Instagram replies, "There's something about me you're hyper focused on." She's now inviting his ex-wife to come on her show and set the record straight. No fucking what?
With the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well.
Did he say that in the convo? Did I miss that part when I was outside trying to get this little one to take a poopy? Oh my fucking God, that would be so sick. This would be the only good thing that Candace Owens has ever done. Holy shit, dude. Did I miss this? Was this already talked about? Was this already talked about, or was it at the top of the hour and I forgot? And like, you know, a lot of you will miss it at the top of the hour unless you're subscribed for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite, you know, abstinence only broadcaster. That's me. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, the happier I've gotten because of this little fucking demon sleeping behind me, the worse my segues have gotten. Uh-oh, she just woke up. Oh, we are so cooked. Oh, never mind. False alarm. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Well, now some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
All my children have a right to privacy.
He even sent me a retrospectively very flirty message thereafter on Instagram about how nice I looked on election night, even though I didn't respond to it. I found Hillary Crowder's Instagram account, and I looked to see, and it turned out that she didn't follow Steven Crowder and that Steven Crowder didn't follow her. He didn't follow anybody in her family, and she wasn't following anybody in his family. That was my aha moment. Clearly, there were some...
Oh my God, this is literally how like stans behave, by the way. She did the fucking psychotic Redditor technique. Wild. I am certainly not looking at Hillary Crowder's Instagram account right now to get a better assessment of what this person looks like, or you know what's really interesting about this? You know what's really interesting about this? She just seems like a normal ass fucking Michigan lady. She also still follows Jordan Peterson. What does that mean? Nobody knows. Curious. Yeah, she's like Prager U. She follows Yeonmi Park. What the fuck? Let's continue.
Some sort of a separation. Now, I will not take that lightly, okay? I am not Hillary Crowder. I am not anybody in his family. I am not going to take somebody going onto his platform and alleging that I either harassed, threatened, or did anything that would put his children at risk. That is very serious stuff that he is saying. And so what I did this morning after this clip was sent to me is I contacted a defamation lawyer, and I am sending Steven Crowder a cease and desist. And I'm going to demand a full-throated retraction to the idea that Candace Owens threatened him or extorted him. And not, it seems to me, Steven, that you really, for whatever reason, want to insert me into this narrative. Like there is just something about me that you are hyper-focused on. And so I want to help you a bit. And
she's such a scumbag, but like in this situation, she's fighting against another scumbag. So it's awesome. Yeah, let him fight.
Really, I want to help your wife because you essentially just used your platform. Millions of people have access to your platform. She doesn't have the same, to insult her. You picked the wrong woman, okay? So here's what I would like to do. I would like to invite Hillary Crowder onto my platform because she doesn't have one and because her ex-husband apparently just used his to insult her, to say that he picked the wrong woman. I find that to be really despicable. So Hillary Crowder, if you are watching, you are more than welcome to come on my show and to talk about what's actually going on.
Wow.
Let them fight.
No, literally. I mean, straight up. It's perfect. It's perfect. Let them fight. Let them eat each other alive. Breaking news. The incel community is having a nuclear meltdown because one of their leaders finally got laid. Komersar says, I feel a lot of mixed feelings about leaving the incel community. While it feels good to no longer be incel, I'm going to miss all the friends and connections I've made. To all of you who have supported me over the years, thank you. I start a new chapter in my life, albeit late. It's honestly disgusting that you betray your community when some chick finally settles for you. Enjoy being a virgin for some weird cause. No one wants to be incel, lol. We're not Jedi. Why do you leave? Did you manage to stop being an incel? And so then, do you feel no longer being identified with so many sad, depressed men out there? Imagine if normal people are clueless and careless about being a virgin past 25 to 30 years old. How is to have now careless ex-incels? This is the equivalent of LeBron retiring. The incel community has lost their biggest prospect. This is why the incel community will never start a movement and bring about change. It only takes one hoe to sacrifice herself and give some crumbs of pussy, and the whole movement would collapse due to too many betraying. Inceldom isn't some club or movement. It's a bunch of men who are ostracized from society. Don't worry, bro. No one will miss you, fake cell. I hope the stinky hole you got was worth it. I get that, but the less of us remain the community, the weaker our movement and voice becomes. There's no movement, man. If you are staying a virgin for some cause, you need to stop now and reflect deeply on life. First of all, no, he's not staying a virgin for some cause. He's staying a virgin because he can't get pussy, because this is the type of shit that he does on the internet. No one in their right mind wants to be incel. Look out for you, not abstractions like movements. Traitor, to whom? The incel civil war is beginning. Stay tuned for more updates. Stay in touch with your friends. I intend to, but from the outside. He changed his avatar too. The community is incel only. For some reason, many people who are not incel go to the community to seek status. So the very people for which the community is made for are marginalized. So to avoid this, non-incels are not allowed. The ex-incel is 33 and dating a 19-year-old, by the way. Thing is, he's still going to be misogynistic. Yes. So he's the former moderator at incels.is. Okay, this motherfucker has 193 followers on Twitter, okay? Where's that incel who said the end goal is eventually to leave the community and not an ideal lifestyle, but they're more comforted to adapt? Breaking. The woman associating with the former incel leader known as Komersar is aware of his high rank in the incel community. Some members of the community have been issuing vague threats implying they will be back. Tears of joy have been reported as well. She sees... Will you tell the lady you're a moderator for the world's most prominent incel forum? And congrats. She sees my Twitter. She knows. I feel a lot of mixed feelings about leaving the incel community while I feel good. This guy says, one taste of pussy pie and a man will turn his back on his friends just like that. You'll be back, Brev. No coming back once you cross the bridge. You at the equivalent of a dropout having 600K in this shitcoin wallet. Get rich quick, get poor quick. No one competent will ever let himself be on the verge of luck. I don't know what this means. See, he got pussy one time and he doesn't even understand the coded language that the incel uses. Ah, the elusive incel, utilizing cryptocurrency analogies. One moment with a woman can immediately change your life. All of a sudden, as you can see, the alpha dog of the pack of incels can no longer communicate with the rest of the flock. This is what is known as becoming a normie. It's also known as post-nut clarity. I will 100% abandon my friends for coochie pie. I don't know what this means. Son, I'm in tears. Okay, that's it. Has no one told them what involuntary means? Yeah, that's like the really funny part about this. Like, motherfuckers are like, dude, you're, what do you mean? Like, you just abandoned your friends. Like, what do you mean? Like, so you worked out? Or like you bettered yourself and no longer are you involuntarily celibate? Like, motherfuckers are out here acting like they could just like get pussy super easy. Like, I thought the whole point of involuntarily celibate was that like you can't get pussy. So you like develop this significant resentment against women because you feel like you feel like you're entitled to their pussy and you feel like they're not giving it to you for some inexplicable reason. And it's the reason is the systems, as a matter of fact. What is this? You can fire March now?
This new tool edits your podcast 100 times faster than you can yourself. Just label each mic and camera, and then hit create. The Premiere plugin automatically edits your footage based on who's talking and what your camera layout is.
I only played against Peyton 3 times. Thanks for bringing it up. I'm 0 for 3.
0 for 3? Oh, no.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, actually.
It even cuts to the wide shot when multiple speakers are talking. It works for every possible camera layout.
Great to see you again, Eli.
Cheers. Cheers, guys.
This plugin is part of a subscription package called Autopod, designed to...
This is fucking awful. Only because, like, you know, that means more podcasts, and I hate that. We need to go in the other direction where we make podcasting equipment illegal, not make it so that it's easier to do, okay? This is genuinely devastating. This is terrifying. Once I get a crumb of pussy pie, leave server. Do it, pussy. That's a funny joke, though. Motherfucker, don't you got 2 paws? Exactly, dude. It's terrible. I'm contributing to the fucking problem. They can't let this Bud Light thing go.
Go, bro.
Hell yeah, brother. Why does she have bras back there? Fucking shooting up the bras. Anyway, we're going to move on to one last piece of serious news while I go pee-pee real quick. Oh, there's this Arab tweet as well. We did the Steven Crowder thing. Here is a trans lawmaker being silenced and censured in a similar capacity. And then after that, we're going to move on to some fun stuff, okay? While I pee real quick.
Tense moments at Montana's state capitol. Police in riot gear entering the House chamber, forcibly removing protesters, arresting 7 of them. Chaos erupted after Republican leaders prevented Democrat Zoe Zephyr from speaking for a 3rd day due to her remarks about gender-affirming medical care. Zephyr, the first openly trans woman in Montana's legislature, has not been allowed to speak on the House floor since last week when she slammed a proposed ban on gender-affirming care in the state, saying it would lead to suicides. And she said this to Republicans.
I hope the next time there's an invocation, when you bow your heads in prayer, you see the blood on your hands.
Republicans condemn that language as inappropriate and disrespectful. They're demanding an apology.
No representative is above our House rules. Our House rules apply to all.
But Zephyr tells ABC's Start Here podcast she won't apologize.
I chose my words with precision and I spoke with clarity because I see the real harm that these bills bring. I won't be apologizing for my remarks.
After the chaos, Zephyr addressed her supporters outside the Capitol.
She's been silenced because she spoke the truth about what these anti-trans bills are doing in Montana, to trans youth especially.
The incident comes just 2 weeks after 2 state lawmakers in Tennessee were expelled for protesting on the House floor, calling for gun reform. They've since been reinstated temporarily.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News.
Sorry, I gotta give you some updates here. Fuck. My mom grabbed the doggo and immediately Kaya peed right on the welcome mat outside. Immediately. Like, not even waiting for a brief moment. Was like, oh, I'm free. It's time. I've been liberated from my chains. Anyway, this has been ongoing for like a couple weeks at this point. Representative Zoe Zephyr in Montana has been quieted, silenced, deliberately and maliciously. Hold on. Here's a statement from her. Fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna put over here, right here. Today, when the speaker continued to not recognize me as a duly elected official, my constituents and community protested on behalf of the democratic right to be heard. I raised my mic and stood in solidarity with them. I am devoted to those who rise in defense of democracy. It is pretty wild that they just like literally would refuse. All while Montana is voting to erase trans people from all laws relating to gender in the state. And then following that, they proceed not to allow their trans woman representative to speak on any bill. This is fascism. I'm not holding my words here, says Aaron Reed. Representative Marler stands. Wait, hold on. Note, Representative Zephyr has not been censured. This is an entirely unprecedented action to not recognize the representative while being too cowardly to bring a censure motion to vote. So originally what everybody thought they were going to do in Montana was basically censure Representative Zephyr like they did in Tennessee, but because they saw what happened in Tennessee, they wanted to do this in a quiet way, which is like more cowardly, I guess, where they just refused to call on her, like refused to hear her out. But then, of course, there were hella pro-trans protesters. Transgender Montana lawmaker Zoe Zephyr was again prevented from taking part in the debate over a measure banning gender-affirming care for minors as supporters brought the House session to a halt, chanting, "Let her speak" from the gallery. And then they, of course, brought the fucking dogs, the fucking pig dogs, the hogs to, kick them out forcibly. Yeah, look at this. Like children. Yeah, I'm sure you're proud of yourself, big boy. Good job. So, yeah, America, it's just great. It's awesome. Yeah, piglets and fucking assault gear for children. Great stuff. Sometimes I add what? If it's banning surgeries regarding minors, well, then what's the issue? Let me ask you this. Let's say you're a minor that has a hormonal imbalance, okay? Let's say that you're a minor who has a hormonal imbalance who goes to the doctor and the doctor says, we're going to prescribe birth control to you, which is a hormonal corrective, I guess, right? Let's say that the Republican Party does not look kindly upon that in the future, where they have decided that contraceptives and birth control as a form of a contraceptive is no longer allowed to be given to minors. All of a sudden, you are making a medical decision that should be left up to a minor, a consenting adult parent, and also a doctor, a healthcare professional, down to a bunch of psychotic, oftentimes pedophilic weirdos who have no business having a say in this process. Let medical decisions be left to medical professionals. Now, you utilize the term surgeries, banning surgeries, okay? Just asking Jesus. First of all, you're not just asking. You just said banning surgeries. That's not just asking. You asked in a cynical way. I didn't even actually rip on you at all. I just gave you an analogy so you better understand the situation at hand. Now you're fucking butthurt, even though I didn't even fucking yell at you. I literally didn't say anything about you. You just got defensive for no fucking reason. All of a sudden, maybe you were a sensitive Steven because you weren't just asking questions. You were nefariously making the situation at hand seem a lot worse than it actually is. There are no actual corrective surgeries that you can do to minors, okay? They're not. In some instances, you can do like top surgery potentially, but that's pretty much it. This is not about banning surgeries. This is about banning HRT or hormone blockers for minors. A sensitive subject matter that is left up to medical professionals in every other circumstance, except in this circumstance, they're not doing that and they're lying about it. They want to force people to detransition. It's not just about minors, and it's not just about surgeries, and it's not about minor surgeries at all. I hope you understand, though, that this is the exact same kind of fear-mongering that they did about abortion, and then they backed away from that so quick. Abortion is murder, they said. And now they're like, okay, maybe it's not murder up to 10 weeks. Like, what the fuck? Since when, dog? It's still murder, right? What happened? Every single piece of shit, vulturous dickhead in the Republican Party. By the way, I'm noticing that I'm getting a lot more angry now that Kaya is not behind me. It's something that I'm definitely considerate of. Holy shit. The moment that my mom took her to go outside and run outside, I started getting more mad. Okay? I said something disingenuous. Why is everyone yelling at me? Okay. So what the fuck happened? All of a sudden, they're like making exceptions for murder. Okay, murder in the first 10 weeks is fine. Is that what it is? Yeah, exactly. Because it was never murder. It was never real. They just wanted to stop a medical decision that was supposed to be left to a person and their fucking medical professional. They wanted the government to intervene in that. They wanted to take away women's bodily autonomy, and they very successfully did that. They suffered the consequences of moving on those idiotic urges. That was a political misstep going that fucking far, and it didn't stop them from doing so because they're fucking demons, okay? Anyway, I'm done with that. We're moving on, and we are going to talk about this fucking dipshit who always does this like rage-baiting bullshit, this disingenuous dumb shit that turns around and goes, oh, I was just kidding. Anyway, here it is. Your fellow Arab says gaming failed because it was an escape for people in the real world to come to be someone else online or let loose with their friends and stay and do whatever the fuck they wanted. Then blue-haired political correct losers came in and ruined it.
Speaking of esports, there's a lot of bad news because CLG, they're gone. TSM, they're gone.
TSM's gone?
They're in the process of selling a lot of assets.
Oh.
They're pausing esports efforts. Max used to work at TSM. What was that like, Max?
He said he didn't enjoy it.
He said he's had some creative differences. FaZe's stock, I think, down to 50 cents from like 20 bucks, so a 99% drop. The guard also gets fired everyone as well. Speaking of esports, there's a lot of bad news.
So none of this has anything to do with like blue-haired SJWs and political correctness. Now every single gaming influencer is the same washed-out, sponsor-hoarding, dry personality. We were the first generation of gamers who could make real money from video games. It's not meant to be like sports shit talk where the fun is. So here's the thing. This guy, okay, I don't know anything about this guy, except I think this is the fucking guy who had the original podcast, Brand Risk, who we were supposed to, who when we were going to do a Brand Risk as a podcast, he fucking literally yelled at me and said, oh, dude, don't even think about doing Brand Risk. That's our podcast or whatever. I don't know where the fuck that podcast is, but let me explain something to you, okay? Where is your unfiltered, unique content? Your raw and unfiltered, unique content? Buying an African wife for 6 cows? That's sick, man. I go to fucking Africa to be like extra racist, dog. It's so fire. Gang attacks me in Nigeria's floating slum. Hijack a ride through Africa's largest slum. Solo inside of Kenya's most dangerous slum. It's like, thanks, man. Thank you for your raw and unfiltered content. It's so sick. It's got 46,000 views. Hopefully you fucking, I don't know. Hopefully you show the world that like it truly is helping to do this kind of thing. New video tomorrow. Infiltrating the scam trade in Nigeria's dirtiest slum. It's like, bro, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you're talking to a content creator who literally went and bought a fucking esports team out of pure passion, okay? Who is demonstrably more successful than you. Like, as someone who does a fuckload of travel YouTube content, this makes me sick. Yeah, I mean, this guy is like literally straight up like doing poverty tourism in the worst ways possible. Holy fuck. Yeah, this is the guy who did the Amaranth tweet, right? Like when Amaranth came out about her like domestic abuse, he was like, yeah, I did see that. Nah, Twitch streamers aren't real. There's no way, Lamau, says John Swan, YouTube, commentary YouTuber. We're going to talk about that in a second, too. Arab is the random dude who showed up for a few seconds in the middle of your debate with Andrew Tate. I don't even remember. He is, like, not a very memorable person. Sorry to hit you where it fucking hurts by saying your content is mid, dog. But, like, I don't know. Perhaps you could be a little bit more interesting if you didn't do the hackiest, bottom-of-the-barrel racist shit possible, okay? Joey Salads did that before you did. And he's most notable for what? Drinking his own fucking piss. So stop doing the fucking in the hood pranks gone wrong, but internationally. And I don't know, make something unique, okay? It's so fucking frustrating. Here's what the reality is, okay? As someone who is not a very funny person, who desperately wants to be a funny person his entire life, I truly understand in this like weird, very deeply personal level, the desire to want to come across as funny. I'm in the content creation space as well. Obviously, for that reason, I understand when you want to do something that is entertaining and unique, you want to entertain people. That's like your ultimate passion, right? So what do you do if you can't actually be truly unique? Some people like Ludwig, who responded to Arab very well, in a really funny and humorous way, which I'm going to get to in a second, will do what? They'll steal from other content creators. They will look to other content creators who are really fucking clever and really creative, and he will go and he will just carbon copy it, okay? And in his words, he'll tweak it a little bit. I love Ludwig. I think he's brilliant. I think he's a gem. That's what he does, okay? There's no shame in that. And then he also makes like these incredible, elaborate, massive events. He's constantly pushing the boundaries, and I truly respect what he does in the space, okay, especially in live streaming. Now, what do some other people do when they can't be funny or entertaining or unique? Well, they rely on joining a fucking team, okay? And the best team to join is, in their minds, or the easiest one to join, I guess, is the racism team. If you can't be funny, you just do something racist, because that way you get the shock value. You know what I mean? You get the shock factor in. People go, oh, I can't believe that guy said that. That's crazy. Okay? That's what a lot of people do. Milo Yiannopoulos was like the first of its kind that was like a political commentator who very clearly was trying to be funny, was trying to be entertaining. He at least was a little bit more charismatic before he turned into a born-again Christian who lies about like being converted away from homosexuality. Okay? Like, he tried doing that. And in many ways, when he failed to do so, when he failed to be fucking clever or funny or unique, what did he do? He went the edgelord direction, okay? Most notably known for being a pedophile, by the way. Okay, so remember that. It's bottom-of-the-barrel content, and other content creators see what you're doing, they notice what you're doing, and they don't respect you. Because we're all in this fucking same space in some ways, okay? We know when someone is being fucking edgy simply for the sake of edge, simply so you can just get some fucking reactions. Now, many people will say, oh, son, don't you do the same thing? At least I do it in a fucking lane that not many people are broaching because they don't do the reading. They're not really interested. And it's also not a very great one because the audience that you foster is going to be fucking unhinged and constantly attacking you. The racist audience doesn't really do that. But because that fucking side of the world is so oversaturated that, and because you're not really doing anything unique or new or interesting, you are basically just the same as any other fucking racist. That's it. Go back to the drawing board. Try to, find something more desirable about your commentary, your content, and focus on that instead of going for bottom of the barrel edgelord racist shit like this. This is not even trying hard. This is Aiden Ross saying there are only two genders. Okay? It's awful. Anne? What's the situation? Did she poop? You didn't poop? Did she pee? Oh, good. Good that she got scared. That's so funny. Okay. This man is so annoying. He's going to be all over your shit. Man, I don't give a fuck, dude. It's just so frustrating. Says now you should make an esports team called No Pussy Liberals where gamers can drink woke-free beer and frag and say slurs in peace. It would be so epic. Please put all your money into it. That's a weak name. I call it No Gamers Restricted. Also, I'm out of gaming now, so I don't want to do that. You can watch some sick content here, though. I watched it, and it felt unsubstantial. The VO was rarely additive and could use B-roll rather than just you in a garden. It didn't feel like there was a message or narrative behind the trip, so I don't know why I'm supposed to keep watching. Also, calling everything content took me out of it. You fucked up if you have to tell your viewers that what you're making is content. Clearly, you're passionate about YouTube, but it'd help to have someone consult before you upload. And it'd also help if you spent less time grifting on Twitter for likes and spent more time focusing on making good content. See? Ludwig is doing the thing that I was talking about. He's ripping into him as a content creator because, listen, it's not a meritocracy. Meritocracy is not fucking real. But ultimately, there is usually a reason why someone in this field of entertainment has been able to get to the positions that they've been able to get to. Not saying that it's literally 100% like every single top content creator is like fucking unique or entertaining and they got something going on. But the reality is a lot of content creators, regardless of how fucking stupid they present themselves, XQC, still clearly know what fucking hits. And they will do that over and over and over again. Okay? Meritocracy, how is meritocracy not real? Brother, are you crazy? Look at me. I'm a fucking idiot. Why the fuck am I more successful than like so many more brilliant journalists and commentators out there? Because meritocracy is a lie. I'm in the right place at the right time. I got lucky. I was a beneficiary of nepotism. There's plenty of fucking, there's plenty of, you're on Twitch. What do you mean? Look at the top content creators. There are a tremendous amount. Obviously, I worked really hard and I worked smart, but ultimately there are a tremendous amount of like factors that you don't even consider that played a role in me getting to the position that I got to. Okay? Do you understand? Meritocracy is not a lie, especially if you don't go to the nepotism route. Man, there's a lie that people tell themselves, okay? It's a lie, and you will never fucking shake that because it puts you in this like doomer space. You can overcome the boundaries that are placed upon you, but that ultimately doesn't change the reality that like meritocracy is bullshit. You think fucking Elon Musk worked harder and smarter than everyone else? That's why he's like one of the richest people on the fucking planet? That's crazy. Yeah. There you go. The dude talking to 33,000 people about his dog pooping and peeing is making more than his aerospace engineer brother. Yes. You think that meritocracy is fucking real, dude? You think, you know what I mean? You're crazy. Motherfucker builds satellites, dude. He builds spaceships for a fucking living. Come on now. You got a fucking master's too on top of everything else. Yeah, here's another reason why meritocracy is a lie. I'm the #2 Valorant streamer whenever I play it. Sometimes the #1. Am I the best? No. Am I uniquely entertaining? No. Anyway. So, yeah, it's very, very, very, very stupid. But having said all of that, you can still overcome the factors that were placed upon you, that like you can still outwork the material conditions that you were subjected to. It's just infinitely harder. Okay? And you should never stop yourself and be like, meritocracy is a lie, so I'm just going to fucking be happy with my position and refuse to progress, okay? That's stupid. If there's one thing that is unique to me, at least, not to get too preachy here, But if there's one thing that's unique to myself in comparison to some of my peers, is that I work harder than everybody else. I don't work smarter, but I certainly work harder than everybody else. I'm literally always fucking working. Every single person in my life will tell you this reality, okay? Even my fucking haters will probably admit this reality. I never stop. Because I know I don't have a lot of, unique skills. I'm not as good an orator as many others. I'm not as good as a debater as many others. I'm not, super sexy in the way that like a lot of people will immediately perceive me as. It's not the truth. I work very hard to fucking maintain my physique and am constantly fucking working out in that regard. All of these things are all of these things are ways that I've set up my life consistently, specifically so that I can get to the position I've gotten to. But there are still an infinite amount of probabilities that actually worked in my fucking favor, okay? Because you cannot overcome probability at the end of the fucking day. All right? So, thanks for the feedback. Might just react from my bedroom. Can we get a bidet sponsor for it? Also, grifting on Twitter, as if you don't know, it takes 12 seconds to make a tweet that has clearly gone viral. Remove your ego from the equation. If you compare yourself to a streamer, you're just trying to gas yourself up for the effort you put in. Compare yourself to successful travel creators. Yes, Yes Theory, Ryan Trahan, Steve will do it. Pfft. My man says Steve will do it. A successful travel creator. You also constantly grift. This isn't new, Lamau. You're always going to get capped because you pivoted a Fortnite channel into a travel channel. But if you tried to make a banger video, it wouldn't matter at your size. I'll leave it at that. Any more tweets and you got to start paying a consulting fee. It's great. Steve will yank it and crank it. Steve will do it. In parentheses, jerk off his dog. So, but this is true. Like, what Ludwig is saying here is true because these guys, like, they're not in it for the love of the game, right? They're not in it because, like, this guy genuinely is like, yeah, fuck woke culture or whatever. He's just saying this because he thinks he's going to get a banger tweet out of it. And even then, it fucking flubbed. Look at this. 2,767 likes with 2 million fucking views, man. This shit fucking flopped, brother. It flopped. So, you know, I love the lol, you're a Twitch streamer. All you do is react to content bullshit. But, like, I think Ludwig ultimately does a very good job of crafting unique content. He does commentary on the side, which is commentary channel is more successful than his original channel at this point. Like, you know, people do end up like even people like XQC, for example. A lot of people look to XQC and go, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't understand. Why is this content even good, right? I hear that all the time in my audience because a lot of you motherfuckers are old, okay? I do a very different type of content than XQC. So you don't get it. But ultimately, he is he is the human personification of a gaming fucking goblin. Okay? That shit is very relatable to a massive group of people. That's why he is demonstrably successful. Okay? Like, it's not for you, but it's not an accident that he rose to the fucking tippy top and has stayed there for as long as he has. You see what I'm saying? XQC's audience is older than you think, Lamau. I know, that's kind of sad, though. I don't want to think about it like that. Okay. So, yeah. Without further ado, here's another take that I thought was like kind of funny. Cutie Cinderella and Maya talking on their Wine About It podcast. People had a lot of issue. They took a lot of issue with Cutie being like, I'm oblivious to how insurance works in this country.
Health insurance?
No.
Why?
Are you on your parents?
Yes.
Oh, congratulations. What are you going to do?
I'm get my own.
How?
With my money.
How?
What do you mean?
How? Who do you call?
to get health insurance?
Yeah.
Someone who provides health insurance? What is this question? What do you mean? Are you saying because you don't know how?
I don't know how!
Why don't you ask?
This is really funny, but like, people that were shitting on Cutie for this is so frustrating to me. Not because she's my friend, but because, like, no, this system is incredibly complicated. As someone who is, she's sneaking in, Mom. Don't let her pee on that thing. Peed on it one time. Okay. Grab the toy that makes noise and stuff. She'll appreciate that. Anyway, as I was stating, okay, health insurance is profoundly complicated in this country, and that is by design. That's so that there's like mediators on top of middlemen that can all get a cut, and it ends up making health insurance incredibly fucking expensive. That's why even Obamacare or the ACA was like a gigantic flop in many respects, even though technically Maya is a recipient of Obamacare because she is under the age of 26 and still eligible to be under her parents' insurance. So there was like some good sides to the ACA. But ultimately, it's very fucking difficult to comprehend how the health insurance marketplace works in this goddamn country. It's a patchwork network solution. It is objectively one of the worst healthcare systems on the fucking planet. People will say, oh, you're so fucking dumb. How do you not know? How do you not have health insurance through a streamer? And that's like an easy dunk. But as someone who does have health insurance for many, many years as a self-employed person, I can tell you that it is profoundly difficult, so much so that you don't immediately go to Blue Cross Blue Shield or figure out exactly who your healthcare providers are here in whichever state that you're in, because there's no like national insurance coverage really in many respects. If you, especially if you're from a place like California, you have to go to a broker. That's right. You have to go to a specialist that will literally find the best healthcare plans for you. You have to go to another middleman to look for a middleman that's going to give you the middleman fucking health insurance package. For example, did you know that health insurance offered to companies is actually much better than health insurance offered to individuals? I bet you didn't fucking know that. That's right. When I had a like platinum healthcare package when I was at the Young Turks, and when I moved away from the Young Turks and you know, utilized Cobra for as long as I could, which was another patchwork solution where you can stay on your healthcare that your company provides for you while you're in the process of looking for another fucking job for the course of like 36 months, as a matter of fact. I think, is it 36 months? Not even 2 years, maybe. I don't know. It changes all the time. Cobra was profoundly expensive, right? It's so expensive. Many people can't even do it because now you have to cover the entirety of your fucking, it's 18 months. Thank you. Now you have to cover the entirety of your insurance, that your premiums that your, that your corporation was covering for you. And let's say you have enough money to cover that, which I did. And then you inevitably have to move on to another form of healthcare that's as a self-employed person. Guess what? You can't get the same all-network coverage when you are a singular individual who is self-employed. Did you guys know that? In the state of California, insurance providers do not offer the same level of, is it PPO or HMO that has all access or like a larger, broader coverage? Yeah. You cannot fucking get PPO coverage in the state of California as a singular person. Did you know that? I bet you didn't fucking know that, did you? With one exception, the plan that I have. And I can only reach that plan not by going to the healthcare providers directly, which I tried and they told me to fuck off, but by going through a fucking broker. Not one broker, multiple brokers, until one was like, all right, we will actually get you a PPO coverage. You can get it on Covered CA. No, you can't. I can't. What if you incorporate yourself? You need more, you need multiple employees. So, the entire, and it's still profoundly expensive to get that fucking PPO Platinum healthcare coverage. There's only one that actually, allows it. Okay? But the point is this. Okay? The point is this. This is a profoundly complicated process, and they did it on purpose. They did it on purpose. Do you get it? So I do not fault someone like Cutie Cinderella for not getting this, not understanding this, Because the reality is many people don't understand it. They just go, oh, streamers are so fucking dumb. It's true. Streamers are fucking dumb. That's true, 100%. I get very frustrated with my streamer friends whenever I tell them, like, what the fuck are you doing? Get healthcare. A lot of streamers don't have it, okay? But make no mistake, it's still a deeply, undesirably convoluted, complicated process, and that is by design because someone out there is making money.
Sled's parents or your dad.
I come from a very Republican family. That if the
Dude,
and
you go to the doctor so I can't believe you don't have health insurance. I did not know
this
about
sounds
you.
like a lecture that I didn't expect.
I didn't know.
I mean, she's right, by the way. Maya is correct, though. She does go to the doctor a lot. When I saw this video, I was shocked that Cutie does not have fucking health care.
You go so often.
I know, but I'm limited because I get really stressed because I don't have any resources and I get really confused. It's the same reason that I went to culinary school instead of normal college. No one prepped me. My family abandoned me. I didn't know. All of a sudden, everyone in junior year of high school is like, I got accepted into Harvard. I got accepted into MIT. And I'm like, wait, we were supposed to submit stuff? I had no clue. No one told me. Everyone forgot about me.
I confirm I have PPO through TRICARE military insurance, and even that, with that, there's a million hoops. Yeah. So, the fact that she's paying out of pocket for all of her doctor's visits are interesting. Not only that, but Cutie also has another unique problem. Okay? Well, Cutie has a litany of fucking problems. If you watch the Fear Ad podcast, you will find out. For the record, I'm from Washington. All my primary care doctors are there. I struggled because I live in Cali now, and I didn't want to get health insurance here. Since I want to go to my primary whenever I go home. I didn't really plan on moving to Cali. It just happened, so I've been in limbo. Let me know if anyone knows of an insurance that covers multiple states. Whenever I look into it, I get really overwhelmed and don't have resources to help me. I thought this was a pretty consistent human experience, but apparently I'm just a dumbass. Also, I still pay when I go to the doctors and pay with cash. I didn't think it was a big deal if cash is an option. I'm not scamming anyone. People have certain triggers that overwhelm them. This one's for me. I wish I could explain it, but I can't. I bought a house, file my taxes every year, have multiple companies, run a massive award show. I'm very smart. I just have triggers. I genuinely wish I didn't. So, yeah. You'd get canceled for that? Yeah, I get canceled for everything, man. I get canceled for fucking lies, okay? People make shit up about me just to fucking cancel me. There's like cooking it up in a laboratory. Ultimately, though, you know, Cutie's not wrong. And as a matter of fact, this entire fucking industry, this entire country is built upon this being as complicated as possible because your insurance is tied to your employment. When your insurance is tied to your employment, you can't make lateral changes quickly in your fucking life. As someone who also had to figure a lot of shit out on my own at 17, 18 after cutting off an abusive parent, this is not that shocking. Yeah, one of the ways my parents abused me was making sure I had no control over any of the documents, financial, medical info. Yeah, I mean, it's also true as well for like, not abusive, but like, you know the deal. I'm glad that someone is out there defending her, though. But my point is, people yell at others for being a fucking dumbass, and it's like, there's a better way out there, man. There's a better way out there. Like, it's especially funny when you're like a Canadian being like, yeah, Cutie's such a fucking idiot, dog. And it's like, bitch, what do you mean? You don't have to worry about this shit. Suck my dick. Like motherfuckers in Europe being like, yeah, she's so stupid. What a stupid woman. Anyway. But she should definitely get but the Japanese reporter in Tokyo absolutely blowing his mind by describing how a deductible works. I find that around 100% of the time outside of the US, not just in rich countries, people are already shocked we have to pay for a lot of health insurance and assume that word means all costs are covered. When they hear the truth, they frequently experience some kind of psychosis. Yeah. Yeah, explain to someone living in Europe what a fucking copay is, dude. Go ahead. Have fun with that. Explain to someone that you have insanely high premiums, okay, and you have to hit a certain number of expenses that you cover out of pocket, only for the insurance to cover the rest of it. And even then, they'll fight you tooth and fucking nail. Copays equals tipping culture. Oh, that's great. Yeah, exactly. It's like tipping your fucking landlord or a doctor not in your network. Yeah. Do uninsured people, I still don't know the difference between a deductible or a copay. A copay feeds into your deductible ultimately. Like, you have a certain amount, depending on what your insurance is, that you need to pay out of pocket so that inevitably insurance is supposed to cover. Well, not always, too, actually. It's actually very fucking difficult. Again, goes back to how complicated it is. Some insurance providers will not consider copays to be a deductible, for example. It just entirely depends on what your fucking insurance is, and it changes locally. Copay is what you pay at the point of service at the hospital, though. Like, certain insurance providers will say you pay $30 at the point of entry and like with your primary care physician, and that's it. That's your copay. Oh, this was Arab started on Fortnite, but he got too slow. Now he's bald and bankrupt for crypto zoomer fucks doing poverty tourism like an even dumber Andrew Tate copy. The second half of his career is going to be professional allegation dodger clap. That's what I wanted to see. This guy is bald and bankrupt for fat manlet zoomers. Anyway. Yeah, so, you know, it's easy to fucking be like, yeah, Cutie's so dumb, like, and she should get insurance, for sure. It's fucking ridiculous, but, like, people always forget that, like, this is by design. It's like when you fail to, like, cover your, when you fail to fucking do your taxes properly. Like, bro, there's an entire multi-billion-dollar business that is lobbying the government actively to ensure that it's not as easy as possible. It's not as easy as like the Norwegian model where they just bill you at the end of the fucking year because they already have access to all this information. Anyway, meanwhile, you can't even use a deductible in the form of a fucking $5 a month subscription at the top of the hour to avoid the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Can't even do that. Because at the top of the hour, before we get into this vlog, Flying to Florida challenge Moist Critical, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Gifting subs is also not a deductible. So here is the 3-minute ad break now. Kit Snicket, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Healthy Policy, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Let's watch.
In Tampa, Florida right now. Probably the worst, absolute worst fucking place in the continental United States. And I said this as someone who's a New Jersey resident. Let me tell you, the red eye was a bad idea.
Welcome aboard, everyone.
Hello. Ow. Oh, crap. I'm heading downstairs to link up with Austin and get some coffee because I am going to die if I don't. We're going to be filming the Fear M podcast today with Charlie, Moist Critical, and also, of course, I'm going to be playing basketball with him as well. He takes this basketball thing so incredibly seriously. He basically said, like, oh yeah, we're going to do 5-on-5. We're going to do 5-on-5, right? Like, it's not going to be like a 1v1 or anything like that. Anyway, I wanted to show you guys how Austin pitched this hotel to me, because the original Creator Clash hotel, you know, might not have been too great. I kid you not. He said, there are wonderful views of Tampa. Like, I don't
Alminister Northman, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
give a fuck about Tampa views, man. Holy shit. shit, my man is peeled right now. Austin, what did you say earlier? What does Florida remind you of? What does Florida make you want to do?
Go to Disney World.
Yeah.
I want to go to Disney World so bad.
Okay, people, bro. Ridiculous. As an OG Florida boy, as someone who lived here,
Who the fuck lives in this fucking hellhole?
I'll tell you
It's
one
like
thing.
80 degrees. I'm sweating, and it's not even hot.
it's actually probably the best
My hair is
weather.
melting off of my head. I was thinking we could go to breakfast. Nice breakfast. This guy decides that we're gonna walk. We've been walking for like 3 miles now.
We've gone a block. We have gone 1 block.
We haven't walked that much.
Don't let him tell you that. 3
We
miles.
haven't walked at all.
In the fucking Florida bullshit. Oh, there's a Marriott. Maybe they'll let us. Maybe they'll give us some water.
Bro, you're acting like we're in the middle of the fucking desert, dog.
Oregon shorts don't come out till June.
We're in fucking Florida.
And my legs aren't ready for summer yet.
You are such a bitch. This is the most Austin moment I've ever felt in my entire life. I don't have my zip patch. I forgot to put it on this morning because I thought no, this one's already been busted. This is a cystic acne. You have zip patch on you?
No. I thought I had some concealer on me, but I don't.
What about you, Will?
My skin looks flawless.
We're on our way to the Moist Critical Penguinzo compound. We're gonna shoot Fear and out of there. Unfortunately, Cutie Cinderella couldn't come with us.
She hates gay people.
No, she actually had a self-sucking accident and is in the hospital.
Oh my God. I wish I could relate.
she did a devastating self-suck.
Dude, your hair is phenomenal.
Thank you. So is your
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, gas him up before the pod. We're here at the Moist Critical headquarters, hydration house. The roof is suspiciously higher. Oh my God, look at all the dicks. Oh my God, look at all the fucking cock. I didn't even notice that. These things are.
That shit looks so dumb when you fucking film it. No.
Heavy. They are so heavy. How much do they weigh? They're 70 pounds? That's crazy. God damn. Charlie's already gone. He had to leave early. I'm just trying to basically make sure that, I'm ready to go later because we will be playing basketball tonight. We're preparing. We're coming for you, Charlie. Okay, we're gonna do a get ready with me style video right now. First of all, I need to put on some deodorant. Oh no. I forgot to bring deodorant. That's bad. So we're gonna go with the French equivalent. Hermès. It's kind of nasty, but hey, you know what? I'm clean, I showered. Should be fine. Then we got the shirt. This is the shirt I'm wearing. It's very creased. What are you gonna do? Get ready with me, HasanAbi. Boom. Got the Florida vibes going. Not entirely sure what the Florida vibes are supposed to be. It's been a long time since I've lived here, so hair doesn't look too great, but it's not anything I can do about that, really. You know what? I lied. I decided I'm gonna take a quick shower, but you can't come along to that. We are on our way now to the stadium. We're about to be inside. The critical edge has already started. We're a little late. We got a guest here.
I just told my dad I'm fighting no hit here.
Yeah, we were there for that. It was kind of intense.
We saw it. That was wild, but hey, you're gonna win.
100% confident in my decision.
We're with you all the way. I'm gonna be screaming. We're here. We're ready to go. The environment is intense, but we're ready.
Yo, this is absolutely wild, dude. Holy shit.
Anonymous, thank you for the 25. Get this subs.
We have a champion in the fucking arena. The man, the myth, the legend. Oh my God. Women are coming from everywhere. They're cheering him on. Everywhere we go, it's crazy. I think I cried a little bit. I'll be honest, I cried a little bit. Will, set the scene. Where are we at? Oh my God.
As little boys from New Jersey, we grew up. One of the fundamentals of our
This is an institution, and these two heretics don't even know. Get in there, dude. Don't steal anything, even though it's tradition. It is tradition to steal, but
right.
yeah.
So right.
Do it. You're the one I need to be.
What's the memo? What do I do?
Yeah, sandwich counter. Dude, let's go clubbing. Oh my god. When Wawa started serving club sandwiches, my life changed.
Why is this so good?
It's perfection,
This is like-
dude. Do you like it? It's a good post fight.
Like way better.
I'm almost, dude, I think I cried a little bit while also eating Wawa again. Dude, Wawa club sandwiches literally changed my life. When I try to fucking explain this to people, they don't understand. Like, I love club sandwiches. And once Wawa started serving them, it was such a fucking game changer. They make the best. They make the best club sandwiches. Probably one of the best parts about... Who's your hot friend with his hair tied up? That's Brian. That's one of my trainers, actually. Good friend of mine. And also Mitt's strength and conditioning coach.
No, it's not like a 7-Eleven.
But like when you walked in there, it was like a 7-Eleven, wasn't that?
Oh, I can't even eat it yet.
Look at what Will's doing. Will is dipping chips into mac and cheese.
I need to share this with you. Oh my god.
I heard that because you guys told me I was a boxer. That little does you know, I know the fucking least about boxing.
It's a death trap. It's a suicide rap. We gotta get out while we're young. 'Cause tramps like us, baby, we were born to run.
Day 2 of Tampa.
Motherfucker got Springsteen on the ones and twos. What's happening right now?
We're out here. We're about to go play basketball with Charlie and Co. He talks about how good he is. He talks about how his homie is, almost made it to NCAA. I think we're gonna get fucking destroyed. I'm gonna be honest with you. We are supremely hungover. And also, I lost my voice because I was fucking screaming last night. We had Wawa at like 4:30. We didn't do good things to our body, is what I mean. That's the moral of the story. And now, we're gonna take the punishment. We'll see you on the other side. How do you feel, Will?
I feel Jersey strong, bro.
Highways jam with broken heroes on a last chance power drive. Everybody's out on the run tonight, but there's no place left to hide.
Listen, I fucking did not sleep at all. My whoop shows me at like 24% recovery. You know, I came out here, these boys are balling, you know what I mean? I gotta use some PEDs, is what I'm saying, okay? Haven't had breakfast yet, which is fine. They're looking to get me a tank top because it's fucking hot as hell outside.
How are you guys playing? Like, what's happening?
We're gonna be doing a 5-on-5. Charlie loves playing ball. He told me about it, and I was like, oh dude, when I'm in fucking Tampa, we're balling 100%. It's my favorite thing to do as well. Guys, I'm drinking my secret weapon.
Oh, that's gonna turbocharge.
Peach G Fuel, baby.
That's gonna turn you into a fucking animal.
Yeah.
That's what the body needs.
We are fucking out here. That's right. It's basketball time.
Wait a minute!
Charlie doesn't even put his hair up when he plays. It's a power move. I mentioned that too. So the way it works is we got Will, myself, and Brian, my trainer, on our team, plus 2 people that they chose for us. Okay. One of those 2 people was this guy named Yummy. He's a content creator as well. I just met him there. And we're playing against, Charlie calls the Warehouse Boys. Okay. These are his, this is his cream of the crop.
Oh, excuse me.
That's Yumi.
You know I hit it almost every time and then I miss it. How we gon' get ourselves about it? This hard to get up from this like Sunny Listed. Feel like a Zay Lambert with the Pistons. Bad boys but no Will Smith. Only real.
This is the first time I'm watching myself play basketball, and it feels gross. I'm not gonna lie. I feel awful. I feel like so much larger than everyone else. It looks weird. Sorry, except for that part. Let's play that again. Let's run that again.
What's the difference between the poor and the rich man? Standing in line, I have a wristbands. These are lessons you learn with no tuition.
Whoa, what was that? Wait, hold up. What the fuck? What was that? Let me see that again. What? Yeah, I told Austin Ox to juice this up so that it would make me look better. I was also worried about how fat I look. That form is ugly, bro. That's not good form. Actually, it's not bad. Never mind. I take it back. Can't really tell. It's actually pretty good. Oh. Charlie's very good because Brian is actually very good. Brian, who was guarding Charlie, is actually very fucking good. So, like the fact that he got a bunch of shots off on him is very good. Wait, we were playing ones and twos. I'm pretty sure. Dude. Oh, never mind. Oh, boy looks good on that one. Look at that. Look at the floaties, dude. Look at that fucking floater, dude. Look at that. Look at that movement. Okay, let's just run that again. I just want people to understand one thing, okay? They don't call me the Turkish Dirk Nowitzki for no fucking reason, okay? They don't! Okay, I'm getting riled up. But everybody always makes fucking annoying remarks. This isn't even a highlight reel. I think that he just put all the fucking buckets in there. Look at that. Look at that post move. Oh, fucking. Yeah. Turk Nowitzki, baby.
Let's go. Shot, baby. Come on. Big man. You gotta do a post-game interview.
Yeah, so they didn't film our second game where we took it 11 to what, 1? Oh no. Played like absolute dog shit. That was a good series. Yummy. That was a good series.
Post-game interview. All right. We came, we saw, we conquered. And then the wise words of Hillary Rodham Clinton, we came, we saw, he died, you know? We're talking about the Muammar Gaddafi of moisture. That's right. Moist critical. Great game overall. LA Soft Boys. Yep. We throw down in the fucking paint. Shouts out to Charlie and the critical boys, the moist boys, for their hospitality. They truly made Tampa seem a lot better than it actually is. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I hope you guys appreciated that, enjoyed that. If you liked it, you know, make sure to hit that thumbs up, like it, subscribe, and we'll put out more content like this on the channel. Time to go home.
You literally won a ball game and you quote HRC.
Yeah.
This compound is so cool. I hope you guys like that.
Look at these cocks.
I hope you guys like that. Be sure to like it, share it, subscribe to the channel. This is the second
We are
channel.
on our way.
It's got 29K views in 2 hours. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
We are
Let's
on our
freaking
way to
go.
Tampa, Florida right now. Probably the worst.
Watching Hasan tower over everyone while on defense was hysterical. Austin really is a pathological liar. Lamau Will was right on the podcast. Oh, I hit 100K subs on the fucking second channel. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hasan, stand up. We know you're bricked up watching yourself sing them shots. No, I'll be honest. I actually literally DM'd Austin Ox and I was like, I kind of look fat in the stills. So please try to make me look as good as possible. Which, you know, I will never defeat. Like, no matter what happens. My body dysmorphia is, I mean, it's not even body dysmorphia. I am still chunky. That's probably why it took so long. Do you have serious body image issues? No, it's not a serious body image issue. It's real. I look chunky right now. I still need to lose more weight. Look at that. There's not a lot of like separation between the biceps and the shoulders. The deltoids and the bicep separation. You know, I got some pectoral fat still that I'm holding on to. I got some belly fat still. Like, look at that. That's not great. Crazy if you think you look fat that anyone can hate their looks. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like I look like shit here, but don't worry, one day I will look good. You look at yourself and the way that incels look at women. These numbers are off, by the way. We played 3 games. We didn't shoot the second one, but we swapped over courts, and then the last game we played a 4v4, full court, and we still beat them. But look who waddled in. No cap. You look bad at basketball, straight up. What does that say about you then? Because I defeated you with only a left hand. You got 0 on me when I played with just my left hand. I defeated you with a handicap. What just happened? Why are you letting this demon in here? Bro, if you say that, you get banned. I hope you know that. I'm going to say it, you said. Sorry, my dog was peeing on the mat successfully. Ludwig about to be the 3rd mod banned for saying it. Blood. Watch these fucking moves, dog. Learn a thing or two. You see that? I will cook your ass, dude, up and down the court. You understand? Wawa or Japanese kombini? Ooh, that's a hard one. Yeah, I'm not afraid to offend people, Lamau. I keep it real. Yeah, you fucking own that, dude. That was funny. If you cop a tank like Myth, you look more defined. No, I was actually wearing a Moist Critical straight white t-shirt that I cut the sleeves off of. But it was too small for me, so it was like not very... It didn't look good. I did not look good in it. Anyway, Talk shit on Lud's Pokemon skills. Playing with Shades is crazy though, actually. Wait, who's playing with Shades? Is trans mask move to cut off the sleeves of your shirt, lol? The shirt might not have been flattering, but goddamn, did you look good without a shirt? No, I don't. But anyway, thank you. Did a 4'11 man just score on you? Is that 4'11 man your business partner that you're calling 4'11, by the way? I'm going to let him know. Just mentioned Ludwig's Ludlock repeated fails. I don't even know what that is. What is it? I actually don't know what a Ludlock is. I don't want to be disrespectful. Lud, you want to see this dog? Lud, you want to come? I learned from the best, dude, at fucking making content out of an animal. Here. Oh, well, can't show you right now because hold on, I gotta change the fucking camera real quick. Kaya is back and she's doing another prison break. Oh God. Immediately she's trying to do a prison break. Immediately. Is what he calls a Pokemon Nuzlocke, where if a Pokemon faints in combat. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Anyway, we're gonna go back to there she is. We're gonna go back to this video. And we're going to react to The Living Nightmare of Jake Paul. Okay. I have to pee real quick, but let's watch.
He is a social media megastar. His name is Jake Paul.
They've had enough of the chaos created by a social media star.
When there's a lot of people watching you and you're getting a lot of views and stuff,
Jaubrey.
Sometimes you want to like take it up to the next level, and you have to learn where that level is.
Good afternoon, Jake Paulers. This is what it looks like when someone at the Team Penthouse is about to light themselves on fire.
Jake Paul is making headlines after an FBI raid at his home in Calabasas.
I'm gonna eat your ass. I'm gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, there's some YouTubers out there who just eat, sleep, and breathe clout.
I'm gonna be spending $500,000 on my sister Lexi's 21st birthday.
If you're not too careful, you can really let content rule your life.
Kirsten and I are gonna be playing the Touch My Body Challenge.
You can get to the point where nothing else matters besides deciding which of your friends and family members to grossly exploit for ad revenue. Sorry, I don't know what that was. The truth is, YouTube promotes a lifestyle that isn't always the healthiest. If you want to make videos for a living, especially for a significantly younger audience, there are some things you may need to do in order to make it to the top. Sometimes the cost of that Lamborghini involves dangling you and your friends above a pool of cow
manure. Literally, it is poop everywhere, guys. We're going to be lifted in the air by this excavator over the pile of poop to see who can hang in the air the longest.
Or writing, shooting, and editing one of the most disliked music videos in the history of the website. Or tasing people sexually? Okay, yeah, scratch that last one. What the f am I looking at? Throughout his nearly 7 years of being a self-described problem child, Logan Paul's baby brother has garnered his own share of negative headlines. Whether he's being sued by his own neighbors, shunned by Disney Channel, sued over a crypto scam, denying the existence of global health crises, sued over another crypto scam, or called out by pretty much everyone who was ever remotely associated with him professionally. The full extent of this guy's behavior is way darker and more prolific than I ever could have imagined, honestly. We're all familiar with the name Jake Paul, but how many of us really know how deep his insidious behavior goes? Or a better question, how many of us want to know? I don't, but also I'm a masochist, so join me in documenting scandal after scandal of yet another disreputable entertainer who continues to bring shame to the Paul family.
Jake Paul was caught again promoting a scam and someone's going to jail.
The truth is, by now, Jake Paul is the worst Paul brother.
Influence, which was
one of the most blatant scams I've ever seen from a YouTuber that weirdly didn't really affect Jake Paul at all.
With a name that sounds surprisingly biblical, Jake Joseph Paul was born on January 17th, 1997 in Cleveland, Ohio, raised alongside, yeah, I don't even have to say. Unsurprisingly, he and his older brother had a pretty similar upbringing in Westlake. Being only a few years apart, the two played sports together, went to the same schools, and of course each developed a passion for making videos when Jake was handed his first ever camera by his dad at 10 years old. Like Logan, Jake really began to hone his skills thanks to the help of Vine, a defunct and worse version of TikTok that you can hear me talk more about in my Logan video. God knows I'm not explaining it twice, sorry. The quick summary is that Jake and Logan blew up pretty congruent to each other. To the passive viewer, there wasn't really a huge difference between them and their Vines, other than Logan seemed to be a bit more comfortable in front of the camera, whereas you could tell it didn't always come as natural to Jake. Can't blame him for that, but it was an awkwardness that would follow his on-screen presence for years to come.
You want a DJ? Yeah. You a DJ? You know what?
You're on DJ.
I'm a DJ. You always doing the music stuff.
Oh my god! Oh! Yeah, that one hurt. You're always doing the music stuff, man.
He didn't first go viral until 2014, when he was quickly pushed over 500,000 followers, and before long he began getting recognized in public, putting his military aspirations to the side to focus full-time on becoming an entertainer.
He wanted to do military
yes,
shit?
Of
Of course!
Had he not blown up to become the loudmouth megastar we all know him to be, we could be living in a reality where Jake Paul is a Navy SEAL. Maybe he could have met Dan Bilzerian. Hey, look at that. Jake's account saw about the same level of success as Logan's, reaching over 5 million followers and 2 billion loops by the time Vine met its untimely demise. Only unlike Logan, Jake already had an even more lucrative career alternative lined up in the meantime.
Contestant number 3.
Oh, sorry, we're not there yet. There we go.
Heyo, I'm Jake Paul from Bizarre Vark, and you're watching Disney Channel. Oh, no looker, first ever. Oh, nailed it. What up, Dareheads and Ameliacs? I'm here with my collab partner, Amelia.
I did not know this, by the way. I had no fucking idea that, like, Disney is responsible for this madness. Like, genuinely awful. Yeah, I didn't know. I learned about this, like, recently. She wants freedom. She yearns to be free.
And we're gonna do some intense stares I cooked up.
Thanks for coming to the lair, Amelia.
Lasting a grand total of 3 seasons, Bizarre Vark was a Disney Channel original series from the late 2010s that starred Jake Paul, Madison Hugh, Ethan Wacker, and Olivia Rodrigo. And I have to say, as a self-admitted sour enjoyer, seeing these two interact makes me feel like I'm having a brain bleed.
Dirk and Kirk, do you have a sister named Smirk?
Who do you work for?
For those that haven't heard of the show, which I'm guessing is all of you, Bizarre Vark was basically a dollar store iCarly. Disney wanted to capitalize on the growing popularity of influencers, so they made a show about them and hired Jake Paul, who pretty much just played himself, but somehow couldn't even do that right.
Dirk rides a shopping trolley into a brick wall.
Yeah, just like his vlogs, this show is specifically manufactured for children. But unlike his vlogs, it actually stayed age appropriate. Outside the character Dirk Man, Jake wasn't your typical Disney actor. He was also building a platform outside of mainstream television, posting almost every day to his new YouTube channel, which even featured some footage of him and his fellow cast members working on set.
What the fuck? Is that Dasha? She fucking looks like Dasha a little bit, whoever this person is.
Working on set.
This is my rat.
It's a pet rat.
But this outlet is where we begin to see a bit of a problem, because it was what he was doing outside of Bizarre Vark that eventually landed him in hot water with the network.
First of all, I want to say, like, I loved everyone that was a part of Bizarre Vark and all of the castmates, Olivia, Madison, DeVore, Ethan.
Despite being literally handed one of the most sought-after career opportunities a young actor could dream of, Jake wasn't super concerned with keeping his spot at Disney. In fact, he wasn't truly willing to put anything above his online growth. And who can blame him? Why show up to work at a studio to film a show nobody's gonna watch when you could just make the same, if not more money on your own by throwing a million thumbtacks on the floor, or hanging a bunch of tasers from the ceiling, or tasing your best friends? Sorry, can we just acknowledge the Paul brothers' obsession with tasing? I feel like at a certain point it's just odd.
Electricity.
Other than Bizarre, Jake was famous for being a public nuisance, and truthfully, Disney had to have known that. They were fine with his behavior to an extent, but eventually had to draw a line in the sand when his pranks, parties, and fires caused so much of a disturbance, his neighbors threatened to file a class action lawsuit. Come 2017, and Jake was being slammed by a wave of negative press as he and Team 10 continued making noise across the internet. Naturally, it was only a matter of time before his online life clashed with his Disney career. And once he climbed on top of that news van, it was all over.
A lot of the neighbors are complaining. They're very upset.
No, why?
They say that you've created a living hell out here, that it's like a circus.
Yeah, it is.
All the fans.
I mean, but people like going to circuses, right?
Disney announced they were severing all ties with Jake Paul in July 2017, writing his character Dirk completely out of the show in the middle of producing season 2, which Jake claimed was a mutual decision at the time, of course, but anyone with a half-functioning nervous system knew exactly who made that call. Disney wanted nothing to do with the new content he was making, but that content wasn't about to slow down. Indicated by a statement he wrote on Twitter, this was only the beginning of his new personal brand. And honestly, I wish he were lying. Team 10 was a group of architects who challenged the doctrinaire approach to urbanism in 1950. Oh wait, it's the wrong one. Jake Paul's Team 10 was a group of social media stars all living under the same roof of a multi-million-dollar LA mansion, taking turns collaborating with one another and creating drama. Despite Jake's disputable claims that Team 10 was the first ever content house, in reality they were just following in the footsteps of FaZe Clan, Our Second Life, and even Team Crafted, which of course is a disaster of its own that we don't have enough time to get into today. Team 10's original members, though, consisted of this guy, that dude, this person, these two guys, and Alyssa Violet, who was the first—
Wait, the fucking Jaubrey twins were Team 10? What the fuck, Pogger? That's like old heads of the fucking show know what I'm talking about. The Jaubreys, dude? The worst thing I've ever heard about the Jaubrays. Other than that, they're fucking infallible. They're content monsters. They've never done anything wrong. This fucking guy just plops down, dude, and is just chilling. As I tried to
many to leave after breaking up with Jake.
Are you mad? Are you mad? I'm annoying. I'm so annoying.
The roster was then updated to include these people. Not all of the names here are totally relevant considering they had all been replaced by the time Team 10 officially fell apart. That's right, every single member aside from Jake hardly lasted more than 2 years at most. And the reasons for that vary, but we'll get into those later. Assuming you weren't 6 years old in 2017, allow me to paint a picture of what Team 10 was famous for.
We have a very funny thing that is about to go down right now, cuz we made up this letter that basically is saying that Nick is going to get deported. It's like so legit. Got the stamp on it and everything. Is this mean? I mean, yeah.
Jake Paul told the New York Times his ultimate vision was to create an empire of dozens of talent under me, to take my power and multiply it so that I become bigger than myself. Which sounds like a supervillain origin story. Who talks like that? The official arrangement was that an influencer signed to Team 10 could live in a giant Beverly Grove mansion for free as long as they were producing content that Jake could monetize. franchise, as every member was reportedly required to sign a contract that allowed Jake to take 10 to 20% of their ad revenue for up to 5 years, even if they left the group, which maybe to an impressionable teen didn't sound like the worst trade. After all, this is Jake Paul we're talking about. He can make you famous, man, come on. That's at least what AJ Mitchell thought when he signed on to Team 10 at 14 years old. The original Team 10 lineup consisted of an age range of 14 to 19 with no official parental supervision whatsoever. Minors were basically meant to fend for themselves in a wannabe frat house led by this man. I don't think I have to explain why that's a recipe for disaster. While AJ appeared to be living a life of luxury on social media, he claims he was also deprived of food and made to sleep on the floor during his time at Team 10. As he himself will tell you, Jake's true business model was far from the carefree utopia he claimed to offer.
They have this electromagnetic machine that's basically like a torture device.
But it may be hard for me to do this next part sober, which is why I'm especially grateful for today's sponsor, Vance Global. Vance Global is an all-natural CBD company based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, delivering quality hemp-derived products at affordable prices. As long as you're at the legal age, just to be clear. Look, I'll just level with you here. This is my new favorite company, partly because they didn't even give me a script. I can say whatever I want here, just completely unfiltered. I could throw in some fart sound effects or a picture of gangster SpongeBob, and I bet they wouldn't even care. These guys are only focused on delivering quality products, which is why they sent me over $100 worth of their gummies. Popping some of these bad boys is the only way I've been able to keep myself from having a coronary as I sit through 8 hours of this shit. See, they'll let me curse too. And while you should always be responsible and never take more than one gummy at a time, that just means one bag will last you even longer, which is already good for me as someone who doesn't have the best tolerance for these kinds of things already. You can rest assured that Vance uses only the most organic ingredients, putting a heavy emphasis on the integrity of their products, with everything being lab tested. And lucky for you, it took so long with this integration that they actually just came out with brand new carts that contain 85% full spectrum CBD distillate and 15% Maui Wowie terpenes. Not to mention their brand new line of HHC gummies and carts that just hit the market too. In fact, you can find all of their content listed on their website.
Holy fuck, that's a long ass sponsor. Holy shit, sorry.
With Jake's determination to convert any and every conceivable scenario into content to further the brand, privacy must have been borderline impossible to find living at the Team 10 house. In addition to Jake chainsawing through doors to wake people up in the morning and smashing his assistant's property for funny videos, 9-year-olds were lining up and down the block in hopes of catching a glimpse of their favorite band of influencers after their address leaked online. These disturbances, though, didn't cause Jake to stop and reflect on how his negligence could be negatively affecting the people around him, and instead only seemed to fuel his desire to become YouTube's new $1 million bad boy. I really can only describe his—
You could have at least watched the entire ad while you watched this incredibly long video made by someone else. The ad is still shorter than this 3-minute ad break. Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. Why is it that motherfuckers come in here, random chatters come in here and like tell me how to react to a fucking video made by a friend of mine who is a familiar content creator, a friend who's been on this fucking show. Oh my lord, dude. Like, what? You guys are the biggest fucking bots on the absolute planet. It is mind-boggling to me. I didn't even do a fucking, the funny part is they watched it on their own. They skipped the ad too. Yeah, I know. It was a debate? What do you mean? It's not a debate. It's not the top of the fucking hour.
Content
it's a
is
bad,
Nick Jr. on crack.
It's a bad debate.
Clickbait and controversy financed the mansion he absolutely neglected. But this perfect
also, I watched most of the ad regardless.
Storm allowed for titles like "He Jumped Off Our Roof," "Traffic Slip and Slide," and all those wonderful taser videos we love so much to garner tens of millions of views on the regular. This was when YouTube pranks were at peak popularity, and Jake wasn't about to miss his chance to make an easy dollar. Even if it meant tricking Tessa Brooks into being handcuffed to a basketball goal only to taunt her with a very real taser. In another prank on Tessa titled "Barry,"
Bro, Jake Paul is literally what happens when you got the kid that like tortured animals for fun, have a YouTube channel and gain mainstream popularity. It blows my mind. I don't know any of this shit because like I'm 31 years old and I didn't follow any of this. And I just always thought that he was just like a dude with really some fucked vibes. You know what I mean? Not realizing that the vibes are worse than just like fucked.
Married a live prank freak out. Jake starts by detailing
Hasan doesn't support small content creators. Why would you say that? Like Jaubrey is 1 million subscribed. I 100% support him. He's not a small content creator, and I raid small content creators every fucking night. But you don't hear that. You hear your mom screaming as I raid her pussy every night too. So you unfortunately don't get to see the raids that happen at the end of the broadcast because you're too busy trying to fucking muffle the sounds of your mom screaming with pleasure. Okay?
how he and his buddies are about to smother her with blankets while she's asleep and wake her up with ambulance sounds to simulate the inside of a coffin.
You go into someone's room while they're sleeping, you put a ton of blankets over them. It's like a lot of weight and like pressure, and they feel like they're in a coffin. And guys, this would only work because like they're just waking up, and then they're still asleep while all of this weight is on them, and you play an ambulance noise, and then you start to talk like it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, there's no, cancel culture is so fucking fake. There's no better representation of like the fakeness of cancel culture than what this is. Like, Jake Paul has only gotten more and more famous throughout this process, throughout this time, as he has become more and more unhinged in his commentary and his content. It's like all the stuff that he's done is just like, how can I be the most unhinged sociopath you've ever seen?
She's gonna make it through it, she's gonna make it through it, and then they freak out.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Are you okay?
No, that was so scary.
Are you mad at me?
You couldn't breathe?
No.
I can only imagine like waking up to that.
And then it just cuts to him opening fan mail.
I was reading through all of it last night. I'm gonna get to opening the rest of it, but thank you guys so much for sending the fan mail.
And again, even if this was fake and Tessa was totally on board with the prank, Jake still takes the time to explain to his audience of 4-year-olds how to do it themselves. It doesn't excuse anything when the behavior is—
oh, isn't this guy the England is my city guy? This one?
Being promoted. You'd think Jake—
I like him. That's the only one I remember out of everyone in this crew, I guess.
Such a younger audience might cause him to be a little more responsible with what he was putting out, but no. He'd rather prank his friends into thinking their fellow Team 10 member bled to death in the bathroom.
Oh my god. That's not funny.
Okay, to be fair, like some of this stuff is like not as bad as others. Like I wouldn't even consider this one to be like all that sociopathic, especially because like most of this shit's fake. Like that one's fine. You know what I mean? Trauma lol. No, I mean, it's just like, it's like a lot of this is fake. Remember, it's like, it's literally fake.
What is that? That's not funny. That's not funny.
No, I'm saying like, obviously he didn't actually kill the person. No, I meant it's fake as in like their reactions are fake. They know what's going on.
Jake Paul is savage, baby.
Yeah, these people were basically living in the Team 10th circle of hell. Thank you. But the group finally reached their peak of success with It's Everyday Bro. And while it may have come out 6 years ago, I will never not laugh at England is my city. Godspeed, Nicholas Crompton. This was his first and only video to crack almost 300 million views. But such sudden exposure also introduced Team 10 to a new wave of criticism they couldn't avoid. And being lambasted on such a public stage meant Jake's dark secrets couldn't stay hidden for long.
Talk about it because like it makes me so uncomfortable and like I just hate mentally going
Aren't these people all like friends with one another too?
back to where I was in that state of mind and just even thinking about that situation because it's just so emotionally draining.
Because Team 10 threw more than a few disses her way in their biggest song to date, Alyssa Violet took to her YouTube channel to clear the air on her ex Jake after the two went their separate ways earlier 2017. Starting from the very beginning, Alyssa talks about first meeting Jake at a Logan Paul meet and greet her senior year of high school. After getting to know one another, Jake promised to make her dream of becoming an actress and model a reality by adding her to the Team 10 roster. The two would become pretty pretty close from that point on, as moving into a mansion together only strengthened their bond. The only issue was Jake never made the relationship official, purposely leaving Alyssa in the dark by showing her love one second, then treating her with absolute disdain the next.
And like he knew exactly what he was doing to me. He like played all these mind games. He would literally tell me he loved me one day and then tell me he hates my guts the next day. He told me he loved me one night and then like, a couple days later he flew out this girl from Ohio. They were like hooking up in Ohio. That happened all the time.
She never quite knew.
Damn, bro. He was dating Alyssa Violet while simultaneously like, you know, they don't make him like they do in Ohio. You know what I mean?
What to expect, as she described mind games that included Jake being able to see other people but not the other way around, flying various girls out to the house night after night, knowing exactly how it made Alyssa feel. She described having to put on a facade around these women and pretend she wasn't bothered by the fact they were sleeping with the person she loved.
He would kick her out of the room they shared to have sex with other women. I'm not gonna lie, we should just not know this about anyone, especially not about Jake Paul. Like, I don't know. There's like I love Jaubrey's videos. I think he does a very good job of like making it like hyper specific, going through all of the details. Some of it I would consider to be minutia that I would leave out, but also a lot of the other stuff is just like I don't know. I just feel like it feels weird to like know this stuff about anyone.
Even when she could hear it happening in the next room.
Like I'd hear the front door open, Jake would come home with like a...
Bro, this person has spammed this nonstop. Okay, I don't know. Ludlock. This is the Ludlock. Okay, calm down. Get a wireless lav mic for the puppy time. Check the Ludlock out. Hey, this is the Ludlock. The wrong shit is doing it without consent. And then back to the Ludlock. Okay, we'll look at it later, okay? God damn, Ludbud's in here working overtime. Jesus Christ.
Girl, my stomach would just drop. My heart would just like start beating like so fast. I felt like I was gonna like be sick. I'd just get back from the gym, I'd be cooking food, and then all of a sudden I'd hear them upstairs like I could hear it. I could literally hear it. Like, do you know what that does to a person that you like love, and then you could just hear them like banging another girl upstairs? And that's happened so many times. Like, it's not, something clicks in your head.
If you ever had true feelings for someone, you can probably imagine how heartbreaking this must have been. Alyssa stated that she didn't know why she stayed for so long, other than she loved Jake and was determined to do everything she could to make it work. Not to mention she too had signed 5 years of her life and 20% of her own ad revenue over to Jake. So of course she felt a little trapped.
There's nothing I can do about it because like it's his house. I'm in a contract with him. I'm basically where I'm at because of him.
Dude, why does like a demon high school bully from Ohio have these like incredible entertainment contracts? Like he was doing 360 deals with like, you know, girls that he was like fake dating. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck is happening? Like this motherfucker's the inner scope of like what, YouTube? Like how? What demonic lawyers are like, this contract is gonna be so fire? You know what I mean? It literally blows my mind. Like you have whole ass adults that went to whole ass big ass law schools, okay, past the fucking bar and shit, that are doing contract law, and they're basically writing these contracts for 14-year-olds, like 360 deals. How is that legally permissible? Like, I don't even understand how any of that shit would have held up in court in any capacity.
And like I didn't really have a place to tell him that he was wrong, even though he was really, really wrong.
Jake was able to maintain total authority over everyone there, determining who got the most exposure, who left, etc. It wasn't until Alyssa began treating him the way he had treated her for so long that he finally dropped her from the team. Just like that, Alyssa was cut from the massive empire she helped build and left homeless, only to be dissed by her friends on a major song a few months later. Obviously, you'd have to understand her frustration, going so far as to call Jake an emotional abuser in a later interview.
And I want to clear the air because he's not like a physical abuser, like he's not an abuser, but it's mentally and emotionally.
Except for the fucking taser stuff, like, except for what you saw on camera that we, you know, legally were forced to do kind of with this insane banger 360 deal. Like, holy fuck. Mind-blowing shit.
100%. Every day, 2,000 times a day. I can't even remember a conversation where it was like me walking away like feeling good about myself.
And really, it's no wonder that despite this happening 5 years ago, the two have never really been able to reconcile.
Whenever Jake would come over the house, he's been to my house like 2 times in Ohio, like back in the day, and like no one liked him.
Oh my gosh, she's also from Ohio. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Dude, Ohio needs to be stopped, okay? As a state, as an institution, everyone needs to just, you know, we need to stop participating in the fucking nonsense that is Ohio, okay? What the hell is in the water, dog? What's happening?
Him. Like, so that should have been a red flag.
When's the last time you've talked to him?
I have had him blocked for years. I always
He's still unblocked? You still have him unblocked?
Wow. That kid's so problematic. I'm like, I don't even want to deal with it.
Alyssa could see the red flags very early on, and while it may have been hard then, it was probably for the best that she escaped Team 10 when she did. Plus, the diss track she made with Ricegum still goes pretty fucking hard. Among the next major members to leave were Ivan and Emilio Martinez, who Jake flew out from Spain to live with everybody in the Team 10 house around the same time the
Bro, you act like LA's better? No, it's not. There's a lot of people from Ohio out here, like the Paul brothers. Okay, so no, it's not.
Group was forming. Shortly after, another set of twins left the group.
Oh, my goats, dude. The Jaubreys. The content legends, dude. Content warlords, honestly.
Interestingly enough. While staying in LA, they were subjected to frequent racial discrimination and harassment from Jake himself, who made fun of their English and mocked them with slurs, taking it to such an extent that Jake prohibited them from learning English since it made for funnier content, according to them.
He started making fun of us because of our English. He was saying to us all the time, like, we found out what was and we were like, he cannot joke about that. There's in blogs that he's calling us Martiners. We try to get a teacher just to know English, just to learn English, how we're gonna learn English. And they were like, no. Why? Because
he's so racist. He was fucking being racist against Spanish motherfuckers, bro. Like, that's Ohio racism right there. You know what I mean? When you're calling Spanish motherfuckers who are also white, like that's like European level racism. You've leveled up at that point. Like, what are you fucking what are you, Benjamin Franklin? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, wow, these swarthy Spaniards.
it was fun for their blogs. Like, it was like, yeah, it's fine because it's like funny.
They were also made to sleep in the living room for a total of 4 months after being told they'd be getting their own room. But even when they got a room, they were still mortified of going to sleep since Jake would make them leave their door unlocked so that he could wake them up with whatever prank he saw fit. Such a lack of privacy prompted them to ask Jake if they could live somewhere else, but Jake wouldn't allow.
B slurs against Latinos, not Spaniards? Yeah, no shit. That's why it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like next level, you know what I mean? That's the point. That's why it's like kind of funny as well.
Allow it. When the two went back to Spain to see their family, Jake and friends ended up destroying a wall of their fan art for the sake of a vlog, ripping apart the twins' room when they weren't there to do anything about it.
Goodbye, Martinez room.
Bro, this dude literally turned this fucking mansion into a... He turns mansion into a literal fucking sweatshop for content for children. He was literally doing child labor sweatshop content where he basically tortured them.
It's every day, bro! Oh! Martinez, I'm home! Woo!
on, man.
Of course, this all gets worse when they accuse Jake of holding their money hostage, as Jake and whoever else was the higher up at Team 10 refused to send any of it back to their family in Spain who could use the help.
We did that brand deal with Team 10. We're like, yo, Team 10, can you guys send it to my mom? To my mom because she needs money. Guys, I asked them.
I mean, this is classic.
About bank account in LA. And they're like, you guys don't have visas, so you guys can. And then I found out now you can have a bank account in LA without any permission. So the reason is like they were lying to us to have our money.
It's worth noting that they've since forgiven Jake, it seems, but all of this does go on to show what a house of horrors this place really was.
You wanna go back to Spain? Oh. You wanna go back to Spain?
14-year-old AJ Mitchell once stated he drank so much at a Team 10 party he blacked out, telling the New York Times about parties the group would attend, in which 20 to 30-year-olds would be mingling with teenagers, leading AJ to start a sexual relationship with a woman nearly a decade older than him whom he had met at an influencer party, stating, "I was just a baby. I had a baby face. I feel like that's just weird now." His mother telling the Times, "Had I known anything about any relationship with a girl 10 years older than him, I would have had the law involved." But AJ kept the full scope of his experiences hidden from even his parents until he left the group in late 2016, just months ahead of Jake being forced to move for turning his ritzy LA neighborhood into a living hell for neighbors. See, Jake has never been known for having much regard for the people around him. In fact, it's quite the opposite. His brash and uncaring demeanor is what fuels his ego and bank account. But that doesn't mean a few haven't tried to pick apart his psyche either. Enter YouTube's favorite animal lover, Shane Dawson.
Oh,
love that specific attention though.
Oh no.
With like the neighbors. Like I didn't like beefing with them, you know?
Premiered on September 20.
So what happened with Shane Dawson? Like, what was he doing? He was doing like image rehabilitation for some of the most controversial YouTubers or something, and then like, again, another person that I like never really watched, never really understood the appeal of. Like, there's so many motherfuckers like this on YouTube where I just like didn't really get it, and then they just like kind of quietly. Hide your cats. He was basically doing that, yeah, with Jake and Jeffree Star.
25th, 2018, the mind of Jake Paul aimed to examine the relationships and psychology of a man who had become pretty much despised across the entire internet, taking place over the span of 8 episodes with a runtime of about 7 hours.
It does blow my mind that in like the new wave of content creators, a lot of people get mad at content creators in general, like in this day and age, like, you know, Gideon being an example, or even fucking like I Show Speed, when you think about like the shit that Speed has done, and he's like 17 and he does like unhinged shit. A lot of that pales in comparison to like what the fuck Jake Paul did for like, you know, almost a decade. It is kind of weird. Like, bro, Shane Dawson openly did blackface for like 10 years. His rabbit hole is the craziest shit ever. He busted on his cat. What the fuck? Okay, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Okay, just stop. Just don't tell me anymore. It's one of those things where it's like I've seen too much. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. It's like I'm happy in my fucking freak side of the world where like I talk about the unhinged, manic, psychotic fucking losers in the Republican legislature. Like, you know what I mean? I just...
hours. For perspective, I barely publish 7 hours of content a year. I want you to imagine for a second having to work on this series and spending tens of hours in a room with these two individuals.
You do not know how bad Shane Dawson and other creators were? No, because like when this shit was popping off, I would only ever cover it if it made it into like mainstream media news, and rarely ever that, because since the beginning of mankind. I am of the mindset that there has always been content creators or entertainers that have basically done like chaotic things like this to appeal to a young audience that is looking for this kind of thing. Like that, I always say like kids have an anarchist tendency, right? And I don't mean like abolishing unjustifiable hierarchies type anarchists. I mean like literal anarchy, like in the colloquial sense, like burn shit to the ground. Kids are fucking little edgelords. They're insane. They're mean. They're little sociopaths. You know what I mean? They're not like learning. They haven't like developed their brain yet. So that's kind of always how it's been. Aiden Ross is doing it right now. You know what I mean? But he's doing like even then a more tame version of that, I guess. Because like, I mean, the Suicide Force shit was inhumane. He literally stood next to and filmed the dead body. Like, how did not a single person in that group find anything wrong with that? Yeah, no, but that was the brother. That was Logan Paul, which I agree was like so insanely unhinged. What is this? Shane was just constantly making racial, homophobic, transphobic, pedophilic comments just for clicks, but once he had Tana Mongoose pee on him, it was over? What? Tana Mongoose peed on... What? Remember, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. This is fine.
Then tell me there's a God. Despite a few insightful interviews with people like Alyssa Violet going into more detail about her relationship with Jake, the series didn't actually reveal too much about the inner workings of Jake's mind, with Shane and his associate Katie Morgan being widely criticized for not being subject matter experts, along with their liberal use of the word sociopath being a problem. If you ask me, anytime Shane made a documentary on someone, it was always because they needed their reputation saved. Shane was never as concerned about doing an objective analysis on his subjects more than he was trying to rehabilitate the careers of people who he figured deserved a second chance. And to give him credit, it did work. The series garnered over 175 million views and undoubtedly ended up shining a more positive light on Jake Paul. By that point, it was clear that whether you loved or hated the Pauls, they weren't becoming any easier to avoid.
So why did like Shane Dawson's, you know, like I said, a PR operation for like fallen YouTubers fall apart? What happened there? Oh my God.
Even clearer when Jake and Tana Mojo's subsequent relationship and marriage trended everywhere the following summer.
There we were. Shane Dawson's sociopath kids getting engaged at a nightclub in Las Vegas, Nevada.
As we know from prior instances, Jake has always had a tendency to fabricate his relationships with women when it directly benefits his financials. First, he pretended to have a relationship with Alyssa Violet. Then it was Erica Costell, another member of Team 10 who you can see in Jake's Losing My Virginity vlog. But after that time, everybody in Team 10 said,
dude, poggers, dude. Like, this is what I mean. It's like kids love this shit. Kids love a person with like financial freedom that has like a lack of like safeguards that adults have in kid format. That's why they love and gravitate towards Andrew Tate. He'll be like, oh, I have the sickest cars and I have sex with all the women. And if you're like 13 and you see that and you're like, oh my God, this guy's fucking awesome. Like, holy shit, I want to drive a fucking fast car and like have sex with women and shit. And yes, I said what I said. I'm thinking about myself as a 13-year-old. Back then, if I saw someone like Andrew Tate, I would have been like, this guy's the coolest, okay? We were all dumb as fuck at that point and still are, okay? That's it. 13-year-olds are fucking idiots. Like, this is just the truth. I myself was one. So basically, like, that's what Jake Paul is doing. That's what Andrew Tate did. It's just like a very target-rich environment. Very weird. I don't really understand the appeal. Okay. But, you know, yeah, when we were growing up, we had Jackass, and I didn't understand that either, for the record. Like, a lot of people will shit on me, but I never fully understood Like, I always thought it was weird. Like, I was like, why the fuck are these dudes just, like, hurting themselves? And I always hated Bam Margera because he was so disrespectful to his parents. I remember that. Like, I had a very specific disdain for Bam Margera because of how awful he was to his family members. Because I was like, he is disrespecting his family. This is unacceptable. My Turkish ass was like, that's not good. I don't know why. I don't know what kind of social conditioning warped my fucking brain. But like, I literally could not stand to watch it. I was like a kid sitting at home watching these fucking videos going, I'm angry. Like, why is he behaving this way? The disrespect to his dad. Literally. Like, I could not believe it. I was like, it made me mad. Okay. Bam is currently on the run from the law. Great. But I don't know what it is. Like, oh yeah, Bam was exactly like Jake Paul. I think like, no, it's the same vein of content. It's like being crazy, reactionary, edgy. It's because you're trying to appeal to the, you know, lowest common denominator. If Astaghfirullah was a person, exactly. So my point is, my point is basically that, like, first of all, but for the people who are saying, see, you weren't a stupid 13-year-old. No, I had plenty of fucking stupid tendencies, dude. I watched I watched Blue Mountain State. I love that. I watched Entourage. I love that shit. I always wanted to like come to America and live the American lifestyle with like models and whatnot. So I had like different kinds of bad, I certainly still had like different kinds of bad influences and what I considered to be like cool and good. I thought that at the top of the hour, there was no 3-minute ad break, for example. And then I realized if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. But like I said, oh, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Like I said, I just always considered that to be like disturbing and not for me. So I felt like there's something wrong with me for not appreciating this kind of content. But now, as I am older, as I grow older, and I look at shit like this, I get it. Like, I mean, it's not for me, but I understand that like children love this shit and they will always love this shit. And you're never going to be able to like fully stop it. I don't think. Unless you are the Chinese government and you have serious control over what kind of content your children watch. But if you don't have the Top G attitude, then you're not going to, then your children are going to watch Top G instead.
Fucking got married to each other, Jake realized the potential of faking an engagement for engagement. Wedding content is always going to do numbers, and frankly, I can't think of a better business move than when he and Tana's fake marriage generated millions of clicks and dollars. I still remember back then how everybody was talking about Jana every day, all of the time. Two of the most contentious celebrities getting together like this made for an inescapable effect.
Yeah, I missed all of this shit.
Grift, I have to say. And what's even more convenient than having a fight break out mere seconds after tying the knot? A live stream that goes up in flames. Not only did this thing start 4 hours after the scheduled time, the actual ceremony was a 10-minute laggy, glitchy mess with such poor connection you could barely hear what anybody was saying.
Could have prepared for this moment and written something special, but I wanted to freestyle this.
But with 70,000 fans all paying a $50 entrance fee to watch it unfold live from home, the stream still generated over $3 million
God damn, dude. That shit is crazy. These motherfuckers were... Dude, I do remember this side, on the business end at least. Like, when I was on Facebook, I know Logan and Jake were also on Facebook, and they were minting, dude. Like... I don't think people truly understand the amount of money that they made off of Facebook when Facebook opened up the fucking view cannon. They had like billions of fucking views on Facebook, and they were minting, they were printing, dude. They were selling so much merchandise off of Facebook. It was crazy.
Regardless of any technical issues. And I will be the first to say, I do not feel bad if you got scammed by this. Are you kidding me? $50 to watch two people who look like siblings pretend to get married? The thing wasn't even legally binding, but everyone pretty much knew that already and weren't shocked to see them break up just a few months later. What fans were more surprised at, however, was when Tana seemed to address the situation from a more sobered perspective.
And then my dad almost died that night of the wedding. He had a stroke and I was in Vegas and I've been having all these dreams that he was gonna die, and then I thought he was gonna die. So I didn't go on the honeymoon, and this giant part of me wanted Jake so badly to stay and like take care of me. And when he didn't, I was so heartbroken, but it's again my fault. After talking about it with him afterwards, like Jake verbatim has said, you know, when someone dies, I celebrate their life and I move on. That's how I was raised. I wanted to fix this person who was so emotionally fucked up, but then when it came time for them to like help me and fix me, they couldn't, and that was my fault for falling for that. You know.
The genuine pain here in her voice speaks volumes to me, and only confirms what we heard from Alyssa earlier, that Jake uses the people in his life like pawns. Pieces on a chessboard that only exists to further his own career. No matter how hard Alyssa or Tana may have tried to get Jake to engage with them on an authentic...
I barely heard what Tana was saying because, oh my fucking god, dude, look at this thing. How can this thing be real? Like, who lays like this? Look at the little toe beans, dude. Who fucking lays like this? Haha. Fuck, I love this dog so much. Holy shit. Anyway, back to just the gruesome nature of like cutthroat YouTube pseudo celebrities.
Human level, Jake absolutely refused to maintain any sort of relationship with them when the cameras weren't rolling, as his top priority is, and has always been, to make as much money off the backs of anyone in his life. And predictably enough, yes, that includes his 8-year-old Jake Paulers.
Let me real quick recap what Team 1000 actually was.
All right. The thing is, like, I think a lot of people are embarrassed to admit this, but I've never met like a Jake Pauler in the real world. And I suspect it's because, like, how old would they be now? Like, either they're too young or because, like, they just are, like high school? Is that what it is? Is that why? Like, would they be, like, in their 20s? You probably have. They just don't admit it. So they're, like, 18 to 20 years old now. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that anyone would ever fucking come out and be like, I was a Jake Pauler. They went from Jake to Rice Gum to Aiden Ross.
I guess wasn't, because it was nothing.
If you thought Logan wasn't gonna let his brother in on all the scamming fun, you'd be sorely mistaken. In fact, Jake's own history of shady promotions dates way further back than any of Logan's. Jake effectively set the blueprint on how smarmy e-celebs everywhere could swindle money out from the bank accounts of their fans' parents with the launch of Edfluence in 2018. See, Jake was determined to teach
I remember
the
this
next
one. This one's
generation
really
of
funny.
young, up-and-coming influencers how to make it.
I remember this one. He was just like fucking, this is Hustlers University before Hustlers University, dude, literally. Except, like, unlike Hustlers University, at least there's like some kind of educational value, even though like the educational component is bullshit. At least it's not like a direct copy paste of like drop shipping how-tos. But it's still a classic scam, you know what I mean? Not saying much for the record. Like, Hustlers University is like the worst kind of scam. This is like the second worst kind of scam. Do you see what I'm saying?
in such a competitive industry. And considering YouTuber had become one of the most sought after jobs among today's youth, it's no surprise the course became popular. For a brief period, children all over were paying the low price of just $7 to learn the ropes from their favorite role model and join the lucrative Team 1000. Only it wasn't actually $7, and Team 1000 never existed. As it turned out, the full actual course was split into several multi-episode chapters under a completely different package, costing you a grand total of $64 as opposed to the $7 price point he advertised. So really, you were paying $7 to watch a commercial for the real deal, which sure, may have been a bit scummy and misleading as all hell, but at least the subject matter made up for it, right?
It is kind of ironic that we are talking about YouTube. Chapter 13. Oh, sorry about that, guys. It's actually chapter 12. Come on, Jake, what are you doing? Sorry, Jake, there's a lot of chapters. All right, Jake, let's do this.
As stated, Jake's mission was to equip you with all the appropriate skills needed to make it big like...
I would love to find out if there were any, like, honest-to-God YouTubers now that actually genuinely signed on to this. Like, can you imagine? Like, Drew Gooden was like, bro, I signed on to this. It changed my life. It made me go crazy. No, not like... No, Drew Gooden, like, obviously was a YouTuber already when he did this. I mean, like a Ludwig type, you know what I mean? Someone who, like, popped off in our generation of content creators, like someone that is from my generation. Like, fucking I Show Speed was a Jake Pauler, and, like, let's say he bought this, and then, like, that's how he became this this massive content creator.
To a lot of kids, this course was their one-way ticket to stardom. But according to...
I did meet Drew at Creator Clash. We briefly talked, unfortunately. We did not interact for that long. Big mistake. We got to do
anyone
that.
who actually tried it, this wasn't really the case.
The more subscribers that you're getting, the more money that you're making, so that you can spend even more time on making videos, which helps your videos do better. And so guys, be consistent. Stick to a schedule. Don't go away from it. One thing that you could do is...
Similar to almost every online training course peddled by greedy influencers, most, if not all of the material within could be found available elsewhere on the internet for free. Shockingly, Jake wasn't giving you any insight into how the algorithm worked or the secret recipe for success. He was more just rattling off some of the most basic advice you could ever give, like saying people naturally want to retweet and engage on super funny videos and memes. Or follow as many people as you can and encourage them to subscribe to you.
That's sick. The follow for follow scheme, dude. Love that.
Or suck up to bigger creators and leech clout off of them, something that, to Jake's credit, he does have a lot of experience doing. Unsurprisingly, the course was panned by critics as just a quick and easy money grab at the expense of those who sincerely believed Jake could offer anything of value to their budding careers. And if it weren't for these videos by Drew Gooden, it's possible the program would have gone even more ignored, considering that by 2020, Edfluence was completely shut down. Ending the course indefinitely out of nowhere, countless people out there paid $64 for a useless link to a dead end. And about a month after that,
I'm not gonna lie, seeing this kind of shit does piss me off a little bit, in the sense that, like, people do fucking go crazy over, like, you know, minor inconveniences or, like, minor mishaps that they turn into, like, major shit with their fandoms with respect to their own content creators. Like, when... Like, for the most part, at least, I don't know, I feel like a lot of my friends, people that I like, people that I have befriended on this space, they have careers that make them look like they are, you know, monastery monks in comparison to, like, literally people like this. And yet people still fucking lose their shit. It blows my mind. Like, bad people can get away with doing shit nonstop, and they do not lose a single part of their fucking fandom. They do not lose a single piece of their fucking fandom. Nobody cares about their hypocrisy. And then people turn around and still look at the perceived hypocrisy of those who present themselves as, like, I don't know, nice people online. because they're like, nah, you can't be nice. It's fucking bullshit. You got to be a bad guy. No one is a nice guy. No one has these opinions truly. Yeah, just look at Trump is a great example. Exactly. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild to consider. Kind of weird to see. If you're a scumbag, it's expected you to do shitty things, but when you're suddenly a good person, everyone wants to call you out on the smallest shit. Yeah, I mean, look at people that have done like, you should have catered to a different audience then. The reality is that I wasn't trying to cater to a particular audience. I was just saying, the things I truly believe. You know what I mean? And the audience came because people started listening and thought, yeah, I kind of agree with this guy. That's the difference. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
He announced another course by the name of the Financial Freedom Movement, which he sold as an alternative to traditional higher education. Basically, it was supposed to be a more refined version of Edfluence from what I can tell, but whenever I try to access the site now, hey, color me surprised. For one reason or another, the thing kinda quietly fizzled out, but that doesn't mean it was the last of Jake's scams by any stretch of the imagination.
This guy's name is Puss Ripper. Why the fuck is this even like, what the fuck? Blow me in your house you bought with your fans' money even though you say you were anti-capitalist. I know anti-capitalism means anti-work or having a subscription revenue-based business model that surrounds, that revolves around content that you give for free.
Before Twitch gambling scandals were even a thing, Jake could be found making hundreds of thousands in sponsorship deals from Mystery Brand, a loot box company that allowed players to spend anywhere from $12 to $100 in hopes of winning fidget spinners, designer outfits, cars, and even houses. Yeah, that's literally how this thing was marketed. I'm not even joking.
I'm going for the car. The one and only real car, Rolls-Royce Phantom 2018.
0.25% chance of winning the Rolls Royce. 99.75% chance of winning the shoes. Whoever made this site, you're a freaking genius.
For all intents and purposes, it was a gambling site, one that ridiculously tried to insist you could win decadent prizes like $1,000 shoes, all from a comparatively small investment. Only the people who bought into it ended up walking away with fake Bape hoodies, if they even received their item at all, with quite a few users reporting missing packages with fake tracking numbers. One user writing, I spent $350 on items and $38 on shipping. 1 month and 3 weeks later, I have not received anything, and the status hasn't changed to shipped. And no surprise to anyone who made it past elementary school, the service was absolute dog shit. One of the most shameless attempts at robbery I've ever seen, with the $250 million mansion that—
Bro, this is literally, this is literally fucking NFT crypto rug pulls before NFTs existed as a way to like shellac your fucking fandom. Actually, also, I can't believe they put my house up for sale. That's kind of fucked up. Like, I didn't even realize that that was what was going on. I had to steal money from my millions of fans in order to be able to buy this outright with cash instead of doing this, gambling website.
They said you could win, not even being owned by the company.
Okay, let's start off with going for maybe an iMac.
See, you and I may have expected that, but Jake Paul's core audience didn't necessarily know better. The guy they developed a parasocial relationship with during the most impressionable stage of their lives had tricked them into blowing their parents' money on fake luxury items that, for the most part, were never gonna come, pocketing the presumed 6 figures he made off what everyone and their dog understands to be a blatant money grab. But just like Edfluence, he made off with a pretty decent chunk of change, so why stop there, right? As CoffeeZilla will tell you, Jake Paul has made quite the name for himself in the crypto space, to the extent that even the SEC knows who he is, which really is not what you want. As of 1 week prior to me writing this script, Jake was required by the government to pay a $400,000 fine for promoting an alleged crypto scheme alongside Lindsay Lohan and a few other celebrities, who are all said to have illegally touted cryptocurrencies owned by companies TRX and BTT, founded by Justin Sun, who was charged with fraud and market manipulation himself. Just an awesome circle jerk of amateur crooks, really. Jake's complete roster of crypto scams is so prolific, we don't even have time to detail all of them here. Just know the short list consists of MILF Token, Yummy Token, Stick Dicks, Safe Moon, Tronics, and Scared Devil NFT, earning him a combined net of about 2.
Okay, bro, after Stick Dicks, if you're still locking on to a fucking Jake Paul cryptocurrency thinking it's gonna be the one that takes you to the fucking moon, you deserve it. I'm sorry. Like, at a certain point, you gotta be like, dude, you know, I was with you on the fucking Ass Cheeks coin. I was with you on the MILF token. I was with you on Stick Dicks, but like, you have taken $450,000 of American fiat currency from me. I'm afraid I'm gonna fucking stop on this last one, okay? You gotta draw the line somewhere, you know?
$2 million, according to CoffeeZilla's analysis, as most of which have to do with Jake not disclosing that these were paid advertisements, something that the SEC does not view kindly, considering the hefty fines Kim Kardashian and DJ Khaled have both been required to pay in the past. But this wasn't Jake's first time dealing with the law, either. Apart from his COVID parties prompting the mayor of Calabasas to pass new restrictions across the entire city, Jake continued his streak of national infamy in 2020 when he got his house raided by—
Yeah, bro, they have so much fucking... They have so much money, dude. Like, this is not like fucking Twitch streamer money. This is like...
the FBI. If you know nothing about this story...
The reason why I'm bringing this up, for the record, is because... like, they got like generational wealth, you know what I mean? This is how much money, is this how much money XQC thought you made? I don't even think XQC has this kind of money. And he is fucking loaded, right? He's like out of control loaded. And even then, I don't think he has that kind of cash. What blows my mind about this is that, like, it's not that the abundance of wealth that they've been able to capture, because, like, that part makes sense. You're in entertainment. It's, like, one of the last viable fucking industries where you can make an absolute fucking killing. Mostly luck-based. But he still was doing these fucking schemes, dude. Like, that's what blows my fucking mind about this entire thing. Like, dog, you live in this, like, Calabasas mansion. You got, like, 11 sports cars. And you're doing a scam that's going to, like, net you maybe a sports car. Oh, no. He's dreaming again. Like, at that point, it makes no sense. Like, you're doing this in the most, like, weird, pathetic, pathological reasons. Like, there's no way you're doing this for anything other than the love of the game. You just want to fucking scam people.
Story. I understand that may sound like a lot, so let's back up a little bit.
Jake Paul's attorney says he was out of state and not at his Calabasas home during that raid today. The FBI says they're investigating allegations of criminal acts.
On August 5th, 2020, footage of armored trucks driving down Jake Paul's neighborhood went viral across Twitter and TikTok as men dressed in full riot gear could be seen entering the Team 10 mansion and leaving with what appeared to be giant firearms, which, apart from some pretty good tweets, fueled wild speculation as to what Jake could have possibly done this time to warrant.
Okay, why? God, the American police departments have way too much fucking money, dude. Federal law enforcement in general, like, way too much motherfucking money, bro. You're doing a fucking raid on a YouTuber's compound.
A full-on FBI visit and confiscation. Not to mention the home of his friend being raided in Las Vegas that same day. At first, we really didn't have much to work with.
This guy, like, they brought the Ukrainian guy for this, you know what I mean? The Ukraine reporter for this. I covered this Pretty sure I covered this, and I don't even remember it.
Not even his brother knew much when the news first broke.
I'll tell you what I know.
Nothing.
I know what you know. I don't know shit. I know my brother's okay. Physically, he's fine. But I don't know. I'm out of the loop on this one, guys.
It wasn't until a source from the FBI's Phoenix location told The Verge they were investigating allegations of criminal acts concerning a riot at an Arizona mall that took place in May of that year. An incident that Jake was actually charged for by the Scottsdale police back in June. See, Jake landed himself in hot water when he chose to vlog a protest for George Floyd. And when looting broke out, local police received over 100.
That's awesome. That's so funny. Oh my God. He tried to fucking monetize a Black Lives Matter protest. Oh yeah. Yeah, law enforcement doesn't like that.
Tips and videos of Jake Paul supposedly engaging in unlawful assembly and criminal trespassing. And while Jake maintained he wasn't involved in any looting or vandalism, he was on camera accepting a stolen bottle of alcohol very clearly taken from the store that was being looted. I'm not even sure why he was there in the first place.
I did cover this.
I don't normally count on either of the Paul brothers to obtain any substantial documentation of civil rights protests, but hey, the charges were dropped about a year later and all was right in the world. With slightly fewer legal issues on his hands, Jake could finally go back to doing what he did best. Vlogging, I mean making music, I guess? If you hadn't heard about Jake Paul's short-lived music career he tried to get off the ground, I envy you. I think we can agree he wasn't particularly—
Bro, this is so funny. He's trying to be 4G auto blow on Ozempic. Why does he look like every fucking Miami rapper? Like stitches after the fucking laser tattoo removal. Oh my God, dude.
Skilled at anything that didn't involve stirring up controversy. So when the shock and awe of his persona slowly wore off, he wasn't sure where to go next. He tried to revive Team 10 to no avail. Began making videos with Titus, or mini Jake Paul, which opens up another ethical discussion that we really don't have time to get into right now. And before his boxing career reached the point it's at—
Wait, he has a mini Jake Paul?
Jake's existential dread was setting in big time. With nowhere else to go, Jake decided to throw himself into music. I don't know if I can play any of this stuff, since I assume it's copyrighted, but we can at least enjoy some of these lyrics. I came with the hits like Derek Jeter, keep a check inside the Louis like Even Stevens. My shit hit in top 50. I really don't think it is, man. It's true Jake had always rapped a little, but this was his first genuine attempt to make it such a focal point of his career, it seemed. Even after dropping several big tracks one after the other and collaborating with TV Gucci, Jake wasn't being taken seriously as a rapper. His predicament was becoming more apparent. Jake had really holed himself in with the age of the audience he had been garnering the past 5 years. His core demographic of children could only stay young for so long before they aged out of his content. Jake and his videos did not mature with his fans, and with the way things were going, he needed a way back into the spotlight. Inching dangerously close to becoming another washed-up clout chaser living in the shadow of someone more successful than him, boxing proved to be the only way out for Jake. Launching his official debut in 2020, Jake actually—
Yeah, looking at this shit makes me feel like Logan Paul objectively was like— I mean, he's also got the same fucking Ohio brain disease that Jake Paul has. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not even going to put this on Ohio, okay? These guys are demons in their own right. I think Ohio doesn't deserve that kind of fucking branding, okay? All I'm going to say is this. Looking at Logan Paul and Jake Paul, objectively, they're both awful. They're in like a horrible off competition. Okay, they're doing a mid-off every day, all day. But like at least Logan Paul has like always been the one who kind of paves the way. And Jake Paul is just basically following suit in order to do like some level of like reputational cleansing. Obviously, I have said time and time again with respect to Logan Paul, like he could just like very easily not do some of this stuff that he has done. Like if he just like shaved off like 40% of the weird, like no reason to do this kind of scumbaggery, he would be like a perfectly fine content creator in his own light. You know what I mean? In his own, yeah, like he would just be fine. He would be fine if he did that. Whereas like with Jake, there is no like shave off. Like the damn near The damn near entirety of his content revolves around just being awful.
Actually made some pretty decent headway in the sport, winning his first 6 fights in a row. All this new confidence led to him famously calling out Conor McGregor and even Andrew Tate. But still, the people he had fought up until that point weren't exactly other boxers. He fought a YouTuber, a retired NBA player, and several UFC fighters. But to boxing purists, Jake was far from a real contender. So to put an end to the doubters once and for all, he finally fought professional boxer Tommy Fury in early 2023 and lost. Could be a hiccup in his career or the start of the end. Honestly, I have no idea. Time will tell if he's ever considered amongst the greats, but it's hard to deny he hasn't been able to expand his outreach and grow his bank account exponentially in the meantime. As recent as 2022, Forbes pinned Jake as the 46th highest paid athlete of that year, raking in a whopping $38 million, not including the extra $30 million he just made from fighting Tommy. I don't think Jake really cares a lot about what the boxing community thinks of him. The guy is making bank and is still clinging onto relevancy thanks to the mass publicity he gets from being boxing's new biggest heel. But that's not to say there haven't been more serious claims made about Jake either. And yes, there is a trigger warning here for brief descriptions of essay, so if you aren't comfortable with that, please skip ahead to the time code on screen now. On April 9th, 2021, TikTok influencer Justine Paradise published a video to her YouTube channel accusing Jake Paul of sexually assaulting her at the Team 10 house in 2019. Throughout the 20-minute video, Justine claims the two met through a mutual friend that summer, and that she visited his home on several occasions from June to July, which can be corroborated by text messages sent between herself and Jake. She alleges that during one of those meets, he backed her into a corner away from everybody else in the house and began kissing her, which she didn't have a problem with, thinking he wouldn't make her do anything that she didn't want to do. Though he continued to bring her into his room, she says, where he began putting her hands in places she didn't feel comfortable. When she attempted to move them away, she alleges he said, "If nothing's going to happen, what's the point?" before getting on top of her and making her perform oral sex. Afterwards, she states he became cold and stopped talking to her, as she was required to stay silent on account of a non-disclosure everyone who enters the house must sign. Jake has since denied all of Justine's claims through an attorney, telling the New York Times, "Our client categorically denies the allegation," prompting Justine to be sent death threats and harassment by his fans.
I'm getting so many threats in my DMs, not just from random people, but people who are in Los Angeles telling me that they're here so I need to watch my back. People saying that they will fight me if they see me. People saying that I need to kill myself. Like, there are so many messages of people telling me just to kill myself. And that's super overwhelming for me because I've never experienced this amount of hate on the internet before. It's so strange to watch so many people.
This is when Keemstar notoriously said, "Just close your mouth," when he sexually assaulted her. She got death threats from 8-year-olds. No, what probably happened in that situation is like, so Jake Paul, just like every other content creator, is not just like 8-year-olds that watch him. There's a lot of like, you know, whole ass adults with 8-year-old brains that also watch. But on top of that, this is a very unique phenomenon that like, there's a lot of people that just like enter the field, enter the fray for the love of the game. We saw this with the Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion shooting incident, where a lot of people that don't give a fuck about Jake Paul, a lot of people who would otherwise like hate Jake Paul, will jump in to just say like, "Fuck you, you fucking whore, you know, you probably deserved it." Like, they literally are just like looking for an opportunity to express their violently misogynistic desires. They're like mercenaries. Yeah. So they basically just like jump on the train. They will never be a fan of Jake Paul. Like when the moment turns around, they'll still turn around and fucking be like, "Yeah, fuck Jake Paul. I hate that guy." But they just ride for misogyny. There's a lot of people that do that. So, you know, that's it. That's kind of how it works.
People judge even the tiniest things I say, or if I'm looking off to the side when I'm talking, which I do a lot. It's so weird to have this much attention, and especially for so much of it to be negative. It's really hard.
Not even a week after.
Yeah, the dudes that called Jonathan Majors soft for wearing pink, then turned around and started riding for him when he was arrested for assault. Yeah. Like, you can ask the motherfuckers, like, to give you, like, 3 fucking Tory Lanez songs, and they don't got it. You know what I mean? They don't got 3. They have no interest. They have no... They're not fans of his music. They're just fucking fans of misogyny. Wait, hold on a moment.
After the initial claim came out, a model and actress by the name of Rayleigh Lawley, who had been working with Jake since 2017, also claimed to the New York Times he had referred to her as jailbait throughout their time working together, and that he routinely made comments on her appearance. And after filming one video in 2017, she alleges he groped her. After forcefully telling him to stop, he reportedly ran out of the room. Rayleigh quit not long after, candidly stating, "I was with Jake for months, and I saw what kind of person he was behind the scenes, and what kind of person he put out to the rest of the world."
How much money have you made?
A lot. I don't know. It gets to a point where you make so much that you don't even count it anymore.
The Paul brothers have curated a very specific image of how they want the public to perceive them. Making themselves out to be these infamous villains of YouTube means that everyone just naturally expects them to be assholes, and thus allows them to get away with more. For years, Logan and Jake have taken turns being the more annoying of the two. Logan will mess up and get into some trouble in the woods, so Jake becomes the lesser of two evils, until he gets caught promoting the most egregious scam an influencer has ever done, until Logan decides to outdo him. It's just been a competition to see who can be the worst brother since they stumbled their way into the limelight as teenagers. While you may expect people who have spent so much of their adolescence living a very public life of luxury and opulence to at least mature as time goes on, you may be surprised to learn just how consistently awful these two have always been. And a big reason for that is that they are literally financially incentivized to do so. The Paul brothers didn't earn 9 figures by being good people. They've intentionally crossed boundaries because that's what benefits them more than anything else. Without sufficient talent, Jake Paul is left scrambling to stir as much controversy as he can so people can continue talking about what an asshole he is. Over the years, this has consisted of burning mattresses in his pool, getting himself sued for being a public nuisance, freeloading clout from people with more talent than him, calling out bigger names to fight him, and most consistently, peddling obvious scams to the audience of children he has very specifically targeted. The women who have come forward with their own disturbing allegations of him tend to get shoved to the side since Jake generates new headlines every other week. He's always keeping himself in the news cycle, but never takes accountability for anything he does, making his grift just as endless and lucrative as the one his brother has been pushing for years. To me, Logan and Jake each represent everything wrong with the internet. Two entitled blowhards who haven't had to struggle for anything in life, using controversy as a device to get ahead since they have nothing else of value to offer, while using and hurting the people around them in the meantime. They're not good people, they don't deserve attention, and they're not gonna stop anytime soon. But it is fun to hate on them at least.
Keep on, keep running.
No, Logan Paul is not still good, or Logan Paul didn't like fucking fix this shit. He actually, Jaubrey did a really wonderful video on the false redemption of Logan Paul and Never Ending Grift. But yeah. Maybe you should refer to this video when someone says meritocracy is real. I mean, these guys are excellent level 10 scammers, 100%. What is this? When are you gonna get one? Oh yeah, this shit's fire. Ceremonial armor of Sultan Mustafa of the Ottoman Empire. Yo, this shit goes hard, dude. But if they disappear from reality, someone else will take their place. Yeah, always. That's the point. There's always a fucking endless well, because there's always an endless need, especially children. Okay, Kaya. This little baby is like the type of child that wants Jake Paul, okay? That wants to watch Jake Paul. Look at the way she behaves. She will never be shackled. She will never be caged. And that's exactly the kind of brains that like half of these fucking 8-year-olds have when they look for content like this. Anyway, I'm going to end it on that note. I wanted to watch more, but like I'm fucking tired. And I also have dog dad responsibilities. So that's all I got for you guys, okay? I love you all. Going crazy mode. She's going bananas mode over here. Anyway, from me and Kaya to you, we will see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go.